I was just looking for a job. Stepped out of an office, turned the corner, and accidentally bumped into someone. Lying on the sidewalk was a woman. She wasn't just beautiful. She was unbelievably gorgeous. The kind you see in dramas, playing the rich, arrogant type. High heels, a tight dress, and a chest straight out of a late-night movie. And that look she gave me, like I already owed her something. She stared at me with disdain and said I broke her heel. I immediately apologized and offered to pay for the damage.
You owe me 1,800 yuan.
Cold sweat broke out down my back. I only had 80 yuan. That was all I had left. She noticed the resume sticking out of my pocket, realized I was unemployed and job hunting.
Then come to my company tomorrow. You'll work off every yuan.
I had no choice. I nodded. She instantly snatched my 80 yuan and added with a cold smirk.
So now you owe me 1720.
I stepped aside, took a deep breath, and started thinking about what to do next. Just then, someone called her. She began yelling into the phone, something about not being to blame for being infertile. I couldn't catch the rest. Probably arguing with her husband. She noticed I overheard, abruptly hung up, walked over, and said,
Be there tomorrow. I've got a personal job for you.
Then she got into a black Audi and drove off. I returned to the basement where I rented the cheapest bunk I could find, and kept searching for work. The landlady, seeing my desperation, told me there was a night shift opening nearby, grilling kebabs. I took it. I needed any side job I could get. Because with that psycho, I'd basically be working for free. This wasn't the life I dreamed of when I came to the big city. I still remember it clearly. Just a few days ago, I had arrived, full of hope for a fresh start. I followed the huge crowd pouring out of the train station. Right at the exit, I stopped and looked up at the 8 big characters on the roof of the building. Welcome to Huacheng. The words hit me hard. I lifted my head to the sky and shouted. Yes. I finally made it here. No wonder I was so excited back then. At the dawn of the new millennium, I had finally left behind the poor and backward countryside that gave me life and raised me, as well as that third-rate, if even that, adult education college. I had come to the most developed city in the country to begin my journey of striving and ambition. I did not have much with me, just an oversized woven bag and a large canvas backpack. Hidden deep in the backpack were 500 yuan, part of the last 800 I had. The remaining 300 were tucked into a pocket of my undershirt. In just the few minutes I had stood there, at least 3 or 5 people had already bumped into me. That alone spoke volumes about the terrifying volume of foot traffic here. This place, this train station, had one of the top 3 highest passenger flows in the entire country. And seeing it with my own eyes, I could confidently say that ranking was not exaggerated in the slightest. But still, I loved it. The more people there were, the more opportunities, right? And with more opportunities, would I not have more choices and chances to grow? Once my excitement subsided a little, I paid no attention to the glances from some of the people who had just brushed past me. It was a pity I did not have a camera. There was no way to preserve or mark this historic moment. Looking around, I saw a newsstand a few dozen meters from the exit. On it was written, telephone. In recent years, newsstands had really developed quickly. There was one every few hundred meters. They sold newspapers, magazines, drinks, and the bolder ones even cigarettes. Now this was a big city. Back in my hometown, if we wanted to buy magazines or books, we had to go to the county's Xinhua bookstore. I needed to call my classmate Lulu to let him know I had arrived, then take the bus to find him. Ma'am, I need to make a call. I set down my large bag and backpack, and greeted the short, chubby woman at the counter. She was cracking sunflower seeds at lightning speed, one in each hand. She sized me up. Go ahead. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Lao Lu, I am here. Just got off the train and I am about to come find you. Huh? Jiang Ning? You actually came to Huacheng? Lao Lu was my classmate from the adult college. He had come to Huacheng a year earlier. It was precisely because he was here that I had chosen to embark on this dream-chasing journey. But judging from his tone, something seemed off. What do you mean? Did I not tell you last month that I was coming? Cough, I thought you were just saying that. You really came? Damn, and the number is really local, he said, checking the number on his phone. Of course. Just got off the train and called you right away, I repeated. Well, Lao Jiang, I am not in Huacheng right now. There was hesitation in Lao Lu's voice. What? What did you say? Where are you? A vague sense of dread crept into my heart. I was sent on an assignment by my company last month. I am in Huacheng now. It is over 300 kilometers from Huacheng. When he said that, it was clear he felt guilty, even his tone became subdued. I was stunned. You bastard. Why did you not tell me you were being transferred? If it were not for this bunkmate of mine, how could I have dared come alone to this strange city? When you called last time, I really thought you were just joking. I never imagined you would actually come so soon. Besides, I tried to let you know, I could not find you. You do not even have a mobile phone. His specialty was backing down first, then slowly talking until he found a flaw in your argument. In the end, you would realize you could not even stay mad at him. All my worldly possessions amounted to these clothes and 800 yuan. Where was I supposed to get money for a mobile phone? Even the cheapest new phone cost over 1,000 yuan. I had scoured the second-hand market and found that anything that could last more than 6 months still cost 200 or 300. This little money had to last me until I found a place to live, found a job, and at least made it through a month to get my first paycheck. How could I afford a phone? Besides, part of this 800 came from the deposit refund when returning school property upon graduation, and part from the hard-earned wages I made cleaning the auditorium during work study. Fine. I am poor. I do not have a phone. My bad. I quickly adjusted my emotions. So, did you give up your place? Can I stay there for now? If I had nowhere to sleep, it would be tragic. I was staying in the company dorms. Since I got transferred, someone else must be living there now. And anyway, it is company housing, since I am not there, they would never let you stay. But I can teach you how to find a cheap and decent place. At that moment, my mood felt like it was on a roller coaster. Just off the train, I was at the highest point. From the moment I made that call, I started plummeting. And I had no idea how far the drop would be. Alright then, tell me where I can find a cheap and decent place to stay. He had already let me down twice. I hoped he would not give me a third disappointment. Take the bus from the train station, number 862. Ride for 11 stops, 2 yuan for the fare. Get off at Xian village. Once there, go straight into the village. The whole place is full of empty houses. There are plenty of rooms for rent between 100 and 300 yuan per month. Find a place to settle first, then start looking for work. I hung up and collected my scattered emotions. Picking up both bags, I got ready to take the bus. Hey, handsome, you have not paid yet. I smacked my forehead. Thanks to Lao Lu messing with my head, I had completely forgotten I had to pay for the call. I took some change from the outer pocket. Madam, how much? She paused her sunflower seed cracking and checked the phone timer. 3 minutes. 15 yuan. I raised my voice, shocked. How much? Do not mess with me, lady. A regular landline call costs no more than 30 to 50 cents a minute, right? Add a small service fee, sure, 2 or 3 yuan a minute is fair. But 5 yuan a minute? Really? 15. You are not deaf, are you, young man? She sneered coldly. The look she gave me, like I was a piece of meat on the chopping board, spoke volumes about what she thought of this newcomer trying to make it in the big city. Just then, a few other shopkeepers nearby poked their heads out, having heard the commotion. They looked at me with eyes full of mischief and ill intent. I immediately backed down, paid the money, grabbed my bags, and left. Ran into a damn butcher woman. It took less than 10 minutes for me to go from elation to utter despair. Looking at the long line of people waiting to board the bus, I was sweating profusely. This was the starting station, for heaven's sake. I fished a slightly crumpled 5 yuan note out of the pocket of my outer jacket and dropped it into the coin box. Then I asked the driver, where can I get change? To Xian village, according to what Lao Lu said, the fare was only 2 yuan. He should have given me back 3 yuan in change. Young man, this is a self-service fare machine. There is no ticketing, and no one gives change. I gaped. Just like that, a simple move cost me an extra 3 yuan? The people behind me were already getting impatient. Are you getting on or not, young man? I had no choice but to resign myself to bad luck once again. Lifting my 2 heavy bags, I squeezed my way inside. In the middle of the bus, I found a place to set the bags down and tried to steady my emotions, leaning against a handrail. As the bus started moving and swaying, I observed the endless flow of vehicles on both sides of the road, the extraordinarily wide streets, the tall buildings, and the countless shops of every kind. To me, everything here was unfamiliar and excitingly new. The bus pulled over to a stop again. No one got off, it was only the 3rd stop. A few people boarded. A petite girl with short hair and a round face squeezed through the crowd to the middle of the bus. Her cheeks were flushed, she carried a small backpack, and held in her hand a bagged milk drink she had just bought from a convenience store. A straw poked out of her mouth. She came to stand beside me. I caught a whiff of a delicate scent and took a closer look at her. She was short, probably only came up to my chin, about 1.6 meters tall, if that. As for her figure, she was flat in front and back, with nothing much to speak of. She did not fit my aesthetic preferences at all. I quickly looked away and turned my gaze back out the window. At that moment, the bus started moving again. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the girl inserting the straw into the milk bag, preparing to replenish her energy. Suddenly, the bus braked sharply. The girl, probably used to this kind of public transportation, reacted quickly, wrapping one arm tightly around the pole to stabilize herself. I, on the other hand, was unprepared. I had not been holding onto anything, so my body lurched forward. Just as I saw her lifting the milk to her lips, I mentally cried out in alarm, too late. My chest had already crashed into her. That bag of milk, under our unexpectedly intimate contact, was squeezed hard, more than half of it splattered all over her face and me. The straw was still clenched between her teeth. The sharp end of the straw poked right through the milk bag and jabbed painfully into my chest. My instincts kicked in, and I quickly recoiled, slamming into the advertising panel in the middle of the bus with a loud bang. The girl's face was full of regret. My milk. You squeezed all my milk out. At that moment, I felt I had been wronged and wanted to explain that I did not mean to squeeze her milk, but the other passengers who overheard her words burst into laughter. Several curious glances shifted toward her chest. An elderly woman was glaring at me and muttering something I could not understand in the local Huaching dialect, probably accusing me of being a pervert on the bus or something. The girl suddenly realized how her words had sounded. I had thick skin, so I was all right. She, on the other hand, looked like she had been electrocuted. Her face turned bright red in an instant. She gave me a fierce look several times. If looks could kill, I would have been dead 100 times over. After glaring at me and finding it did not help, she finally pulled out some tissues from her small bag to wipe the milk off her face. As she rummaged for tissues, I caught a glimpse inside her bag. It was packed: keys, wallet, tissues, an MP3 player, and a few items only women use. I had always been curious, how can women's tiny bags hold so many things? Doraemon's pocket? I laughed inwardly but kept a straight face as I apologized. I am sorry for squeezing your milk just now. I made sure not to repeat her mistake. Milk and tits are not the same. One is a body part, the other is food. Her face flushed again with a mix of embarrassment and anger. If not for the number of people around, I felt she might have aimed a well-placed kick at my groin. Why did this pretty little face blush so easily? I was genuinely curious. At one point, when the bus was moving steadily, she threw the milk bag, now torn in two places, into the trash can. She looked like she wanted to change her standing spot, but a few more people boarded just then. The bus became more crowded, and if she had not been tightly gripping the pole, she probably would have been pushed right into my arms. Just then, she lowered her head to retrieve her MP3 player from her bag. When she looked up again, she suddenly stared intently at my large backpack. She stared at it for about 5 seconds. Then she pointed at it and said, "Hey, your backpack looks like it has been slashed." Startled, I glanced at her. I had a fleeting suspicion that she was trying to get back at me for earlier. But she looked so serious, it did not seem like a joke. I managed to twist my backpack around. Sure enough, there was a clean cut at the bottom middle section. My expression changed instantly. That was where I had put the envelope containing 500 yuan, my only remaining fortune. I reached in and found the envelope, but I could not feel anything inside. My heart sank. I yanked it out. The envelope had a fresh, clean slit from a blade, and the 500 yuan were gone. Fuck. When had it happened? On the bus, while getting off, or during the ride? If there were a mirror now, I was certain I would see a face twisted in horror. My mind raced, recalling every detail since I got off the train. I had checked my backpack before leaving the station, everything was intact. So, it had to have happened afterward. The only time the bag left my side was during those few minutes when I made the phone call. I remembered getting bumped by several people then, but I had not paid it any attention. It had to be then, someone had made their move during that window. These people, how sharp were their eyes? How did they know I had stashed a money envelope right in that spot? "Driver, stop the bus, I need to get off," I shouted. That was more than half my total wealth. I had to go back and at least report it to the police. The bus was packed and noisy, the driver could not hear me. Even if he did, he would not stop in the middle of the route. The people around me looked at me indifferently, barely glancing at me, but all of them instinctively touched their own pockets. The round-faced girl gave me a puzzled look. "Is this your first time in Huaching? Do you not know that the area around the train station is crawling with pickpockets? Even the police cannot keep up with them." Suddenly, I realized that the fall I thought had taken me from the top, starting with Lao Lu's betrayal, all the way to rock bottom, was not over yet. I had only reached the middle of the fall. My liver throbbed with a dull ache. Amid the indifference and apathy of everyone on the bus, I realized a simple fact: even if I turned back now, there was no way I could find the person who had slashed my backpack and stolen my money. Even if I did find them, what could I really do? There was a good chance I would lose the remaining 300 yuan I had left, and perhaps get beaten up in the process. I had to suppress it. Suppress the urge to go back and beat them senseless. The round-faced girl looked at me, seeing the dark lines on my face and how I was nearly crushing the envelope in my hand. You had a lot of money stolen? All my worldly possessions. She was visibly shocked. Looking at the envelope, then at my 2 old and tattered bags, she seemed to realize that the milk I had spilled on her earlier was not worth mentioning anymore. She went quiet, while I was in so much pain I could barely breathe. In my mind, I calculated. Now I only had the 300 yuan tucked in my undershirt pocket, plus some loose change. If I had to pay rent, buy food, and look for work, how long could I survive? Should I go home first or ask relatives for some living expenses? No way. That would be far too humiliating. Should I go find Lao Lu and make him take responsibility? That was an option, but he was over 300 kilometers away. If he was out again, I would have to pay for the travel myself, plus find somewhere to stay again. I could not afford that kind of mess right now. No, the best option was to find a place to stay first, then quickly look for a job that paid daily wages. That was the plan I organized for myself. No need to cry over spilled milk. Who said that? Some famous person. To hell with which famous person. I just believed that today's bad luck had hit rock bottom already. Miss, I want to ask you about a place. I felt it was necessary to find out more about where I was going, from her, indirectly. Oh? Go ahead. You just arrived in Huacheng, right? She had already looked me over earlier, not to mention the large woven bag at my feet. Yes, just got off the train. My classmate used to be here. I came to find him, but when I called him just now, the bastard said he had been transferred by his company to another city. Told me to find a place on my own. He mentioned a place called Xian Village. I was not shy about sharing a few basic facts about myself. If you want the truth from others, you have to be honest yourself. Most importantly, I was not short, and I had decent features. Not movie star handsome, but clean, tidy, with a proper face. On the left side of my face, there was a small dimple. To those who did not know the story, it looked like a charming little dimple. In truth, it was a scar from childhood, when a bamboo strip from a chicken coop pierced my face. Medical care was poor back then, and it healed improperly. But the mark actually made me more likable, especially to the dreamy-eyed type of girls. Sure enough, she giggled softly, raising her hand to cover her little mouth. I noticed that her fingers were unusually long and slender for someone of her height, fair and delicate. And that mouth, why was it so tiny? If I kissed her, would I just swallow her whole? I scolded myself. What was I doing, thinking about this nonsense at a time like this? That classmate really did you dirty. But he was not wrong about Xian Village. It is a large urban village, full of farmhouses and rental rooms. It is the closest urban village to the city center. A lot of newcomers choose to stay there first. Alright then. That bastard Lao Lu was not completely full of shit. My opinion of him went up from 50 to 51. Is it easy to find rental rooms there? What are the prices? That was my top priority now. No room for carelessness. There are expensive and cheap ones. Depends on what kind of place you want. Better ones are around 500. Average ones, about 300. The worst, maybe 1 or 200. My heart immediately sank. You seem to know a lot. I live there too. Her cheeks flushed slightly again. Really? That is great. Then I just need to follow you off the bus and I will be on the right path. Once we get there, I will pay you back for the milk. She quickly waved it off, saying no need, no need. The bus braked suddenly again. 2 passengers behind her lost their balance and bumped right into her back. The round-faced girl was crushed against the handrail and instinctively grabbed onto my chest with one hand. Damn, those nails were long. They dug into my chest so hard I yelped loudly in pain. Hearing my howl, like someone had stomped on my kidneys, she immediately changed her grip to a push, grabbed the pole with her other hand, and awkwardly leaned her body half a step back. Her pretty face blushed again. She turned her head to scold the 2 men who had bumped her. You two should hold on properly. No kidding. Her little face had turned pale for a second when she was hit. With her petite frame, it was a miracle she did not fall apart. The 2 behind her did not take it well. You should blame the driver, not us. Who rides a bus without a few bumps? If you do not want to get hit, take a taxi. Apparently, she had never encountered people who were so rude after bumping into her. Her face turned pale and then red, her hands were visibly shaking, and she could not seem to find the right words. I could not stand it anymore. I say, you two, cannot even keep your balance, bump into someone, and cannot say a simple sorry? And you are this aggressive? What the hell is wrong with you? Bullying a woman? Fucking outrageous. If anyone was going to bully her, it should be me. Who the hell were they? The two men, startled by my sudden outburst, stuck out their necks and snapped, "What business is it of yours?" I straightened up, revealing my nearly 1.8-meter height, letting my solid arm muscles show under my rolled-up sleeve. I widened my eyes and stared them down. "What did you just say?" "Say it again." From the corner of my eye, I saw the round-faced girl. The panic on her face just moments before had disappeared. She looked up at me with visible admiration in her eyes, little sparkling stars, clearly. The two aggressive passengers visibly shrank back. They said nothing more. 2 stops later, they got off the bus without daring to look at me. What is that saying? Even bullies fear muscles? Damn right. Once they got off, the mood inside the bus instantly relaxed. "Thank you, just now." The round-faced girl still blushed easily, probably had never seen a real-life knight in shining armor before. So, the rest of the ride continued in a much lighter mood. We chatted a bit, and I learned quite a lot from her about Xian Village and other parts of Huacheng. Like, on buses here, you need to have exact change ready. No one gives change. Like, when looking for work, you need to buy the Huacheng Daily or Huacheng Metropolitan News, 1 yuan per copy. They are thick bundles, and besides news, they are full of advertisements, especially job listings. After a bumpy ride of more than 10 stops, we finally arrived. We got off, crossed the street, and followed the round-faced girl into the legendary Xian Village. Standing at the entrance of the village, I was momentarily dumbfounded. Endless clusters of densely packed peasant-style buildings stretched before me. 4 stories was the minimum, and 6 stories were considered nothing unusual. Even on the main streets, the distance between balconies on opposite buildings was less than half a meter. I felt that if it were not for the security grills in between, people could literally visit each other midair after dinner. Later, I learned that this kind of architecture was called handshake buildings. Naturally, off the main streets, there were even kissing buildings. The first floors of nearly every building were all shops, small eateries, barbecue stalls, countless convenience stores, even makeshift phone booths. People from all walks of life bustled about, and trash littered the ground everywhere. Is this really the international metropolis of Huacheng? I stood there in a daze, asking the round-faced girl beside me without thinking. She giggled, quickly covering her mouth with a delicate hand. That expression had a hint of girlish charm. What did you expect? If it were not for this kind of environment, do you think rental prices would be so cheap around here? At that moment, almost every building had a sign hanging out front, for rent, single room 120, 2 rooms 250, 3 rooms 450. "Welcome to the urban village," she said with a bright smile. I quickly did the math. A single room costs 120 a month, likely with a deposit required, but how much, I had no idea. If it was 1 month's rent plus a deposit, I would need 240 right away, which meant I would have just a little over 100 yuan left to live on. "Miss, back on the bus, you said you wanted to thank me, right?" I figured, come on, a good guy card should not be handed out for free. It ought to come with something practical. She stiffened slightly, clearly not expecting me to bring up her offer of thanks so directly. She probably thought, I was just being polite, and you seriously followed up? That was likely what ran through her mind. She became visibly guarded, her expression not as relaxed as before. Even her body shifted subtly backward. I understood what she was thinking. Did she think I was that kind of person? Well, maybe I was. But she spoke first. "Considering your money was stolen, I guess I can treat you to something small to eat." I found it amusing. This girl was definitely cautious, worried I might ask for some troublesome kind of help. No need to treat me to food. That would be too cheap of you. After I said that, I paused deliberately and glanced at her teasingly. As expected, her wariness increased again. "The thing is," I said seriously, "I only have just over 300 yuan on me right now. I want to rent a single room, but I do not really understand the market here or the local dialect. I wanted to trouble you to help me bargain. If I could avoid paying a deposit, that would be best. I am willing to pay the first month's rent in full." I spoke sincerely, stating my situation and making a genuine request. Many people like to build suspense in their conversations with women, but I prefer to hit the peak first, then level off. I think that works better. Back in school, I was the only one whose graduation autograph book was not enough. I had to buy an extra one for the girls in other classes. When my book reached the girls' dorms, some even tried to keep it from being passed along further because of what others had written. It only continued circulating because the rest of their roommates protested. Sure enough, her reaction matched what I had expected. "Oh? All right." She visibly relaxed, even looking a little shy. Her steps grew lighter, and her ponytail began to swing rhythmically behind her. I found myself dazed for a moment, watching from behind. That ponytail gave off a youthful, familiar feeling. Are you a high school student? I asked suddenly. She clearly froze, then blushed slightly again. Her steps became a little uneven. No, I have already graduated from college and have been working for over a year. Wow, I exclaimed. I would never have guessed. I honestly thought you were still in high school. She had already dropped her guard, thanks to my earlier reversal. Plus, since I had already received her good guy card, she was more open to the compliment. Really? I look that young? You really do, especially with that ponytail. It reminds me of my own high school days, I said with a light laugh. To be fair, the compliment was genuine. She had the youthful charm for it, baby face, high school-style clothing, easily flustered expressions, and a body that had not yet fully developed in certain areas. I drifted into some memories. She, perhaps struck by my words, also fell silent for a moment. Neither of us spoke. I snapped out of it first. By the way, my name is Jiang Ning. What should I call you? She also seemed to snap back to reality, glanced sideways at me, and replied. I am called Xian Wanning. Or you can just call me Ponytail. As she said it, a mischievous high school girl-like tone slipped out. What a coincidence, your name also has the character Ning in it? I found it oddly fateful. Exactly. Well then, why do you not rent a single room first? The conditions are not great, but it is cheap. And from the looks of it, that is probably your only option right now. Xian Wanning glanced meaningfully at the pocket where I kept my money. I patted it confidently and replied with flair, just a single room? I can afford it. Her little face blushed again. This girl, why does she blush so easily? And what was wrong with what I just said? A single room? Damn it, I did not mean the hotel kind. Why did I feel like sometimes she saw me as impure too? By now, she had led me past the main street, turned into an alley, and stopped in front of a 5-story building with a "for rent" sign. How about this one? I was a little confused. She had passed plenty of other buildings with rental signs on the way, why this one? Does this one have any advantages? She pulled a small, delicate phone from her bag and began dialing. These kinds of buildings usually had shops on the ground floor that were either rented out or used by the owner. The landlords usually lived on the second or third floor. While the phone rang, she said softly, "This one, I can help bargain a bit." Oh, so that was why. No wonder she had walked straight here without stopping elsewhere. She must know the landlord. She spoke a stream of local Huaqing dialect into the phone, most of which I could not understand. Then she hung up and said to me, "The landlord will come down soon. She will write you a receipt and give you the key. Single room, 80 yuan. No deposit, but you must pay the monthly rent in advance. Utilities are extra." My mouth opened, but I was so pleasantly surprised that I did not even know what to say. As I watched her leave, I realized I had forgotten to ask for her phone number. I did not ask the landlady how Xian Wanning managed to negotiate the deposit and rent, because the flesh on her body was wobbling so much it made me dizzy. I could not even figure out how to ask. I followed the extremely obese landlady upstairs. The room was on the 3rd floor. Dark and damp, you had to turn on the light just to see anything inside. There was only a single bed, with barely enough room beside it for a small table. In the corner of the wall, several cockroaches were crawling around. The kitchen and bathroom were shared by the 3 single-room tenants on the 3rd floor. Next to the bed was a window, permanently blocked by heavy dark curtains. I put down my luggage, the key, and the receipt, then drew the curtains aside. Immediately, I could see the full activities of the tenants on the 3rd floor of the opposite building. I was neither a voyeur nor an exhibitionist, so it was better to leave the curtains closed. That night, I could not sleep. Not because of being screwed over by Lao Lu, not because my money was stolen, and not because I kept thinking of the girl with the ponytail. But because this crappy place, across a 10-meter gap from another row of buildings, with a narrow alley just a few dozen meters long in between, suddenly became lively after 9 p.m. It went on for over half an hour before I could not take it anymore. I yanked open the curtains and opened the window, planning to shout at them. But when I saw the scene outside, I swallowed hard, my cursing stuck in my throat. A long row of women stood there, more than 10 of them, shabbily dressed, in all kinds of get-ups. But they had one thing in common: the less they wore, the better. Strangely, they all seemed to prefer wearing clothes 1 or 2 sizes too small. Certain upper body parts were exaggerated to the extreme, while their lower halves were all clad in little pink skirts. So short. So tight. One word flashed through my mind: exposed. All my sleep vanished instantly. I leaned against the windowsill, watching the spectacle. From the upper floors of the opposite building, several heads poked out as well, watching the scene below with knowing smiles. I figured upstairs in my building, next door, across the alley, anyone with a window facing this alley probably had their head stuck out watching. From time to time, men, either alone or in pairs, would stroll from one end of the alley to the other. Some seemed to just watch the whole thing, like they were watching a live performance. Some would stop and chat with one of the women. I was too far away to hear what was being said. But without exception, the women being approached would warmly wrap their arms around the man's arm, as if they were very familiar. I thought to myself, these women sure know a lot of people. What are they even chatting about? Occasionally, when the chat got heated, pairs, or even trios, would walk off hand in hand, as if continuing their conversation elsewhere. New women kept joining the group in the alley. I did not know whether they were new arrivals or had just returned after talking. I watched intently for quite a while before reluctantly drawing the curtains and lying down. But I could not sleep, my mind was full of those barely covered bouncing bulges and blindingly white legs beneath those skirts. My young, strong, mortal body suffered over 10,000 points of damage. I went to the bathroom twice, splashed my face with water, but it was useless, I still could not sleep. When I finally woke up the next morning, groggy, I discovered that I had soiled my underwear again. I quietly reminded myself, even if you want to watch next time, keep it short. Today's main task was to look for a job. Lao Lu had mentioned before, if you come here without anyone to recommend a job, there are basically two options. One is checking the classified ads in the newspaper, the other is going to the job market. Relatively speaking, those are more formal. I decided to check out the job market first. Looking at the map, it was not too far, and there was no direct bus route anyway. I might as well walk and familiarize myself with the area. Right downstairs was breakfast. For 50 cents, you could get porridge, with fried dough sticks or steamed buns, and free pickles. For just 2 yuan, you could eat until full, perfect for someone like me at the moment. These breakfast stalls were makeshift, large pots of porridge cooked early in the morning, a few small tables set up, a couple of folding stools scattered around. That was a breakfast place. Business was surprisingly good. The crowd here really was never ending. During rush hour, there were almost no empty seats. The moment one person finished, before the table could even be cleared, someone else would take the spot. I did a quick calculation, this morning alone, the stall could easily earn dozens, even over 100 yuan. And it was all cash. No credit, no tabs. Whatever was sold was money in hand. The cost of these goods was absurdly low. That saying, the masses are powerful, turned out to be quite true. If I could not find a job, or nothing suitable came along, doing this might actually make decent money. Once I left the village and crossed the street, I entered the new central district of Huacheng, a forest of skyscrapers, spotless roads, orderly trees, scenic landscapes, and streams of people and vehicles, all displaying the prosperity and energy of the city. Standing on this side of the road, I turned around to look back at Xian village, and it felt surreal. Just one street apart, two different worlds. One in paradise, the other in the mortal realm. I had no time for poetic lamentation. I pulled myself together and quickly made my way to the job market. By the time I arrived, the so-called job market was already packed. Job seekers stood in long lines waiting to enter. Some carried bags, some clutched neatly filled out resumes, either printed or photocopied. Many were dressed formally, shirts, slacks, leather shoes, some even wore ties. Among this group, I stood out painfully. T-shirt, casual pants, casual shoes, a look more suitable for a student still on campus. I too wanted to wear a suit, walk in with confidence, looking like a future executive. But right now, that was not possible. I only had just over 200 yuan left. Every cent had to go toward survival. I had not even prepared a resume, let alone printed or copied one. That cost extra, and I did not think it was worth it. Once inside, I figured I would just find companies that provided application forms and fill them out directly, save money and hassle. Just before entering, I realized the line had naturally split into two. One sign read, entrance for bachelor's degree and above. They showed their credentials and walked right in. The other read, entrance for associate degree and below. Coming from a fifth-rate technical college, I had no choice but to head for the second entrance. When it was my turn, the security guard stopped me. Ticket? What ticket? I was confused. Admission ticket. I looked around. Everyone behind me was holding one. You need a ticket for this? Bachelor's degree and above, free admission. Associate and below, need to buy a ticket. 5 yuan each. The guard's tone was firm. I felt like I had just been looked down on. Whether it was my education or the way I was dressed, I could not tell exactly what they were judging me for. But now you needed to pay to enter a job fair? 5 yuan for a ticket? That was the cost of 2 days' worth of breakfast. At this point, every single coin felt incredibly precious to me. Are you going in or not? If not, go to the regular open-air recruitment area outside. That one is free. The security guard clearly had no intention of giving me time to think. People in line behind me began pushing forward. The moment I heard the word free, I quickly stepped aside and withdrew from the line. Only then did I start to understand how things worked here. It turned out the venue was divided into sections. Upstairs was for those with tickets or certain educational qualifications, while downstairs, in an open tented area, many companies were also hiring, and that area was free to enter. Of course, I assumed there was a difference in the quality of the employers. Which company with real capability would conduct recruitment under a tent, in the scorching heat? Any self-respecting company would be inside the air-conditioned building, dressed in suits, looking all polished and professional. Still, I figured I might as well go take a look at the situation inside before making any decisions. At this stage, I was in no position to be picky. Besides, the job fair would go on until the afternoon. I had plenty of time. The inner tented area was set up in a recessed courtyard space within the job market complex. At a glance, there were at least dozens of booths offering employment. A wide variety, every kind of industry was represented. Each recruitment booth had a job notice posted out front. I glanced over the few booths ahead of me. Most said things like, no educational requirements, no experience needed. The majority were hiring for general positions, clerks, assistants, but most of all, sales staff and so-called management trainees. I felt a little relieved. The job requirements here were actually quite suitable for someone like me. As for management trainee, this was the first time I had seen or heard of such a position. Before I could even walk up to the booths, several recruiters were already waving registration forms and shouting at me. Young man. Looking for a job? Come have a look. What kind of work are you looking for? We have all kinds of positions to choose from. What was going on here? I suddenly felt confused. Why did it seem like I had entered a buyer's market? These recruiters acted like they were desperate for new employees, putting me in the driver's seat? All I did was walk up out of curiosity and ask, what does your company do? Immediately, two enthusiastic recruiters came out, brought over a stool for me to sit on, and placed a form and pen in front of me. Fill in the form, fill it in first. I held the pen, a bit flustered. Could you tell me first what your company mainly does? What kind of positions are you hiring for? Just fill it out while we talk, no time wasted. The young recruiter was overwhelmingly enthusiastic. We are a tech company, just keep writing, and we will explain as you go. I felt a bit helpless. Was it really that urgent to fill out a personal information form? I began writing. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed the recruiters at neighboring booths looked a bit disappointed as they saw me begin filling out the form. When I reached the phone number section, I suddenly paused. I had just realized, if they needed to contact me for work, how would they reach me? Why did you stop? Fill it all in, everything that needs to be written. The recruiter with the little glasses urged me. I stopped and asked, somewhat puzzled, didn't you say you would tell me more about the company first? Yes, of course. Once you finish this part, we will look at your form and discuss it with you. I looked at the bespectacled recruiter. He looked about my age, smiling all the while. I replied, how about we chat first? If we are not a good fit, wouldn't filling this out be a waste of time? He was momentarily stunned, as if he had not expected someone who looked like a total newbie to the job market to be thinking so clearly. Before he could respond, a slightly older man in a white shirt walked over. All right, let's talk first. We will go over the basics, and if you are interested, then you can fill out the form. I immediately turned toward him, thinking to myself, now this is how recruitment should be done. Jiang Ning, your handwriting is pretty good. Just arrived in Huacheng. The man in the white shirt started the conversation, ignoring the company introduction at first. He looked at the form I had already filled out and initiated small talk. Clearly, he had some experience. Yes, I just arrived yesterday. I came today to look for work. Any previous work experience? What have you done before? I have not worked full-time yet, but I have done many part-time jobs. Delivering goods, handing out flyers. In school, I also worked for over a year through the work-study program. I gave an honest answer. Well, our company deals in computer hardware and software. This time, we are recruiting trainees for management positions. The man in white began introducing the company. Oh, that was actually quite relevant to my major. I had studied computer information management at a technical college, after all. I became more interested. What are the main responsibilities for this position? All kinds of things. Comprehensive training. Taking orders, placing orders, inputting data, collecting payments, installation, delivery, inventory management, you name it. We plan to develop you in multiple areas. Once your skills improve, when we open new branches, you'll be a top candidate for a manager position. That is why the role is called a reserve manager. Clearly, the man in white had said this many times before. He was fluent, energetic, and persuasive. It worked. My interest increased another notch. I only studied outdated programming back then. Will that be all right? I remembered that what I learned in school was already 5 years behind the times, obsolete compared to real-world programming. Do not worry. I started the same way. A year ago, I came here just like you, looking for a job. Step by step, I trained and learned. Now look at me, I am leading a team and recruiting others. He smiled, visibly proud of his progress over the past year. Using his own experience as an example definitely made his words more convincing. So, it seems you are okay with the job duties and position? Let us discuss compensation. He seized the moment. Huh? Straight to the point like that? I nodded slightly and picked up my pen again, ready to complete the form. As I wrote, I asked, how long is the training period, roughly? Around half a month, give or take. Depends on the person, some are faster, some slower. The man in white visibly relaxed, seeing that I had resumed writing. What is the pay? I finally asked the question that mattered most to me. He leaned in and lowered his voice. Trial period, 1,500 yuan. After becoming official, depending on your role, no less than 2,000. My heart skipped a beat. That much? The tip of my pen nearly went off course. I forced myself to stay calm. Kept telling myself, stay calm, stay steady, stay composed. But I could not calm down. When can I start? I blurted out. The man in white leaned back slightly. As I mentioned, your start date depends on how you perform during training. Some start earlier, some later. But typically, no more than 10 days. This time, I finished the remaining parts of the form quickly, done in 2 minutes. I handed it over. Does this look all right? He gave it a quick scan and nodded. Then, he handed me a slip of paper with the company address and phone number written on it. Come to our office tomorrow at 10 a.m. Further details will be handled at the company. The bespectacled recruiter next to him looked oddly excited. Why? What are you so thrilled about? Am I going to be your subordinate or something? To be honest, I was excited too. Had I just landed a job? And with training? And this kind of salary? My first real job? I wanted to sing. I wanted to burst into song. I wanted to call someone. In the end, he handed me another piece of paper. On it was written, training confirmation form. The triumphant song I had been singing in my heart was instantly cut short, as if someone had grabbed me by the throat. It listed the training start time, its contents, and at the bottom, it mentioned a training fee? I pointed at the line about the training fee, feeling completely unsettled, and asked the man in the white shirt. What is this training fee about? Oh, that? It can be deducted from your salary, he said lightly, as if it was nothing. My heart eased a little. So, that was it? How exactly is this fee calculated? The man in white lowered his voice again. Here is how it works. Your probationary salary is 1,500. Training is calculated over half a month. Normally, we charge 750, but since you are a management trainee, we only charge you 500. I was puzzled. You see, he continued, hardware and software, these are valuable skills. We cannot teach them for free. Go ask around outside, any basic hardware course will cost you over 1,000. We are being more than fair. And again, it will just be deducted from your salary. I did the math in my head. If I earned 1,500 in the first month and they deducted 500 for training, I could probably still manage. After all, I really did not know much about computer hardware. Computers were just beginning to become widespread. Even the cheapest ones cost several thousand. It seemed, sort of reasonable. I nodded slightly, barely acceptable. The training fee, it will only be deducted after I get paid, correct? I asked cautiously. I raised my voice a bit. I wanted to make sure he heard me clearly. And I also needed to confirm exactly what he had said. Just then, a group of people passed by. A faint, elegant fragrance drifted past my nose. Someone must have heard the word, training fee, because footsteps behind me came to a stop. I turned my head almost instinctively, and behind me stood a slightly older, well-groomed professional woman, wearing sophisticated makeup, frowning as she looked at the training confirmation form in my hand. The man in the white shirt seemed to notice someone was watching, and judging by her appearance, she did not look like a job seeker at all. More likely, she was someone in charge of hiring for a company. He quickly signaled to the bespectacled recruiter. Jiang Ning, how about we continue this conversation inside, he offered. We can talk in more detail. I thought to myself, what is the problem? Why can we not talk right here, out in the open? Why must it be inside? At that moment, the professional woman suddenly turned to her colleague and asked, what is going on? Some of the recruiters here are even charging training fees? Why is our company placed next to this sort of operation? Both I and the bespectacled recruiter froze. Especially the man in the white shirt, his face changed completely. I immediately stopped writing and looked toward the professional woman. Next to her were a man in a suit and a young woman carrying a bag and documents, likely her assistant. Both of them, presumably her subordinates, looked somewhat awkward. Manager Shu, we booked the spot too late this time. When we tried to reserve, they said everything upstairs was already taken. Then they asked if we wanted a booth downstairs and offered it at half the usual price. Considering how urgent the task from headquarters was, I went ahead and booked it, the assistant explained. Manager Shu's expression remained cold. She pointed around the tent area and said, look at this section. Look at what kinds of companies are here. There are even ones trying to profit off training fees or bind employees through them. In a place like this, leaving aside the poor environment, what kind of job seekers do you expect to attract? What kind of decent employees could possibly be recruited here? Saving a bit on booth fees, is that worth it? I was genuinely shocked. This woman surnamed Shu had such a sharp tongue, she was tearing into her staff with no mercy. But one particular thing she said did not sit right with me. Why were people looking for jobs in the tent automatically considered to have low quality? At that moment, both I and the bespectacled recruiter spoke up simultaneously. He said, excuse me, madam, what nonsense are you talking about? We are conducting legitimate recruitment here, stop making false accusations. I said, excuse me, ma'am, but what gives you the right to make such sweeping generalizations? Just because someone is looking for work in a tent, how does that make them inferior? Manager Shu clearly had not expected me to react. The bespectacled guy's attitude she had anticipated, but being called auntie by him really seemed to set her off. Her face, already cold as ice, twitched as if struck by lightning. She glared at me but let it go, for now. Her icy stare did not intimidate me. But in my mind, I added a new label to her, Ice Queen of the workplace. She was not so kind to the bespectacled guy, though. Oh? Did I say anything wrong? She snapped. You so-called tech companies put on a facade, pretending to be legitimate, just to trick newcomers to watching into paying training fees. If someone chooses to stay, you exploit and squeeze them dry. If they leave, the money is gone for good. Tell me I am wrong. Reserve manager? What a load of bullshit, just lipstick on a pig. It seemed Manager Shu had either been burned before or was already in a bad mood today. She lashed out, first at her employees, and now at the recruiter. The bespectacled guy was stunned speechless. He had clearly underestimated her. Calling such a refined woman auntie? Seriously? Even in my anger, I had only dared to call her big sister. The man in the white shirt had to step in. Madam, everyone is here to recruit. What gives you the right to interfere like this? Are you throwing a tantrum because we managed to find a suitable candidate and you have not? Is this your so-called professionalism? He was more experienced. He did not argue about the training fees directly, instead pivoting to the subject of recruitment itself. Do not mind her, Jiang Ming, he said. Let us get the paperwork done. Ma'am, if you have no further business, please do not block our booth and disrupt our recruitment. He then signaled the bespectacled recruiter with a glance. The latter understood and called for some colleagues to come out from the booth, preparing to physically push Manager Shu and her staff away. I was surprised. Were they seriously about to throw people out? But honestly, not too surprising. After all, she had just publicly exposed their scam. A counterattack was inevitable. By now, I had basically figured out what kind of scheme this so-called tech company was running. They exploited the banner of training, targeting people with no knowledge of the market, fresh arrivals like me. They took a piece of your living expenses up front as a training fee and used it to tie you down. If you stayed, they got more time to exploit you. If you left, the money was gone. I was not dumb. I had just lacked experience, and with so little money left and an urgent need for work, I had almost signed that form. Thanks to Manager Shu's intervention, I could now clearly see through the scam. Just as the bespectacled guy's hand was about to touch Manager Shu, I stood up and stepped in front of her. What? You are going to lay hands on a woman? I have always despised men who get physical with women. Besides, she had just given me a valuable heads up, I owed her at least that much. With his puny arms and legs, I figured I could throw him into the tent with half my strength. The white-shirt guy and the rest clearly had not expected someone new to watching like me to stand up and directly confront them. The scene grew tense. The man in white's face darkened. What? You do not want the job anymore? I brushed aside the bespectacled guy's hand with ease and tossed the pen back onto their table. I stepped forward slightly, shielding the woman and her team behind me. Then, right in front of them, I tore up both of the forms I had filled, into tiny shreds. Cheating and scamming are at the top of my personal list of despicable acts. Especially when targeted at young people who come to Guangzhou full of dreams and determination. A job I can find again. But to work for people like you, cheats and frauds, do you really think you deserve me as a colleague? As I said those words, I felt a sense of pride. Morally, I was standing tall. If there had been reporters around, I could have made the evening news for sure. At the very least, I saw Manager Shu glance over me from behind, just briefly. The man in white's face turned pale, then green. He glanced at my strong build and likely thought better of trying anything physical. He waved dismissively, "Fine. Then get out of here. Stop blocking our booth. People like you, barely able to feed yourselves, still want to act all noble. Coward." If he had just told the bespectacled guy to start something, I could have vented 2 days' worth of rage in one go. Also, how the hell did he know I was almost out of money? At this point, I could not afford to escalate things. After all, they had not yet actually taken any money from me, and without solid proof, there was nothing I could do. I left quickly, ready to get out of the tent area. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. Trying to save that 5 yuan entrance fee had almost cost me my entire living budget. As I left, I gave a subtle nod to the professional woman, expressing my quiet thanks for her timely warning. It seemed that the professional woman was still angry and completely ignored my gesture. She gave a fierce glare at the guy in the white shirt and the one with glasses, then walked off in her high heels back to her own booth. I glanced at her departing figure. Although she was clearly angry, her high heels and that so-called pencil skirt fit her perfectly. Damn, she really did look good. Of course, that kind of outfit only looks right on someone with the right figure to pull it off. If it were the landlady with that body, never mind whether she could even squeeze into it, if she actually managed to take a step, the slit at the back of the skirt would probably tear right open. What kind of style would be left then? Thinking of that image, I suddenly could not hold it in and laughed out loud. The professional woman had sharp ears and actually heard me. She whipped her head around and shot me a fierce glare. If looks could kill, I would have been beaten black and blue on the spot. She probably thought I was laughing at her. I shook my head in amusement. This woman, why such a temper? But I did not feel any need to force an explanation when it was clearly not welcome, so I casually left the booth area. Paid, bought the ticket, lined up, and entered. There was no avoiding this expense. If that professional woman had not stepped in earlier, I would have ended up paying dearly for it. Took the elevator and went up to the second floor. It was immediately clear how different it was from the market-like chaos downstairs. Each booth was neatly arranged, with uniform banners showing the full names of each recruiting company. Below the name was a company introduction, along with details of the positions available and requirements, and compensation. Everything was written clearly and concisely. If you saw a position or company that seemed right for you, you just handed in your resume and spoke directly with the recruiter, face to face, to see if there was a mutual fit. Along the wall was an area for filling out forms, with free resume sheets provided by the venue, and pens laid out next to the paper. I steeled myself and began to write rapidly, churning out 10 copies of a free resume. If things did not go well, I planned to come back before leaving and write another 10. Something this good, and without the need for favors, I was definitely up for it. Suddenly, I had this realization: those 5 yuan had drawn a line between the upstairs and downstairs, just like the street at the entrance of the village where I lived. One street, two worlds. I had known, even long ago, the importance of money. I knew that money could buy many things you wanted. It could buy good, expensive things. With money, you could eat lavishly, buy gifts for the girl you loved, travel, buy what you liked, spend however you pleased. Without money, you were left with plain porridge and pickles, rough cloth and simple clothes. I had always come from poverty. Maybe I was just used to it. I felt that rich meals and simple food were not all that different. As long as you were full, what was the real difference? But over these past 2 days, everything that had happened had shaken my beliefs quite a bit. The importance of money had carved out a significant space in my heart in the face of cruel reality. With 10 cleanly written resumes in hand, I began walking from booth to booth. As expected, the companies upstairs were very different from the ones below. Just the education requirement alone knocked out over half of the possibilities. Those mid to large-sized companies occupying the larger booths all required at least a formal university degree, or at minimum, full-time vocational college. After walking one round, I felt utterly deflated. There was also another hard condition that disheartened me even more. Almost all the formal and slightly larger companies I was interested in required at least 1 year of work experience. And where was I supposed to get that from? All I could offer were odd jobs I had done as part of my work-study in school, or temp work during holidays. Back when I was about to graduate, I had talked with classmates. Some of us had asked seniors how to better find a job. We discussed whether we should stretch the truth a bit on our resumes, say, take a 2 or 3 week internship and write it as 3 to 6 months. At the very least, in the eyes of the recruiter, the applicant would not seem like a complete blank slate, or, worse, a total job hopper. Compared to just listing odd jobs and campus work-study, claiming 6 months to a year of experience might earn you some extra points. But I did not do that. I did not extend my employment history or exaggerate. I felt that instead of making it easier to find a job, putting the truth and sincerity out there made me feel better about myself. There were even some classmates who went so far as to obtain fake diplomas. They did not dare use prestigious schools, but for ordinary universities, they seemed to have no psychological burden. First, at that time there was no nationwide database for verifying degrees. Second, a diploma from a lesser-known school had a lower chance of being questioned. I never even considered such underhanded tactics. Frankly, I looked down on people who falsified their credentials. Is it not said that when you tell one lie, you need 10 or even 100 more to cover it? I do not know who said that, but damn it, it is fucking true. I spent half a lap around the booths, submitted resumes to a few mid-sized companies offering positions requiring vocational degrees. Many recruiters, upon seeing my resume, which was basically a blank sheet, simply set it aside and told me to wait for notification. For fuck's sake, notification? I had not even written my phone number on it. Would it not be better to just say I was not a fit and return the resume? That would have saved me time rewriting it. But since they had taken the form, it felt awkward to ask for it back. A bit dejected, holding the few remaining copies, I headed to the bathroom to relieve some stress. I rolled up a few sheets and tucked them under my arm. After relieving myself, I washed my hands, adjusted my clothes, and headed out with my head down. The venue was huge, but the path to the bathroom, why the hell was it so narrow? It did not feel like an international metropolis at all. Lifting the curtain and stepping out, I had not even taken my second step when I bumped into someone. My stride was big, 1 step for me equaled 2 for most people. Add my body weight, and I sent that person flying against the wall. Then, crack, a heel snapped. Her foot twisted, and her whole body leaned against the wall. Hey, do you not have eyes? I looked up and caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance. Then I saw that familiar face and pencil skirt, and my heart sank. Was it not that same professional woman? I am so sorry. I did not see you. I quickly apologized. If I had walked just a bit slower, this would never have happened. She blinked and shifted her attention from her boot to my face. That frosty face of hers, it practically ignited in fury upon seeing me. You again? Why is it always you? I cannot even go to the bathroom without bumping into you? And you broke my shoe. I really should have checked the calendar before stepping out today. You are a goddamn walking disaster. That I did not like hearing. Hey now, big sister, I was in the wrong, I already apologized. I broke your shoe, I will pay for it. But what does this have to do with your horoscope? How the hell am I your disaster? That is one hell of a charge, I am not carrying that blame. The professional woman was clearly quite upset. Frowning, she squatted down to remove her shoe. The heel of that high-heeled shoe was at least 5 centimeters tall, and now only a bit of outer material was still clinging to the sole. It looked like it was completely broken beyond repair. As she squatted, the button of her small blazer, which had not been fastened to begin with, fell open. Underneath was a flesh-colored low-cut top. From my angle, my God, those 2 snow-white mounds were half exposed right in front of my eyes. In my head, I could not help shouting, Mamma Mia, that really could be called majestic. I did not know why, but I suddenly compared what I was seeing to those girls from the alley last night and came to a preliminary conclusion. This professional woman, in every aspect, far surpassed those girls in the alley. If she were standing in that alley, I reckon there would be a line of men wanting to talk to her stretching all the way to the street corner. She was looking down and did not notice the unusual gaze in my eyes or the drool that nearly escaped my lips. When she heard me mention compensation, she got even angrier. You? Compensate me? Do you even have the means to? Do you know how much these shoes cost me? I felt embarrassed to keep looking down. Staring too long, I was afraid I might lose control. I hurriedly squatted down as well, trying to examine the shoe to see if I could somehow stabilize it enough for her to wear it for now. After taking off the shoe, I saw a string of English letters inside. I had no idea what brand it was. How much does this cost? I thought, with the money I had on me, I probably could not afford it. She replied coldly, "What, you really want to pay for it? Fine. It is not that expensive, just 1,800 yuan for the pair." My mind went blank, like a circuit shorted out. A pair of shoes, 1,800? Could she have added an extra zero by mistake? If I really had to pay that back, with a job like the one downstairs, making just over 1,000 yuan a month, and assuming I ate and drank nothing, I would not be able to pay it off in a month. I suddenly did not know how to respond. That price was completely beyond my current financial ability, by far. She seemed unwilling to let me off. Holding the broken shoe in one hand, she took off the other shoe as well and said as she did, "What, nothing to say now? Just a moment ago, you were so bold, said you would compensate me. And you still would not believe it when I said you were my bad luck? Running into you today is really the worst damn luck." I could not take her relentless blame any longer. I checked my pockets. Back at home, in the secret compartment under the suitcase, there were still 200 yuan hidden away. Right now, all I had on me in loose cash was 87 yuan. I kept 7 and handed her the remaining 80. "Sorry, I only have 87 yuan on me. I cannot pay you that much all at once. Here is 80 for now. I still owe you 1,720. I will write you an IOU. Once I earn the money, I will pay you back immediately. Give me your phone number later. I am afraid if I cannot find you, I will not be able to return the money." Clearly, the professional woman froze for a moment, staring at me but not taking the 80 yuan I was offering. She probably did not expect me to actually try to compensate her, let alone offer to write an IOU. I was not joking. If I just silently took all her scolding, would that still be me? I would rather starve to death than cower in front of a woman. That is my attitude toward women. Manager Shu, wait a moment. I will go over there to get a pen and paper and write you an IOU. It will be quick. She still did not reach out for the money, and my impatience got the better of me. I grabbed her hand and stuffed the 80 yuan directly into her palm. Then I quickly walked over to the area where they had forms. There was plenty of paper and pens there. I took a blank resume sheet, flipped it to the back, which was blank, and wrote IOU at the top. Then I wrote her name, the amount owed, signed my name, and added the date. It was a pity there was no red ink, or I would have stamped a fingerprint on it too. For some reason, I was full of anger. My handwriting was fast but powerful. The flowing script really came out like water running over smooth stones. I tossed down the pen and rushed back toward the restroom area. And then I saw a somewhat unusual scene. The professional woman was standing barefoot, her shoes placed by her feet. One hand held my 80 yuan in loose bills, and the other held a small phone she was using to talk to someone. I did not know how long her call would last. I just wanted to hand her the IOU and get her contact information, a phone number or business card, and then get out of here and focus on finding a job. As I got closer, I heard her raising her voice into the phone. "What did you say? Say that again." Everyone within 5 meters could hear it. People turned to look at her. She realized it too, turned to glance at the onlookers, and then quickly walked barefoot toward a corner, where her voice became more intermittent. But from her body language, reaction, and expression, it was obvious something urgent and upsetting had happened. From afar, she looked like someone who desperately needed to use the toilet, who was already at the restroom but found it occupied. Frustrated, anxious, physically uncomfortable, flushed, agitated, sometimes fierce, sometimes slightly calmer. Barefoot, she kept stomping by the wall, her voice rising and falling. I could hear fragmented bits of her conversation. It was hard to imagine that someone as refined as she was could look so vulnerable. It was only the second time I had met her, and still the same morning, so I could not really connect emotionally to her situation. All I could think was, who the hell had the power to bully a woman like her into this state? Then she shifted positions. Her hand holding the phone had gotten tired. As she switched hands, she suddenly noticed the 80 yuan still in her other hand. She paused for a moment, turned in my direction, saw I was still there holding a piece of paper, and looked a bit surprised. She tucked the money into the inner pocket of her blazer and continued the call with the other hand. As she lowered her voice deliberately, I could no longer make out her words. I started getting impatient. I still needed to find a job. I had not even started working yet, and I was already saddled with a huge debt. Who would I even complain to? So, I walked toward her with the IOU in hand. The closer I got, the clearer her voice became. "What the fuck did you just say? Who has been supporting this family all these years? Me. What the fuck have I ever relied on you for? What of yours have I eaten? What of yours have I used? And now you want to throw this bullshit at me? Your mother? All you ever talk about is what your mother says. If you love her so much, why do you not go live with her instead of getting married?" Then, she suddenly raised her voice again. "What? Your mother says I cannot have children? It is all my fault? Bullshit. The whole fucking family is full of assholes. And then it hit me, she was arguing with her husband. And even the mother-in-law and kids got dragged in? No wonder she was so furious. Just as I was hesitating, there was a loud smack, something hit my foot hard, and it hurt like hell. I looked down and saw that it was the professional woman Shu's phone. She actually threw her phone out of anger? The parts scattered everywhere, and a few even hit me. Well, damn. She looked so elegant, but her strength was something else. I nearly turned around and ran. I had never encountered such a hot-tempered woman before. Though, another thought crossed my mind, what a shame to break such an expensive phone. Wasteful woman. She shot me a furious glance, not slowing down at all. With a flick of her wrist, she turned and stormed off barefoot, leaving behind her broken phone and snapped heel, did not want any of it. The only thing she took was that 80 yuan. I wanted to call out to her, but she was so furious and moved so quickly that I was caught off guard. She vanished down the hallway in no time. I looked at the shattered phone parts on the floor, the 2 abandoned expensive shoes, and the IOU in my hand. What the hell was I supposed to do now? I must have left the house this morning without checking the damn calendar. What kind of morning was this? What kind of people was I running into? On some strange impulse, I bent down and picked up the smashed phone from the ground. I also grabbed those absurdly expensive abandoned shoes. The phone was a foldable model, now split in 2. The SIM card and other pieces had fallen out. I examined them one by one, wondering if it could be fixed, just in case the professional woman came back looking for it. At least I would have her number. As I was looking over the phone, I could still faintly smell that fragrance from earlier, lingering on the device. What kind of perfume was that? Just then, the same scent swept past me from the side. A hand suddenly snatched the phone right out of mine, dug into the pile of fragments, and retrieved the SIM card. Then, she threw the broken parts of the phone back at me. You shameless bastard! You ruined my shoes and then try to steal my phone and SIM card? The professional woman Shu snatched back her SIM card and lashed out at me with a vengeance. My head almost exploded. What the hell? I picked up your stuff to help you, and now you are accusing me of trying to steal it? How much more of this shit do I have to take? Hey, Miss Shu, what the hell is wrong with you? You have tits but no brains? I was helping you gather your stuff so that in case you came back, the SIM card would not be lost. And now I am the shameless one? I was furious. That phrase, tits but no brains, just blurted out. I used to say that to this woman in my class we called Aunt Luo. She was not actually old, but her chest, damn, at least 2 sizes bigger than Miss Shu's. She could be a damn wet nurse. That is why we called her Aunt Luo. But as soon as the words left my mouth, I felt a chill down my spine. Shit was about to go down. Every time I said that to Aunt Luo, her foot would immediately stomp down on mine. And sure enough, Miss Shu stomped on me too. Luckily, she was barefoot. If she had still been wearing those heels, I would not be walking for the next 3 days, let alone looking for a job. Technically, I should have been the one in pain. But since she stomped on my well-built body with her bare foot, she ended up hurting herself more than me. Sure enough, she winced, stepped back, and glared at me, spotting her high heels on the ground, clearly itching to put them back on and stomp me a few more times. I quickly kicked her shoes further back and raised a hand to stop her. Miss Shu, please do not. I said that without thinking. It is just a dumb joke I make with classmates. I admit I was wrong. And you already stepped on me, we are even now, right? Her face and eyes were practically spitting fire. I was sure that if there were a fuse nearby, she would have exploded on the spot. But she suddenly lunged forward. I did not dare stop her. She was not short either. If I held her back with my arms, I might accidentally touch something I should not. Fortunately, she did not stomp again. Instead, she snatched the IOU from my hand and coldly scanned its contents. Why did you not write your phone number? How am I supposed to find you? Are you trying to weasel out of paying me back with just that 80? She was practically grinding her teeth. She was clearly still fuming and had no intention of letting this go. She meant to make me pay every last cent. I just arrived in Huacheng. All I have is that 80 yuan. Where would I get the money to buy a phone? I did not mind telling her the truth. You do not even have a phone, and no job. How are you going to pay me back? She still looked furious, offering me no slack. I pointed at the IOU. That is why I wrote you this. As soon as I find work and get paid, I will return the money. Just give me your number or a business card so I can contact you when I have it. You think just writing an IOU is enough? She stepped forward, glaring at me. I wrote that by hand. If I really wanted to dodge you, would I have bothered writing it at all? I was beginning to think this woman was out of her damn mind. Was she just using me to vent her rage? I do not know you. You do not have a phone. How can I trust you? How do I know you will actually find a job? How do I know you will not just disappear once you have money? She was still seething with rage, but her logic was frighteningly sharp, clearly a seasoned professional. I was speechless. How could someone still argue so logically when that pissed off? If I really wanted to run, she would have had no way to track me down after today. I live in Xian Village. If you want, you can come see where I live later. That was the only option I had left. I actually told her where I lived. That dump? You could not pay me to go there. And even if I did, what good would it do? People living there move every couple of days. Even if I find you today, you could be gone tomorrow. Do not think I do not know how that place works. Was she ever going to stop? Now I was getting angry. This woman seriously needed someone to knock some sense into her. Why was she taking all her frustrations out on me? Then what do you want me to do? Either way, I did not have the money. No way I was giving her my life either. I had no other tricks left. If she had a better idea, let her say it. I was starting to lose patience with this high-maintenance, rage-filled woman. Then her eyes landed on the resume in my shirt pocket, and her expression softened slightly. You, give me one of your resumes. Come to my company tomorrow. Work under me for a month. That will cover the cost of the shoes. My jaw dropped. I felt like a herd of wild horses just stampeded through my head. Miss Shu, are you seriously joking right now? In my hand was the light gold business card she had tossed to me, still faintly scented. It read, Glory Advertising Company. In the middle was a name, Shu Mei. There was no job title, just a phone number and address at the bottom. As I walked out of the talent market reading it, my mind was still in a daze. I could not find the right words to describe my current feelings. Logically speaking, I had found a temporary job on my first day at the talent market. I ought to feel happy. But the thought of being tossed around by that fierce career woman for a whole month gave me chills. Besides, working for her for a month for free, could my little bit of cash last until the end of the month? She had clearly said just now that all the pay for this month would be used to cover the cost of her high heels. Not going was not an option either. I had promised to repay her. And right now, I had no other way to come up with the money quickly. If I did not go, I would just keep thinking about how to pay her back. That was no solution either. Gritting my teeth and hardening my heart, I would go. So what if she is a difficult woman? Since when has Jiangning ever been afraid of women? What a joke. Let us see how much trouble she can actually put me through. I pocketed the business card and headed back to Xian Village to eat something. There were many delicious things along the way, noodle soups, rice dishes, and numerous tea houses. But as soon as I saw the prices listed at the entrance, I would glance and quickly walk away. I also passed by some discounted clothing shops. The styles were average, but the prices were relatively cheap. I thought, since I was going to start working, maybe I should dress a bit more professionally. But when I thought about the little money I had and that IOU, I did not even have the mood to try anything on. At the small shop downstairs from where I lived, I ordered a 2 yuan bowl of noodles and asked for extra soup. I pulled out 2 large buns I had bought earlier for 50 cents and tore them into chunks, tossing them into the soup, eating in big mouthfuls. Many customers in the shop looked at me, watching as I pulled out one bun after another from my pocket. Their eyes were wide in disbelief. Maybe it was their first time seeing someone eat like this? The logic was simple. Here, you got unlimited hot soup, but eating dry buns alone was too bland. Since the shop did not sell buns, combining the two meant I was neither wasting food nor wasting money. I had learned this from another worker during one of my part-time jobs. His appetite was even bigger than mine. He would order 1 large bowl of noodle soup and eat it with 4 big buns. I did not care about others' surprise or even the occasional look of disdain. One lives the life their means allow. When you have no means, pride is worthless. The satisfying feeling of a full stomach let me temporarily put aside the earlier mess. I bought a newspaper and headed back to my room to catch up on news, check for updates in watching, and see if there were any other job opportunities. Just before I reached my building, I thought I saw a vaguely familiar figure. A familiar ponytail was swaying in the distance. Could it have been that little ponytail, Xian Wanning? I could not be sure. But even if it was her, it would not be strange. She had said she lived nearby. It was normal for her to pass by sometimes, right? When I opened the door, I ran into the landlady. Pretty boy, back so early? Found a job? She spoke in a thick local dialect. I only understood the pretty boy part. From the context, I guessed she was asking about work. I hesitated a bit, then tried to respond. I went job hunting this morning. Just came back after eating to rest for a bit. Found anything? The landlady's waist jingled with at least 20 keys. I had no idea why she needed so many or why she liked wearing them on her waist. How heavy must that be? What if, just what if, the weight of the keys yanked down her waistband? But seeing the bulging flesh under her tight belt, barely covered by her clothes, I thought I might be overthinking it. There was a 99.9% chance that keychain was not going anywhere. I thought the job with Shu was not exactly formal, just a way to work off my debt for a month. So I smiled and teased, "Why? Landlady, are you going to introduce me to a job?" Surprisingly, she replied, "That is right. If you do not have anything yet, I can introduce you to a job." I was stunned. What the hell? We were not even close. It was only my second day renting here. Why was she so enthusiastic? Did she think I looked decent? That could not be it. I did not see any daughters in her home. Besides, she was a landlady with a dozen rental rooms. How could someone like her be interested in a broke outsider? Just as I was getting carried away with wild thoughts, she continued with a smile. "Do not overthink it. I just want my tenants to be stable long term. Once you earn money, you still need to pay me a month's deposit. Even if there is not much of value in the room, that is just the rule for rentals." Ah, now I understood. The current no deposit deal was thanks to Xian Wanning's negotiation and face. I quickly asked, "That is fine. Tell me, what kind of job is it?" The landlady pointed south and said, "I have a nephew with a barbecue stall at the big intersection to the south. He needs an assistant. Interested?" She really was introducing a job? What is the shift like? There are 2 shifts. One starts at 3 p.m. until 8 p.m. The night shift is from 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. I thought it over. If I went to Shu's company, I would not make it for the afternoon shift. It was 7 or 8 stops away. But if I finished at 5:30, I could just make it in time for the night shift. That would work. How is the pay calculated? You can be paid monthly or daily. Monthly, afternoon shift is 800 yuan. Night shift is 1000 yuan. Daily pay is 30 yuan, regardless of shift. Night work went later, and barbecue stalls probably had more customers late at night, so the night shift paid more. If I gave Shu the money I earned during the day, I could keep my night wages for living expenses. This seemed like a great opportunity. I quickly calculated that the night shift, paid daily, was most suitable for me now. The pay was not high, but it was enough for food, transport, and rent. What kind of work would I be doing? All simple stuff. Taking orders, delivering dishes, clearing plates. That was straightforward. Just regular waiting duties. When can I start? I want the night shift, paid daily. Is that all right? The landlady clapped her hands cheerfully. "No problem. Around 7:30 tonight, I will take you to the stall and speak with my nephew." She turned to leave and inspect another building. I still could not quite believe my luck. Why was everything suddenly going so well? "Landlady? Do you have a daughter?" The landlady burst out laughing, so hard it almost shook the floor. "Pretty boy, even if I had a daughter, I would not introduce her to you." She laughed like a tank rolling down the street. Her last sentence left me feeling a bit strange. But I could not figure out why. Forget it, time to rest and prepare for the night shift. I took a short nap, tidied up my clothes, read the newspaper, and waited until dark to go downstairs. I did not spend any money on dinner. I figured, if I was going to work at a barbecue stall, why would I spend money to eat? Would that not be a complete waste when working in a place surrounded by food? Am I the type to ignore resources right in front of me? Clearly not. Along the way, the landlady got a full picture of my family background, what my parents do, whether we have any assets, how many siblings I have. If she were not taking me to work, I might have thought she was part of the local militia conducting a household census. "Say, landlady, you have already dug up my entire family history, are you planning to introduce me to some girl?" I joked with her. "What? A young man like you, looking sharp, and you do not even have a girlfriend?" she asked, seemingly surprised she had missed that question. I laughed out loud. "It is not that I do not have one, it is just that right now, I can barely support myself. So I let all my girlfriends go." The landlady laughed too. "You have a good attitude, young man. You will do well. No need to worry about girlfriends." That meaningful smile of hers gave me chills. What was she implying? Could she read faces? Did she know we had a whole yard of peach trees at home? Kong Ning's barbecue stall was not large, but it benefited from being right next to the main road's green belt. And that road had just been built, it was not even open yet. Goodness, the whole open space was filled with his tables and chairs. The tables were foldable square ones that could seat 4. There were at least over 10 of them already set up, with plenty more room. If all were laid out, he could easily accommodate 30 tables. The stools were small plastic ones, stacked high at the storefront. When the landlady and I arrived, 5 or 6 tables were already full, people eating barbecue, drinking beer, smoking, and chatting loudly. At the front of the shop, a long barbecue grill had been set up. A middle-aged man, his face darkened by smoke from the charcoal, was busy with both hands. He squinted at a freshly delivered order slip from a younger guy, then reached into baskets behind him where ingredients had been sorted, placing food on the grill, all while sprinkling various spices with his other hand. His technique was deft, clearly a seasoned street vendor. The landlady led me into the shop, where I saw a small counter. Behind it sat a young man, of average height, working a calculator over slips and money. "Kong Ning, I brought your night shift helper." The landlady clearly knew him well. She led me right in front of him, then casually poured herself a cup of water. He finally looked up, and his face somehow resembled the landlady's a bit. "Oh, auntie, you are here? Have you eaten? Want Uncle Yi to grill something for you?" So he really was the landlady's nephew? "I have eaten. I am not used to your stuff here anyway." Assign him the job. Night shift, paid daily, as we discussed on the phone earlier. Boss Kong Ning looked me up and down, then called over the young man who had just delivered an order. "Xiao Luo, take this." Then he paused, realizing he did not even know my name yet. "What is your name?" There was something in his gaze I could not quite place. "My name is Jiang Ning." I did not say much. When you do not understand the situation, it is best to observe more and speak less. Let Xiao Luo show you around. If you have questions, ask Uncle Yi. Customers will start arriving soon. Xiao Luo will be off duty soon. You will take over from him. He was blunt and did not waste words. I did not hesitate either. I went straight outside to find Xiao Luo and take over his work. The chubby landlady sat a while longer, then greeted me and left. Xiao Luo looked about my age. When the boss called him, and he saw me coming, he immediately stopped what he was doing, handed me his pen and order pad. "All yours now. I am off." He was even more direct than the boss. He handed everything over and turned to leave. I was stunned. Was he not supposed to guide me on what to do? Xiao Luo, the boss said you should show me the ropes. It is my first day, I have never done this type of work before. His face was covered in acne. He looked like he was still in adolescence. Unlike me, my adolescence had ended long ago. "It is easy. No need to show you. Just do it and you will learn." Then he turned and went back inside the shop. I watched as he collected his 30 yuan from Kong Ning and left. So he was a short-term daily worker too? But he really seemed to dislike me. Come on, this was our first meeting. Had I offended him somehow? At that moment, a few more customers arrived and sat down. With zero training, I jumped right into work. Fortunately, my job was just taking orders and handing them to Uncle Yi. Although I fumbled a bit with the first couple of tables, I managed not to mess anything up. When I found a moment, I handed Uncle Yi an order and asked, "Uncle Yi, what is Xiao Luo's deal?" He looked like he could not stand me. "Get me a cigarette," Uncle Yi said. He was too busy to grab one himself. I took a cigarette from the double happiness pack beside him and placed it at his mouth. He used his tongs to grab a glowing charcoal and lit the cigarette, taking a deep inhale, like savoring a gourmet dish. That kid used to work the night shift. He picks up other side gigs during the day. Today the boss suddenly moved him to the afternoon shift. That messed up his other jobs. He cannot lash out at the boss, so he is taking it out on you, for stealing his night shift. Now I understood. I had stolen his shift? But it was not like I had any say in the arrangement. What good did glaring at me do? "Kid, what is your connection to the boss?" "Xiao Luo has been helping here a while. If not for some special reason, he would not have been pushed to the afternoon shift." I laughed. Boss Kong Ning is the nephew of my landlady. Uncle Yi was surprised. Since when did landlords go out of their way to find jobs for out-of-town tenants, especially jobs with their own relatives? I added with a smile, the landlady also has a daughter 3 years younger than me. She has her eye on me. Uncle Yi burst out laughing so hard that cigarette ash fell onto the chicken wings. He did not care and just brushed on more oil, flipping the wings over the fire. Whether your landlady has a daughter, I do not know. But the little boss does have a pretty younger sister. How long have you been renting from her? Today is my second day. Uncle Yi stopped laughing. Her daughter really has her eye on you? I did not answer old Ye's question and carried the freshly grilled food over to the customers. With a beaming smile, I said to old Yi, "Take a guess." Then I turned and walked away, leaving him with an inscrutable back view. It was only around 11 o'clock that I finally had a moment to grab 2 chicken wings from the basket and grill them for myself. I was practically starving to death. I deeply regretted my decision to come to work on an empty stomach. Do not underestimate this little barbecue stall, business is really booming. During this time, I did not step into the main store even once. It was not until 11 o'clock, when old Yi could no longer hold all the order slips in his hand, that he asked me to bring them inside, and I re-entered the store. As I handed the slips over to the counter, I noticed that behind it, besides Kong Ning, there was another person sitting there. I was delighted. Little Ponytail? What are you doing here? She looked up and smiled at me. Seeing I was now wearing a greasy work uniform, her eyes crinkled with amusement. Kong Ning looked up at me expressionlessly. Xian Wanning smiled as she took the slips, stacking them with the previous ones, and picked up the calculator in front of Kong Ning to start counting. I came to help out too. Kong Ning, Wanning. I suddenly remembered what Old Yi had said earlier. Did the little boss have a sister? Could it really be Wanning? You're the little boss's sister? I pressed. Little Ponytail nodded with a smile and began checking the previous receipts. So that means you're also the landlady's niece? This sentence was completely redundant. Since she was the little boss's sister, of course she was the landlady's niece. While pressing the calculator with one hand, she flipped through the slips quickly and nodded to confirm. I knew it. No wonder the landlady was so easygoing, didn't ask for a deposit, and even kindly helped me find a job. So it was you who put in a word for me. I wanted to keep chatting, but at that moment, the cold-faced Kong Ning interrupted. Hey kid, I hired you to work, not to chat. What the hell, so fierce? It's not like I'm trying to steal your sister. Is this kind of hostility really necessary? But he was the boss, the one who gave me my rice bowl, so I had no choice but to slink back outside to serve the customers. I vaguely heard Kong Ning say to Wanning behind me, "This is the guy who saved you in the car? He really looks like some pretty boy gigolo. You better keep your guard up." That was when I understood. Wanning had exaggerated my actions and importance in front of her brother. What was just a small act of help had turned into a life-saving rescue. No wonder the landlady agreed so readily, and why her brother was willing to let me take this highly favorable late shift. But that last remark? I was not happy about it. What the hell does "looks like a pretty boy" mean? I have always thought of myself as a pretty boy, yes, but one who lives honestly by the sweat of his brow. From the suspicion in the little boss's words, I could tell he wanted his sister to stay away from me, afraid she might get fooled by someone like me. Ordinarily, someone like me, penniless, under someone else's roof, just a temp worker, should have some self-awareness, keep a respectful distance from the boss's sister and just do the job diligently. But am I ordinary? Clearly not. So, in the next half hour while she was doing the accounting, I ran into the store at least 3 or 4 times. Little Ponytail, do you want something to eat? I'll ask Oldie to grill something for you. Little Ponytail, how's the counting going? The way you're working that calculator, you're almost as fast as a professional accountant. Little Ponytail, here's another stack of receipts. Eventually, Kong Ning could not take it anymore. If you've got nothing to do, clean up the trash on the ground. I thought Boss Kong Ning was being too petty. It is not like I do not know her. I just arrived in watching, and having a familiar face working the same shift, what is wrong with exchanging a few words? As if I could really seduce her? While picking up trash from the ground, I thought, if Boss Kong Ning keeps treating me like a thief, maybe I should actually consider getting to know her better. At the very least, over the past couple of days, she really seems to be a beautiful and kind-hearted girl. Of course, that is just a thought. I know my own situation all too well. Still poor, how could I afford to be lustful? I just found Boss Kong Ning's attitude annoying and wanted to mess with him a little. As I was lost in thought, a large group of customers arrived, at least 7 or 8 of them. They came in groups of 2 or 3, arms slung over each other's shoulders, reeking of alcohol. Looked like they had just finished eating and drinking elsewhere but were not satisfied, so they came here for another round. I rushed over to tidy the tables and set up stools. With so many people, one table was not enough. I pushed 2 tables together and placed more stools around them, then handed them the menu. A few of them were already tipsy, staggering as they walked, loudly boasting to their buddies. Though I had never worked in the food and beverage industry before, I knew these kinds of customers were especially troublesome, drunk and prone to causing problems. So I arranged their seating a bit further out, just in case anything happened. It would be a huge hassle if they wrecked the barbecue stall. While I waited for them to order, 2 of them leaned on each other and went into the store to use the restroom. As they passed the counter, they caught sight of Little Ponytail sitting behind it doing the books. Their eyes lit up, and both leaned over the counter, staring at her wide-eyed. They probably had never been here before and had no idea who the boss was or who Wanning was. Then, they both slapped the counter and yelled out toward the outside, "Where's the boss? Get in here." At that moment, Boss Kong Ning happened to be away, and they mistook me for the boss. I hurried into the store and stood beside the slightly flustered Wanning, smiling at the 2 men. "Gentlemen, is there anything you need? Feel free to let me know." One of them waved his hand at me dismissively. "You've got such a pretty girl in your shop, and you don't send her over to take our orders? What's the meaning of this?" Wanning stopped working on the receipts and calculator, about to speak, but I cut in. "Sorry, gentlemen. She is not an order taker. She was just helping reconcile a discrepancy with a receipt earlier. She will leave as soon as that is sorted. Wanning looked at me in surprise. She probably had not expected me to say that. The one closest to me suddenly yanked my arm hard. Get out of the way. I want to ask her myself. Let her speak for herself. The other man leered at Little Ponytail with drunken, lustful eyes. I wanted nothing more than to stab him in the eye with my pen. Come on, boss, do not fool us. Why would she need to sit behind the counter just to do some accounting? I braced myself and stood firm. Young lady, your last receipt was all good, right? If everything's in order, you should go. We have a lot of customers, and no time for chatting. As I said this, I kept signaling Little Ponytail to leave. Dealing with half-drunk people cannot be approached with logic. Getting her out of there quickly was the best way. Once she was gone and they no longer had a target to act out on, things would become much easier to manage. I was growing a bit anxious. If they really started causing trouble under the pretense of ordering, it would be hard to handle. First, there were too many of them. If it were only one or two, given my physical condition, I could easily take them on. Dealing with 2 drunkards would be a sure win. But the problem was, there were 5 or 6 more of them outside. If each one threw a punch, I would probably be flat on the ground instantly. Second, they had clearly been drinking quite a bit. People who drink too much easily lose control. Most fights and disturbances start because someone had a few drinks, some are truly drunk and cannot control themselves, while others simply want to use alcohol as an excuse to stir up trouble. So the best course of action was for Little Ponytail to get out of there, and I would deal with them slowly, or I could just step aside and wait for Boss Kongning to come back and handle it. I was just a temporary worker earning 30 a day. Why should I be the one to do something so dangerous? If it had not been for Little Ponytail, I would not have even bothered to come in. But I was disappointed. Little Ponytail seemed to have missed all my hints and signals. She simply stood up behind the counter with a smile and said to the 2 drunk men, "Gentlemen, if you need to use the restroom, please go inside. If you would like to order, please return to your table, this young man will assist you." The moment she stood up, fully exposed in the light, there was a delicate, dreamlike beauty to her. The lust in their eyes became even more intense. "Pretty girl, I do not want him to take our order. I want you to do it." One of them spoke as he tried hard to lean closer to her, his mouth reeking of alcohol. Some people are just like that. Once they have a bit to drink, their true nature comes out without a trace of disguise. I sighed inwardly. Why did this girl not just back off for now? Was I going to have to play the hero and save the damsel again? I was about to extend both arms and push them each back when Little Ponytail frowned, covered her nose and mouth, stepped back into the corner, and called out toward the outside, "Uncle Yi, someone wants you to take their order." Then she gave me a look, signaling me to step back. I had no idea what she meant by that. If she just wanted me to back off to avoid getting hurt, I could understand. But why was she calling in old Yi, the one grilling the food? What was that supposed to accomplish? Was she not worried these men might hurt an older man? Then old Yi came in, cigarette in mouth, holding a metal skewer in one hand and a glowing red-hot charcoal stick clamped in tongs in the other. He had not even gotten close yet, but the heat radiating from the charcoal shot straight at the 2 men's faces. I had no doubt that if either of those objects touched them, the injuries would be severe, if not permanently disfiguring. The 2 drunk men were so startled by the sight that their drunkenness seemed to vanish in an instant. Old Ye's low voice rumbled, "Gentlemen, are you here to order?" As he said this, he extended the charcoal stick slightly forward. No, just going to the restroom," they replied, retreating quickly and answering in a panic. They turned and practically ran to the restroom, their footsteps quick and frantic, showing no sign of the drunken swagger from just moments earlier. Old Yi did not say another word. He gave me a look that carried a trace of approval, then turned around and went back outside to continue grilling. I was speechless, completely at a loss for what to say to Little Ponytail. This change caught me totally off guard. Where was the hero moment? Where was my extra nice guy credit? Such a perfect setup, such a classic scene, was ruined, hijacked, even, by a middle-aged barbecue vendor? Old Ye's actions earlier did not feel like those of just a simple food stall owner. From the calmness in his eyes, and the way he handled those 2 dangerous tools, I was convinced, this man had a story. At that moment, Little Ponytail flashed me a triumphant smile. The meaning was obvious, this time, my chivalry was useless, and I did not earn any good guy points. The 2 fake drunk men, after finishing in the restroom, did not even dare glance toward the counter. They went straight back to their table, ordered quietly, asked for a few beers, ate their food, paid the bill, and left. It was only then that Kong Ning returned to the store. As for me, Old Yi, and Wan Ning, we all shared a silent understanding. not a single word about what had happened was mentioned, as if it had never occurred. I resumed my busy work, but each time I handed a receipt to Old Yi, I could not help sneaking a glance at him. After several glances, he finally snapped, "Kid, what are you staring at? I am not some girl with a flower on her face." I laughed. I had thought he would be a very serious type, not one for jokes. Turns out, he could tease me. "Uncle Yi, judging by that stance earlier, were you trained before?" He squinted, still flipping skewers, and looked me over. "Someone like you, facing 10 or 20 guys would be no problem." I was a bit stunned. That would make him far more than just trained, right? Maybe even ex-military? But then why was he satisfied just running a barbecue stall? Old Yi shot me a sideways glance and continued, "Kid, you really believed that? If a fight broke out, you could knock me down with one hand." Suddenly, I really did feel like a kid in front of him. Even when he casually said he could take on 20 guys, I almost believed it. But that composure just now, it was not an act. My God, what was real and what was not? Old Yi exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "Go get back to work. You still want to get paid or not?" We kept working until about 1 in the morning before slowly starting to close up. I stacked the tables and chairs and placed them outside the shop, helping Old Yi bring the stall back inside. Boss Kong Ning handed me the day's wages, 30 yuan, with his usual cold expression. I felt a little rush of excitement as I accepted the money. This was my first income since arriving in Huacheng. Tomorrow's food and transport costs were now covered. Just then, Little Ponytail locked up the drawer, leaving only a small amount of loose change. The rest of the cash went into her small shoulder bag. She was getting ready to leave too. Kong Ning began cleaning up inside, getting ready to close. I had not yet dealt with the garbage on the ground when Little Ponytail walked out and said to Kong Ning and Old Yi, "Boss, it's late, I will walk Wan Ning home." Without waiting for Kong Ning's blackened expression to clear, she tossed aside her work apron and left the store with Wan Ning. Old Yi looked at the two of us with amusement and went back to helping me with the leftover garbage. A loud crash came from inside the shop. Even from a distance, I could feel the boss's rage. If he were not still cleaning up, I doubted he would have let me walk Wan Ning home. Little Ponytail, who exactly is Old Yi? Wan Ning seemed to be in a great mood today. Even after a whole night's work, her ponytail still swayed energetically. Him? His story, that's a long one. I was suddenly very curious about Old Yi. "Tell me about it." "What, you suddenly have time to pry into other people's stories? Do not tell me, you found a job?" She gave me a curious glance. I paused for 2 seconds and said, "Take a guess." Little Ponytail was a bit surprised. "You already found one on your first day?" She responded quickly. I kept a calm expression, wearing the demeanor of someone quietly capable. "Well? Magical, right?" In truth, as I said those words, I felt slightly uneasy. If she found out I had taken this temporary job just to pay back the 1,000+ yuan I owed Aunt Shu, would she laugh me to death? How could I possibly admit such a pathetic thing in front of a woman? The personal image I had worked so hard to build could not be destroyed by my own hand. Sure enough, stars appeared in Little Ponytail's eyes again. "That's impressive. What kind of job is it?" I hesitated. Shit, I forgot to ask Aunt Shu what kind of business her company was in. Oh! Suddenly I remembered, it was called Glorious Advertising? A big advertising company. A senior sales manager came to personally recruit me. Out of the whole company, I was the only one they hired. As if she was really recruiting. It was more like heaven sent her to mess with me. They did only hire me, technically, because she never went to any other stall to recruit anyone. Really? Then you are quite impressive. Little Ponytail did not suspect a thing. I felt a little guilty, but my face betrayed nothing. "Thanks for the temp job. Tomorrow's, oh no, today's, meal is now covered," I said sincerely. "It was nothing. Now that you have found a proper job, focus on that. If the day job is exhausting, you can stop working this shift, I can just tell my brother." I felt a wave of emotion. This girl, so thoughtful. It is fine. I am in good health. I can work during the day and still come in at night. Besides, this job was your idea, it shows your kindness. I cannot waste that. And let's be honest, who complains about earning too much? I smiled lightly. Looking at her face, relaxed and smiling, I suddenly asked, "Why did you help me find this job? We have only known each other for a day or two. You already helped me with the apartment, I am already really grateful." She seemed to think of something and fell silent for a moment. Do you know how many young people come here full of passion and positivity? But after a while, life and society beat them down, and many of them go astray. In this place, most people are new to Huacheng. If they are lucky, they find a stable job and earn some money, and within 6 months to a year, they move to better housing. But some people are not so lucky, they do not have good conditions, and they do not work hard. Eventually, they fall into chaos. Though we do not know each other well, and we have only just met, I can tell you are a decent person, someone with ambition. So I wanted to help, within my ability. She spoke very earnestly. I listened quietly, waves of emotion stirring inside me. When she finished, I looked at her and could not speak for a whole minute. Then, seriously, I said, "Little Ponytail, you are not human." Little Ponytail froze, clearly confused, not understanding why I would insult her at such a touching moment. I said even more seriously, "You are a goddess, a bodhisattva sent down from the heavens." She was completely thrown off by my sudden change of tone. She quickly turned her face away to avoid looking at me, but under the night lights, I could clearly see her face was as red as the setting sun. Even someone like her, calm and composed, was flustered by my sudden shift. Back in school, even the fierce Aunt Luo often got caught off guard by my abrupt style. A strange energy filled the space between us. She looked flustered, not knowing how to continue the conversation. I, on the other hand, was silently savoring her embarrassment under the weight of my words. Just as I was about to say something more, a loud cough came from behind us. Kong Ning came striding up with a dark expression, grabbed Little Ponytail by the arm, and quickly led her past me toward the street corner. "Jiang something, go home and rest. No need to escort Wan Ning anymore." Judging by how he was gasping for breath, he must have rushed to finish locking up the store before chasing after us. He just did not want me alone with his sister. I wondered if he had heard those last few things I said. Judging by his reaction, he must have caught some of it. Wan Ning looked back and gave me an apologetic nod, then followed her brother home. I looked at Kong Ning's expression and found it amusing. As they walked away, I called out loudly, "Little Ponytail, I will remember your kindness." I noticed Kong Ning's whole shoulder twitched at those words. Under Little Ponytail's gentle tug, he hurried away. I grinned with satisfaction. I felt the 30 yuan in my pocket and watched Little Ponytail's silhouette disappear into the distance, my heart filled with contentment. Although I had only been here for 2 days, I had seen both the glamour and the darkness of this international metropolis. The countless skyscrapers, the endless stream of people and cars, the overwhelming number of businesses. I had encountered vicious types at the station, thieves who stole my hard-earned money, shameless men bullying girls on buses, and security guards who looked down on people. But there were also kind landlords, a mysterious and skillful Uncle Yi, a fellow dreamer like Xiao Luo, and a kind-hearted, almost angelic Wan Ning. As for the workplace woman Shu, I still was not sure where to place her. For now, I would keep her in the middle category. So, Wan Ning's heartfelt words just now were not only informative, they were a warning and an act of care. Her words wiped away all the bleakness I had seen in the past 2 days. I let out a long breath and looked up at the sky. It was after 1 o'clock, the darkest hour of the night. The sky was full of stars, clearly visible. The brightest one, just like Wan Ning, seemed to be winking at me. On the way back to the rental room, even when I was bumped by a drunk man, I kindly helped him up. I did not, as I might have before, leave him by a gutter to wake up either covered in vomit or choked by sewer gas. I passed the alley next to the one with all the young women. It was still lively, but I had no interest in watching the show. I returned to the rental room quickly, washed up, and went to bed. I fell asleep instantly. It was the kind of deep sleep that comes from both physical exhaustion and inner peace. I slept until daylight. When I checked my little alarm clock, shit, it was already 8 o'clock? My heart sank, late on the first day of work at that workplace woman Shu's company? Just thinking about her icy expression yesterday sent shivers down my spine. I bought something quick to eat on the road and rushed off. The whole way, I was filled with anxiety. I was pushed onto the bus, surrounded by a crowd, and then squeezed like a sardine among the passengers. When the bus reached the stop, I was shoved back out of the crowd onto the pavement. I had not even started working yet, and I was already drenched in sweat. If I were not in decent physical condition, I probably would have been injured just from getting on and off the bus. Even if my ribs did not break, they would have at least been bruised. With a business card in one hand and a map of Huaqing in the other, I busily asked for directions from passers-by and the people at newspaper kiosks. After much effort, I finally found the Huixing building. Once I exited the elevator, I saw a large advertisement board standing upright, glorious advertising. I was stunned. Yesterday, I was bragging to Little Ponytail, saying it was a big advertising company. I honestly did not expect, it really was big. So big, in fact, that the entire floor belonged to this one company. I carefully checked the business card again and again. No mistake, this was the place. Behind the transparent glass doors, there was a spacious reception area, with several beautiful girls in uniforms sitting at the front desk. On the backdrop behind them was the full company name, Watching Glorious Advertising Company, Limited. Beyond that, I could not see anything, the backdrop wall blocked the rest of the view. At that moment, I saw the clock hanging on the wall, it was already past 9:10. The main doors were closed, and there were no employees coming in or out. I tried to push the door open, but it would not budge. It seemed there was an access control system. Looking around, I spotted a doorbell next to the frame and pressed it. A pretty girl came over to open the door. "Who are you here to see?" she asked politely, but she did not fully open the door, just a narrow crack as she spoke. "I am here to start work. My name is Jiang Ning," I said with a smile. I glanced at her name badge. It read Administrative, Lu Mei. Indeed, her brows matched the name, like delicate willow leaves. Lu Mei frowned slightly, clearly displeased that I had been staring at her chest to read the badge. "Where is your offer letter? Let me check which department you are in." She extended her hand. I was completely puzzled. What offer letter? That workplace woman Shu had only tossed me a business card. What offer letter was she talking about? Lu Mei's face immediately turned stern. "You dare say you are here to start work without an offer letter?" I felt deeply wronged. "I was really recruited yesterday by someone from your company at the job fair. They told me to come in today." Lu Mei suddenly smiled. "Hey handsome, you look decent enough. Are you selling credit cards or insurance? Why do you people always use the 'I'm here to start work' trick to get through our doors? Trying to sneak in to hand out flyers and scout for leads? Do you even know what kind of place this is?" "What kind of place? Is it not just a glass door?" Click, the door locked with a loud snap. I was afraid she would not believe me, so I reached into my pocket for Aunt Shu's business card to show her, but she had already turned back to the reception desk. Through the glass door, I could see her whispering to the other two receptionists. It was obvious she was telling them that she had just turned away another slick guy trying to sneak in under false pretenses. The two of them looked over at me at almost the same time. Judging by the shapes of their mouths, I could tell they were exclaiming, "Wow, he really is kind of good looking." But still, no way in. I was a bit surprised by their reaction, but just for a moment. Who was I? How could I be defeated by a few pretty girls? And how could they mistake me for some kind of con artist? I rang the doorbell again. The three girls heard it. Lu Mei's face showed her disgust, she clearly had no intention of coming over again. The other two girls, curious and a bit amused, came over together and pressed the button inside to open the door slightly. "Handsome, just tell us straight, are you selling insurance or credit cards? If you admit it, maybe we will let you in for a bit just because you are good looking." Before they could finish, I raised the business card. "I am really here to start work. Manager Shu asked me to come today." The two girls took the business card from me with surprise, flipping it over in their hands. "Hey, it really is Manager Shu's card." "Yeah, could it be that he was really sent by her?" "Lu Mei, come look, he actually has Manager Shu's card." I also took a glance at their name tags. Both were administrative assistants. One was named Zhou Tong, the other Yi Hongye. I was stunned. Administrative assistants? This really was a large-scale company. I never really understood why name tags had to be pinned to the chest. Why not the collar? If I wanted to check their names, I had to stare at a very sensitive area. If I looked even a second too long, I might get labeled as a pervert. Why could they not just wear them on the collar? Zhou Tong and Yi Hongye did not mind me looking at all. They even stood up straighter, as if to help me see more clearly. Do I seem like someone who would not appreciate that? Of course not. Lu Mei, now clearly annoyed, came over from behind the counter again. I noticed the outfit: high heels, black stockings, a professional skirt, a little black blazer, and underneath, a white shirt with a wide collar. She was dressed exactly like the woman who came with Aunt Shu yesterday. So this was the fabled white collar look? It really did look good. She snatched the card from my hand and examined it carefully. Her expression began to change slightly. "It really is Manager Shu's business card." "Yes, Sister Lu, he does not look like a scammer either. What if Manager Shu really sent him, and we do not let him in? We would get scolded to death." Zhou Tong looked genuinely nervous at the mention of Manager Shu. "So, she has a fearsome reputation? Manager Shu. Looks like she is not just harsh with me, she must treat everyone the same. Why is there no offer letter?" Lu Mei still looked very cautious. She did not give me one. She had an urgent matter at the time, just made a call, tossed me her business card, and left. Told me to come today to start work. That was the honest truth. And besides, could you not just ask Manager Shu and clarify everything? Why put me through all this trouble? Zhou Tong and Yi Hongye now realized I only had a business card and no formal offer letter. Their expressions became somewhat hesitant. "Do you remember?" Lu Mei said, "That one time, someone came with General Manager Lu's business card, claiming he had been invited. I let him in, only to find out later he was here to sell credit cards. I got a brutal scolding from General Manager Lu and lost 500 yuan in performance bonus. At the mention of that incident, Lu Mei looked visibly uneasy. Seems like General Manager Lu is tough too, or maybe it was just the financial penalty that left her so wary. Ladies, how about this, you give Manager Shu a call and confirm? Then everything will be clear. The three of them looked at each other, then shook their heads in unison. With her temper? We would not dare. Just for something like this, call her? If it turns out we are wrong, we might get fired. Looks like Manager Shu has a far fiercer temper than General Manager Lu. I was getting anxious, it had already been over 10 minutes, and I still could not get in. I was standing outside, blocked by three women, utterly humiliated. Just as I was thinking of another way, the three of them suddenly stood up straight, quickly opened the door, and called out toward the entrance, "Good morning, Manager Shu." I turned around, and sure enough, it was Manager Shu. Still the same delicate face, light makeup, but today with a different pair of high heels. She carried a briefcase with some English brand I could not read, stepping confidently inside. "Good morning, Manager Shu." She paused for a moment. Perhaps no one in the company usually called her manager, only Director Shu or Shu Zong. She looked me over carefully, and seemed to recall the events of yesterday. Annoyed, she said to Lu Mei, "Get his onboarding paperwork started. Assign him to Sales Division 1 as a sales assistant. Have him fill in all the detailed information. And the three of you, memorize his profile well. He owes me 1,720 yuan. Make sure he does not sneak out of it." The three young ladies all opened their mouths wide in shock and stared at me in disbelief. As I was filling out the onboarding forms, the three of them crowded around me, chattering like three female monkeys in the park who had been single for a long time and had suddenly discovered a strong and vigorous male monkey. "You are called Jiang Ning. You are from Yuzhong. Just graduated. Your handwriting is so beautiful. Hey, Jiang Ning, our new colleague, did you not just arrive in Huacheng? How did you meet our manager Shu?" Yes, just now Manager Shu said you owe her over 1,000 yuan, is that true? Yeah, come on, what is going on? Tell us. We promise not to tell anyone else. I really wanted to record all of this and play it back for the workplace woman Shu, so she would realize that it was she herself who had just told these three gossip queens about me owing her money. I thought, under normal circumstances, Manager Shu would not discuss such matters with administrative staff. If she did, then there could only be two possibilities. 1. She was extremely close to these three pretty girls. 2. Seeing me had made her so furious that she lost her composure. Good heavens, and at this moment, the desire of these three women to gossip had actually surpassed their fear of Manager Shu? That tells you everything about the universal ailment among women. From what you were saying earlier, you seem to be really afraid of Manager Shu. Yet you still dare to ask about her. I teased them. Zhou Tong immediately poked her head out past the backdrop wall to check whether Manager Shu was nearby. After confirming the coast was clear, she gave the other two a quick okay sign. Manager Shu has just been in a bad mood lately. Aside from being meticulous at work, in private she is still pretty decent to us. Yi Hongye blurted out her assessment of Manager Shu's personality. In that moment, I gained some insight into Manager Shu's general temperament. I cursed my luck internally. Turns out I had walked right into her line of fire. Come on, tell us, how did you end up owing her so much money? She really just threw you a business card without giving you a formal offer letter? Zhou Tong had not given up on her curiosity. When a woman's heart becomes intent on gossip, there is absolutely no stopping her. I knew that if I did not give them at least a bit of inside information, these three would never let me go. I can tell you. But first, can you tell me what exactly this position is, and how much it pays per month? Lu Mei was surprised. What? Did Manager Shu not tell you yesterday? She did not have the time. She tossed me her business card and left. I did not even get a chance to ask. Suddenly, the three exchanged looks. Jiang Ning, are you sure you did not know Manager Shu from before? I was stunned, set down my pen, and looked up at their three distinct faces. I really do not. Today is my third day in Huacheng. Lu Mei frowned slightly. Then, did you offend her yesterday? What do you mean? This position is usually only offered to women. They have never hired a man before. So either she really wants to train you from the ground up, or you offended her and she is assigning you this job on purpose. At that moment, the three gossip-loving girls stared at me, unblinking, clearly trying to read the truth from my expression. I opened my mouth and thought, damn, Manager Shu really is ruthless. Assigning a job like this, meant for women, to a man like me? That is just bullying. I really did offend her. I accidentally bumped into her yesterday and broke the heel of her high-heeled shoe. She demanded I compensate her 1,800 yuan. I only had 80 on me, so now I owe her 1,720. She knew I had just arrived in the city and probably could not pay her back, so she told me to work here for a month to repay it. The three gossip girls exchanged lightning-fast glances. No words needed, everything was communicated with their eyes. The look said it all, so that's what happened. What a pity, there was not much juicy content in the story. You still have not answered me. How much does this job pay per month? By this point, I had finished filling out the personal information form and handed it to Lu Mei. She took another form from the drawer and carefully wrote the salary amount in the salary section, 1,800. I drew a sharp breath. Even in her fury, Manager Shu had not lost her sharp awareness of numbers. A month's salary, exactly enough to pay for her shoes. The 80 was already collected as a down payment. Damn, she really calculated it down to the yuan. Lu Mei handed the form back to me. Take this to Manager Shu's office and get her signature. Then, deliver it to Director Du in the HR department, and your onboarding process will be complete. After that, come back here to receive your office supplies. We will assign you a workstation. Hearing that, my heart sank. I had to go see her again? The three girls looked at my expressive face with amusement. While sorting through my forms, they also began preparing the office supplies for me. How could I lose face in front of them? I slapped my thigh and stood up tall, confidently carrying the two forms as I strode toward the main office area. It really was a large office, just this area alone had dozens of cubicles, all neatly arranged. Every station had a computer, 2 telephones, file cabinets, and assorted office supplies. Most of the desks were occupied. The few that were empty did not look abandoned either, documents and supplies were scattered across them. Probably the occupants were out on errands. Setting aside Manager Shu, I had to admit, this company really was damn big. Just looking at the scale of the workspace and staff, you could tell. No wonder they moved their recruitment booth to the downstairs tent. No wonder Manager Shu was so pissed off. It truly did not match their actual stature. The entire office floor was carpeted. As I walked, there was not a sound. I sighed inwardly, impressed. This is what a real powerhouse company in a first-tier international city looks like. At the very back, there were only 2 offices, one on the left and one on the right. In between was a large lounge area, with comfortable seating, tea-making equipment, and tables full of various fruits, some of which I could not even identify. Above it was a sign, Tea Room. I was slightly dumbfounded, every detail made me feel the same thing, this place has power. Especially when I saw the 2 big offices. The one on the left was labeled General Manager Lu's office. The one on the right was Deputy General Manager Shu Mei's office. The office door was open. I could see her writing something at her desk. I knocked. Without looking up, she said, "Come in." I walked in quickly and handed her the 2 documents. "Manager Shu, administration said this form needs your signature." She did not even read the contents, but in the approval column, she simply wrote, "Approved for 1 month as a temporary employee." I had so many questions I wanted to ask her right then. "Manager Shu, are you serious?" The sales department seats were completely full, there was not a single vacant one. Lu Mei finally managed to find a spot for me, but it was the one closest to Manager Shu's office. Good heavens, my luck lately was truly dreadful. Being right under her nose meant she could torment me whenever she liked. "Miss Lu, is there no other seat available? This one feels a bit off, like the feng shui is bad," I asked quickly. Once a seat was assigned, it would be even harder to change it. Lu Mei no longer showed any trace of the coldness she had earlier when she did not want to let me in. She now wore a gentle smile. "Jiang, my dear sir, it was not easy finding even this one. Besides, Manager Shu specifically said you are to be the assistant in Sales Division 1. This is the only spot available in that division." My heart sank. "I noticed your administrative area is quite spacious. Why not put me there instead? Working alongside a few lovely ladies would at least keep the spirits up." Lu Mei knew I was joking and burst into laughter. As she helped me sort out my office supplies, she kept sneaking glances toward the 2 executive offices. "Look at this position, it is barely part of Sales Division 1. This big partition completely separates me from the sales team, and I am stuck between the 2 big bosses and the tea room. My dear Miss Lu, are you trying to get me killed?" I joked with her while setting up my desk. At that moment, a loud cough came from behind us. "Lu, hurry up and get him settled. Give him the company's basic profile. He has 1 hour to read it. Then test him. If he scores below 60, deduct 100. The workplace woman Shu did not come out of her office, but leaned halfway out. Her voice was sharp and clear, perfectly audible to both of us. Lu Mei jumped in fright and rushed back to the front desk. She returned with a thick book, so thick it looked like a brick, and quietly pointed out a few key pages for me to review while Manager Shu went back into her office. These were probably the parts the assessment would cover. Lu Mei quickly returned to the admin area, leaving me alone with the monstrous stack of material. I was dumbfounded. My God, this was their basic information? How could a basic file be over 100 pages thick? Time to show them my photographic memory. After 50 minutes, I suddenly realized I had been bragging. This was not a novel. Not a storybook. This was a company manual with 0 hooks for memory association. Manager Shu had not come out during this time. I glanced at the time on the computer and took the chance to sneak over to the admin area. Miss Lu, could you let me take a peek at the assessment form? I looked at her pitifully. Like a puppy begging its owner. I have always believed that a real man must know when to bend. Right now, I was the meat on the chopping block. Swallowing my pride to beg a colleague was hardly beneath me. Lu Mei gave me an amused glance, but her tone was firm. Absolutely not. If they find out, I will be held accountable too. Did I not just tell you which sections to focus on? The problem is, even those sections are several thousand words each. In just 1 hour, I can barely finish reading them, let alone memorize anything. Zhou Tong also came over, leaning on the desk. Her blouse was not particularly tight, but when she leaned forward, her neckline gaped slightly. My eyes, completely involuntarily, glanced in that direction. The curves were not that high, tightly wrapped in fabric, but the color was very white. I looked quickly, then jerked my gaze upward to avoid being caught and branded a pervert. Miss Zhou, help me out here. I cannot afford to get docked on my very first day. If she takes more money from me, I will not even be able to pay off my debt in a month. I put on the full act of a pitiful servant. Zhou Tong smiled and bit her lip. That really is impossible. If they find out, we will all be in trouble. Do you want to be the only one punished, or drag us down with you? But listen, if you really do not know something, just say so. Manager Shu likes honesty. Just do not bluff or make things up. If it is not too far off, she will probably still pass you. I see. I adjusted my mood quickly, threw a flirtatious look at the 3 of them, and returned swiftly to my seat. There were only a few minutes left. I quickly skimmed through the document one last time. What I read next shocked me. This company was truly, astonishingly large. And this was just the headquarters. There was also a production branch located in the suburbs. They had all kinds of mid- and large-scale production equipment, machines I had never heard of or seen before. Aside from sales, they had departments for planning, media, and a dozen other specialized areas. Their total staff exceeded 300. I exhaled deeply. For an advertising company to be this big was extremely rare. The last few pages listed the company's accolades. Top 10 advertising companies in the province. Outstanding Creative Award. Selected for the mainland fortune list. And numerous foreign awards with names in English I could not even understand. The more I read, the more awestruck I became. This company was no joke. Now I understood why Manager Shu's shoes cost nearly 2,000 yuan. The hour was up. I closed the manual. After reading all that, a new feeling arose in my heart. If I could land a real position here, maybe it would not be so bad. Lu Mei returned right on time, took back the manual, then went to ask Manager Shu if the assessment could begin. Soon after, she came out swaying her hips. Jiang Ning, Manager Shu wants you in her office. Huh? I thought there was going to be a written test. Manager Shu said she would assess you personally. Lu Mei gave me a strange look. Lowering her voice, she asked, "Are you hiding something from us?" I was stunned and shook my head rapidly. Then why is a little assistant like you being tested by Manager Shu herself? Something must be going on. As I watched her walk away briskly, my heart sank. Shit. I had hoped Lu Mei would conduct the test, so I could maybe charm my way through it. Who would have thought Manager Shu herself would handle it? Now Lu Mei was probably off whispering with those 2 gossipy girls again, speculating about the true nature of my relationship with Manager Shu. I composed myself, took a sip of water, and adjusted my clothes. Knocked. She was on the phone. Seeing me, she pointed to the chair in front of her desk, signaling me to sit and wait. I hesitated. The last time I overheard her on the phone, I got into serious trouble. Would it be even worse this time? I gritted my teeth and stepped forward. Whatever. She was the one who asked me to come. I had gotten used to bad luck these past 2 days. What the hell was there to be afraid of? While standing at the door, I could vaguely hear that she was talking to a major client on the phone. Her tone and attitude were completely different from the cold, icy demeanor she usually showed toward me. But of course, not everyone would end up like me, having to plead with 3 girls just to get through an assessment. Sitting in the chair opposite her, I could hear every word of her phone call clearly. President Zhang, our contract will expire next month. Do you think we could find time to renew it? As she spoke, I watched her closely. Her voice was neither too high nor too low, neither submissive nor ingratiating. It carried just the right amount of professionalism and calm confidence. While continuing the call, she slowly rotated her chair slightly. Her side profile now directly faced me. I saw her long, slender fingers gripping the phone. Her nails had delicate patterns. From this angle, I could see the necktie she had fastened at an angle, and the spectacular fullness beneath it. What? You want to talk it over while having lunch at the restaurant near your office? Sure, still at 10 Mile Fragrance? Tiantan Hall? All right, I will be there at 11:30 sharp. She gently hung up the phone. She turned her chair and looked straight at me. I quickly lifted my gaze by a foot. Manager Xu, Lu from administration said you would personally assess me? She stood up. I do not have time right now. Clearly, she meant she was busy at the moment. That sounded like an opportunity. I could return to Lu and go over the materials again, giving myself more time to prepare. Just as I was about to celebrate, she shifted her gaze and continued, no more assessment on the basic materials. We are switching the format. I have to meet with an important client today to finalize our advertising agency contract for the second half of the year. You will follow me the entire time, assist me, and your performance will serve as your assessment. My brain went numb. Manager Xu, what kind of unpredictable move is this? But did I even have the right to object? Can I opt out? I had no such right, but I still expressed my thoughts. It was my first day, and now she wanted me to meet a major client, even if I was only there to assist. If something went wrong, how many days of unpaid labor would I owe her to cover the loss? It was not that I lacked confidence. It was just that the shadow she cast over me yesterday was too heavy. What did you say? She suddenly raised her voice and snapped at me. I flinched. What was that for? Had no one ever dared question her arrangements? But I quickly responded, Manager Xu, what I meant is, I just arrived, and I am not familiar with anything yet. What if I make a mistake with such an important client? Manager Xu's expression softened slightly after hearing me speak calmly and respectfully. With me there, what are you afraid of? What is there to worry about? I opened my mouth but said nothing. Seeing her so full of confidence, I thought, if she is not afraid, then why the hell should I be? If it goes badly, worst case, I find another job and pay her back with future earnings. I stood up decisively. All right, Manager Xu. What do you need me to prepare? Go to the front desk and ask Zhou Tong to find the documents for the LE company. Leave the company name and blank out the rest. Print 2 copies. Bring them with you. We will leave shortly. I nodded and turned to leave. Just as I reached the door, she seemed to remember something. Wait a moment. What was your name again? Jiang Ning. Jiang from Jiangnan, Ning from Tranquility leads to far-reaching goals. I noticed that behind her, a large plaque hung on the wall. The very words written on it were, Tranquility leads to far-reaching goals. My God, whoever gave her that calligraphy really knew her too damn well. This Manager Xu, with her explosive temper, really does need some tranquility and long-term vision. She paused for a moment, seeming to find the coincidence mildly amusing. Jiang Ning, do you know how to drive? I was astonished. Was she seriously asking, or had she not read my file at all? I had just graduated. Where would I have gotten a license? Sure, you could take the test in college, and I heard there was a discount, but back then, I had to do work-study jobs just to eat. How could I have had spare money for a license? I shook my head. Forget it. I will drive then. Go get the documents first. I quickly left to find Zhou Tong. The girls at the front desk were all shocked to see me running back so quickly. Hey, Jiang the handsome one, done with your assessment already? Finished? Must have failed. Yeah, who gets called in for just a few minutes and comes out that fast? I put on a serious face, frowned slightly, and said to the 3 lovely ladies, Manager Xu asked me to call you over. All 3 jumped up in shock and rushed over. No way. What happened? Yeah, why does Manager Xu want us? Could it be she heard what we said about her earlier? We are screwed. What should we do? Seeing them flustered and spinning in circles, I could not help but laugh out loud. Zhou Tong, Manager Xu asked you to help me print the contract for the LE company. Leave the company name, blank out the rest. Only then did they realize I had been joking. Zhou Tong patted her chest, and that movement nearly hypnotized me. Jiang Ning, I did not expect you to be such a trickster. Tease us like that, see if we help you again next time. I hurriedly apologized and begged for forgiveness. They nearly started beating me up on the spot. The power of Manager Xu was truly overwhelming. When Lu Mei heard I was looking for the LE company's contract, she was shocked again. Jiangning, and you still claim you have nothing to do with Manager Shu? This company is one of our top clients. Manager Shu has always handled them personally. She has never taken anyone with her before. Zhou Tong opened the computer, quickly located the file, saved it, blanked out the non-company name content, and printed it. Yeah, Jiang, I really think there is something going on between you and Manager Shu. For her to bring a newbie to a meeting with such an important client. The more I insisted there was nothing, the less they believed me. Eventually, I stopped talking. I figured, the more I explained, the less they would believe. Fine, I will tell you the truth about my relationship with her, I said, intending to tease them while waiting for the contract to print. The three immediately turned their heads and stared at me. Spill it. She is my. Just then, the printer finished the first copy, with one more to go. The three girls looked at me with eyes full of burning gossip lust, staring at me intently. Debt collector. I grabbed the 2 copies of the contract and bolted before the 3 of them could beat me up. It was the truth, yet none of them seemed to believe it anymore. I could not be bothered to explain, let them think what they want. After all, this entire mess was created by Manager Shu herself. Then, before we even made it to the underground parking garage, I had already endured several rounds of criticism from her. You are just carrying the contracts like that, with nothing else? You did not know to ask Lu and the others for a document folder? And these contracts, why are there no stamps? I wanted the contract stamp, not the company seal. Do you even know what you are doing? I was flustered and sweating bullets. Lady, it is literally my first day on the job, do not treat me like I am a seasoned employee. I cursed her in my heart. I went back and had Zhou Tong reprint 2 copies of the contract, this time with the correct contract stamp, and got a craft paper document folder to put them in properly. Manager Shu had already been waiting for me at the door for 5 minutes. We headed downstairs quickly to the underground parking. When I saw her approach an SUV with 4 rings on the front, I was stunned. What was that model again? One of those that costs over $1 million? I could not recall. It was well outside the realm of things a poor guy like me would know. I opened the rear door and was immediately scolded again. Why are you getting in the back? Do you think this is a taxi? Suddenly, I had the intense urge to pull her out of the driver's seat, smack her ass hard, then throw her in the back and drive off, flooring the gas, just to hear her scream. But I could not. I do not hit women. I do not hit my boss. More importantly, I do not know how to drive. Frustrated, I got into the passenger seat. She was fastening her seatbelt. The strap crossed over her chest, emphasizing an already dramatic silhouette. I swallowed hard and thought, Mother of God, this is almost on par with Aunt Luo's. What are you staring at? Buckle your seatbelt already. I was used to riding bicycles, what did I know about seatbelts? Tractors, buses, public transit, none of them had belts. You have never worn a seatbelt before? She asked, seeing me fumble awkwardly with the strap. Well, no. What even is this thing? She had fastened hers too fast earlier for me to see how it worked. I tried a few times but could not figure it out. She grew impatient, undid her own belt, leaned over, half her body nearly on top of mine. That faint fragrance drifted into my nose again, so pleasant. What perfume was that? Grab this end, pull it across your body, and plug it into this buckle. When the buckle clicked into place, she quickly returned to her seat and floored the gas. Vroom, we shot forward. If it had not been for the seatbelt, I might have been thrown out of the car. But the document folder in my hands was not so lucky, it flew out and landed on the floor mat. I hurried to lean down and pick it up, but I could not move. The seatbelt really was damn secure. Why do you not just unbuckle it and pick it up? Why are you so dumb? You look smart, at least. This woman's temper? There's a red button below the latch. Press it down to release the seatbelt. Sure enough, a gentle press, and the buckle popped free. I quickly picked up the contract folder from the floor and secured it. This time, I buckled up on my own without needing instruction. But I was still annoyed at her temper. On purpose, I tugged left and right, pretending I could not fasten it. She nearly called me an idiot. She looked ready to explode again, but when she saw my slightly panicked and clumsy movements, she held back. She stopped the car and leaned over me again to help fasten it. You try it yourself again, learn it properly. I chuckled inwardly but kept a nervous expression on my face. In reality, I had figured it out long ago. What is that smell on you? As she started driving again, she sniffed the air like she had picked up something unusual. Smell? What smell? I shower every day. I felt wrongfully accused. Why do you smell like cooking smoke? And is that cumin? Her nose really was sharp. Was there? I sniffed myself carefully. Sure enough, a faint barbecue smell lingered. I had worked several hours at the grill last night, and the scent had not yet faded. Oh, I worked a shift at a barbecue stand last night. Maybe the smell is still there, I said openly. Was I supposed to admit I had grilled skewers for breakfast this morning? That would be a bit too far-fetched. She was clearly shocked. You little brat, you already have a job, and instead of getting rest at night, you run off to work at a barbecue stand? I cursed her inwardly. I'm doing it to pay off your damn debt, and to feed myself. Would I push myself this hard otherwise? At that moment, I thought of Little Ponytail and felt oddly calm. Besides, someone like her, driving a luxury car, working in a high-end office, sitting atop the food chain, how could she possibly understand the struggles of someone like me, freshly arrived in Hwacheng and scraping by at the very bottom? Oh, I just had nothing to do at night. Taking on an extra job and experiencing different types of work and lives seemed like a good idea. She was silent for half a minute. Finally, she muttered angrily, after work, I do not care what you do, but whatever it is, it must not affect your work the next day. Manager Shu, do not worry. Even though it is only my first day, I still have a sense of commitment. As long as I am working here, I will give it my all. Honestly, even when I was doing work study back in school, handing out flyers on the street, or grilling meat yesterday, I gave it my full effort. I can proudly say I earned every cent I made. At that moment, her mood seemed to ease slightly. She herself felt something strange. She did not know why, but every time she saw me, she seemed to get easily agitated. Was it because I broke her shoe? But she had dozens of pairs, why care about one? Was it because I had overheard her argument with her husband over the phone? Was there something she could not hide when I was around? She could not figure it out. I did not feel like speaking either. She had nothing to say. The car was silent. It really was a good car, despite the chaos outside, the interior was as quiet as night. It reminded me of that street corner back in Xian Village, inside the car and outside, this side of the road and that, two different worlds. Just like her and me, inside the same car, yet still from two separate worlds. Manager Shu, when we meet the client later, is there anything I should be aware of? I broke the silence on purpose. No matter what, I was here to work, and more than that, to learn. However long I stayed did not matter. If I worked even a single day, I had to gain something from it. When I asked this question, I was quite serious, gazing even more intently at her delicate side profile. Her profile, beneath its calm surface, was sharply defined, almost like a sculpture. Such a high-ranking, elite career woman, beautiful as a flower, was already rare enough. For someone like me, a complete rookie just stepping into the workplace, it was the very first time I had met one. For a moment, I found myself staring in a daze. As long as the contract is ready, that's enough. No need to prepare anything special. In a while, when we meet with President Zhang for a meal, speak less, listen and observe more. She knew this was my first job, my first day at work. Even if there were things I needed to be mindful of or requirements to meet, it was unlikely I could grasp them right away. Saying less, listening more, and observing more, that was the proper way. As she spoke, her faintly violet lips moved up and down. I had never seen that shade of lipstick before. It was like the color of peach blossoms in March. I stared like a fool for over a minute before she finally noticed. She snapped, slightly annoyed, "What are you looking at?" I blurted out, "Manager Shu, your lipstick looks really beautiful." Her hand on the steering wheel trembled slightly. She clearly had not expected me to say that. I guessed that no subordinate had ever dared to speak to her this way before. To think that a temp who had just joined the company would dare to comment on her like that? She grew angry. "So what if it looks beautiful? It is not for you to look at." Fuming, she lifted her right hand and slapped the steering wheel hard. The car horn blared abruptly, startling me, and even startling her. Why did she keep losing her composure in front of this kid? I was first surprised, then shocked. That was quite a reaction. Besides, I was complimenting her. Why get angry? Was this woman taking herself too seriously? I was angry now, really angry. I spoke out bluntly and loudly, "What's the matter? I see something nice, and I'm not allowed to say it? And anyway, you're this beautiful, how can you not let people look, or let people say it? What kind of person are you? After all, I was just a temp. Did I have to put up with her bad temper all the time? It was just a little over 1,000 yuan. At most, I could work for a month or two, put in a bit more effort, and easily repay her money. So, I felt there was no need to keep backing down. Women, you cannot spoil them too much. Hearing my words, Manager Shu's mouth fell open in shock. A rush of heat surged from her brain through her entire body and down to her toes. With a loud screech, the luxury SUV with the 4-ring emblem almost skidded sideways to a stop in the middle of the road. A loud crack came from behind, the sound of a collision. Damn, we had been rear-ended. Sure enough, both she and I got out of the car and went to the back. A taxi had crashed its front end into our rear bumper. Good heavens, the luxury SUV only had a bit of paint scraped off, but the taxi's headlights were completely shattered. My God, what kind of car is this? It is rock solid. The taxi driver stopped, turned on his hazard lights, quickly got out, and upon seeing his smashed front end, trembled with rage. He yelled at me, "What the hell kind of driving is that? Nothing was going on ahead, and you suddenly slam the brakes like a damn fool? Do you even know how to drive?" He kept cursing nonstop while shouting at me. This was a serious accusation. He thought I was the driver? That was completely unfair. But it was my first time dealing with something like this. I had no idea what to do. Was I supposed to tell him that I was not driving, that it was my boss? Just then, Madame Shu came over. The sudden incident had caught her off guard, leaving her embarrassed, irritated, and angry. When she heard the taxi driver shouting at me, her temper flared instantly. "I say, you're the one who hit my car, and you still have the nerve to yell at someone? What kind of driving is that?" The driver looked up and saw Manager Shu. Faced with such an exquisitely beautiful woman, even though she was yelling at him, his anger subsided considerably. "If you had not slammed the brakes, how could I have hit you?" The driver felt like he had terrible luck. He recognized this car, worth over 1,000,000 yuan, and if he were found fully responsible, he could be working for free for months, maybe even a year. So his first instinct was to shift the blame, to find any possible fault on our side. Even if he had to bear some responsibility, he wanted it to be as little as possible. "You were tailgating us so closely, and now you blame us for braking suddenly?" Madame Shu retorted angrily. I had gathered the gist of it, but I did not really understand traffic laws, so I could not join in the argument. Watching Madame Shu direct all her anger at him was oddly satisfying. "If you had not braked suddenly, how could I have crashed into you? Tell me, beautiful lady, why exactly did you slam the brakes like that?" I immediately looked at Madame Shu, curious how she would answer. Would she say it was because I had talked back to her just now, startling her into suddenly stomping on the brakes? Her face suddenly turned red and pale at the same time. "Call the police and let them handle it. I do not have time to stand here arguing with you." She reached for her phone to make the call. The driver panicked. If the police got involved, he probably would not get away lightly. He quickly softened his tone, blocking her hand. No, beautiful lady, let us settle this privately, all right? If we call the police, it will waste time and cost me money." Privately? Was that even possible here? How? Seeing that his attitude had changed, Madame Shu checked the time on her phone and decided not to dial after all. "Forget it, we are in a hurry. You do not have to pay. Go, Jiang Ning." She flicked her hand dismissively, quickly got back in the car. I, still bewildered, followed her inside, while the driver stared wide-eyed, unable to believe that this stunning, furious woman would let him off so easily. If she had insisted on going through official channels, he truly could not have afforded it. We set off again. After that little episode, silence fell between us. There was a strange tension in the car. I had no idea how to start talking to her again, and she kept quiet, regaining her composure. When we arrived at the Shilixiang restaurant, it was already 11:40. Thanks to the earlier delay, we were 10 minutes late for our appointment. I saw her park the car and check her watch, her brows furrowed. "Manager Shu, about what happened earlier, please do not take it to heart. I am new to society, and there is a lot I do not know. I tend to speak bluntly. Please do not hold it against me." I could sense that she valued this meeting very much. Otherwise, she would not have let the driver go so easily. So I took the initiative to voice my thoughts. We could not let a trivial matter ruin business. She hesitated briefly. Clearly, I was still sticking to my opinion. "You are this beautiful, and yet you will not let people look, will not let people say it?" When we entered the spacious Tiantan Hall, there were already 3 people seated inside. One sat in the main seat, 2 others sat below him, and to his left there was an empty seat. When the career woman Shu walked in with me, the man in the main seat, a middle-aged man around 40, was momentarily stunned, but quickly smiled warmly at Madame Shu and said, "What a rare occasion, Director Shu. I did not expect our Director Shu would ever be late." The other 2 joined him in laughter. Madame Shu adjusted her pace, quickening slightly, and smiled back at the middle-aged man. Apologies, President Zhang. We hit a bit of traffic on the way. Manager Chen, Manager Su, good to see you." From their appearance, the other 2 were also mid-level managers under President Zhang, and important enough to be invited to dine here. "And who is this young man? Looks unfamiliar," President Zhang asked curiously. The 3 of them almost simultaneously stood up. President Zhang even pulled out the empty chair beside him for Madame Shu to sit in. I naturally moved toward the seat farthest out, where the food would be served. After Madame Shu sat down, she introduced me to the three. Gentlemen, this is Jiang Ning, our company's newly hired sales assistant. Today happens to be his first day, so I brought him along to learn from you all and broaden his horizons. Please guide him well. I immediately stood, bowed slightly, and said, Good day, leaders. My name is Jiang Ning. I look forward to your guidance. Only then did President Zhang's gaze reluctantly move away from Madame Shu's exquisitely beautiful face and turn toward me. When he saw my height, build, and face, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly for some reason. Good, a fine-looking young man. If Director Shu sees potential in you, you surely cannot be bad. Sit, we will have a few drinks together later. After greeting them, I kept my mouth shut. There were waiters to serve food and pour drinks, and at this stage, no business would be discussed. So I only watched, listened, and said nothing. When the waiters began serving the alcohol, I was stunned. 3 whole bottles of strong white liquor were placed on the table. The waiter opened them immediately, poured them into a decanter, then took out 5 small white liquor cups and began filling them to the brim. Madame Shu's brows furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. President Zhang, it is midday, let us drink less. I still have to drive. President Zhang feigned surprise. Director Shu, in the advertising industry, you are known as someone who can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. This much will not even reach your stomach. Let us just have this amount today, all right? Later, I will arrange a driver for you, do not worry, I will not let you drink and drive. I marveled inwardly. My God, so Madame Shu could really hold her liquor? The lazy Susan turned, and I followed suit, picking up a cup and placing it in front of me. I rarely drank. In school, I had neither the money nor many occasions to drink, so I did not know whether I could hold my liquor or how much I could drink. At our graduation banquet, there had been no white liquor, just 50 cases of beer polished off by classmates, and I had stayed relatively clear-headed. Anyway, I did not have to drive, so why not drink? And she had not said I could not. At this point, the chubby man surnamed Chen chuckled and said to Madame Shu, Director Shu, you were late today, so according to our usual rule, you must be fined with drinks. The even chubbier manager Su immediately echoed, that is right. Last time I was late, I had to down 3 full cups. Madame Shu set down her white hand towel, glanced at Chen and Su, and smiled brightly. Of course. As she lifted her cup, her eyes glanced sideways at me, making my heart skip a beat. Was she going to settle the score later? After all, she was late, largely because of me. I quickly lowered my head and stared at the beautiful tablecloth. In the meantime, Madame Shu had already tilted back her head and drained the cup in one go. The waiter promptly brought over the other 2 full cups. Then President Zhang suddenly looked at me in surprise. Hey, young man, why are you not drinking? I froze for a second. What did that mean? I had to drink too? I was just a small assistant, a temp. Chen and Su turned toward me, their expressions clearly displeased. Their tone toward me was nothing like the smiling tone they used with Madame Shu. I glanced at Madame Shu, and when she gave a slight nod, I did not hesitate. I was a bit thirsty anyway, so I took the cup and poured it into my mouth. Damn, it burned. But I calmly set the cup down, and the waiter followed up by placing 2 more full cups in front of me. In their words, they made distinctions, but when it came to drinking, they treated me and Madame Shu the same. After 3 consecutive cups, Madame Shu's cheeks were slightly flushed, but there was no trace of drunkenness in her eyes. She continued chatting and laughing with President Zhang. As for me, I felt a fire starting to burn slowly in my stomach. It was only a small spark now, but if I kept going like this, it would surely burst into flames. At that moment, Madame Shu turned to lazy Susan and said with a light laugh, Gentlemen, let us eat something to line our stomachs. The 3 immediately picked up their chopsticks and began eating. I did not stand on ceremony and took a few bites to suppress the alcohol. Halfway through the meal, they drank more than they ate. The 3 of them took turns toasting Madame Shu. By the time 2 bottles were finished, almost an entire bottle had gone into her stomach, while the 3 of them had shared roughly the other bottle. After the initial penalty drinks, they seemed to have a tacit understanding to let me off the hook. No one urged me to drink or toast them, leaving me in peace to eat. The dishes, I could not name a single one. For each dish, the waiter would announce its name, for example, Mist and Reign over Jiangnan, or Step by Step to High Rank. When they were first served, I could not tell at all what the dishes actually were from the names alone, so I tried them out of curiosity. Step by Step to High Rank turned out to be a whole sea fish, while Mist and Reign over Jiangnan was a fresh vegetable dish. I marveled inwardly, you at the Shilixiang restaurant really know how to play. And you city folks, even more so. After 2 bottles, Madame Shu finally put down her cup. President Zhang, the main reason we came today was to renew your company's contract. What do you think? Upon hearing we were getting down to business, managers Chen and Su, as well as I, all set down our chopsticks at once. Manager Su glanced at President Zhang first, and seeing he had no intention to speak, took the lead. Director Shu, is it not a bit improper to talk business before the drinking is done? I was stunned. My God, 2 bottles of white liquor already, and it was still not done? Did they want to drink until someone was under the table? And what is Manager Su's opinion? Madame Shu quickly countered. For something this important, she was not about to be unclear. In fact, ever since our President Zhang was promoted to head of the sales headquarters, we have had excellent cooperation with your company since the start of this year. And you, Director Shu, and our President Zhang are also very close. It is just that, even I, a rookie in the workplace, could tell Manager Su's words carried a hidden meaning. Manager Su, the plump one, first glanced at Madame Shu, then at me. I felt like a snake had locked its gaze on me. Yet he simply smiled and said nothing more. What did that mean? Madame Shu continued smiling, but set her chopsticks down. Manager Su, if you have something to say, you may as well say it directly. Although he has just arrived, he is one of our own. It is fine. President Zhang's eyes froze slightly at Madame Shu's words. He had not expected her to say that. If I truly was someone who had just joined, how could they possibly be so unguarded in front of me at such an important private meeting, even a negotiation, involving millions in business? President Zhang had not met her for the first time today. He knew something of her character. Looking at that flawless face, he knew her inner mind was subtle and meticulous, bold in word and deed yet extraordinarily steady. At such a young age, holding a high position, she could not be a simple character. The problem was, in every respect, I truly looked like someone who had just arrived. Why, then, would she value me so highly? Unless this seemingly inexperienced, good-looking young man had a rather different identity. President Zhang studied me again and suddenly remembered something. Director Shu, I heard your President Liu has a son who just graduated? Madame Shu had not expected him to change the subject so suddenly and bring up President Liu's personal matters. I also heard that President Liu's wife's surname is Jiang. That young master took his mother's surname, did he not? President Zhang once more fixed his gaze on me as he spoke. Upon hearing this, managers Chen and Su both showed a change in expression and began sizing me up as well. I was eating with my head lowered when I heard President Zhang say this. Even a fool could tell he was probing my identity. Did he think I was President Liu's son? And therefore that Madame Shu could neither drive me away nor offend me? My mind raced, wondering how such a misunderstanding might help or hinder the current negotiation, and I could not help glancing at Madame Shu, whose face was flushed from drink. At the same time, she cast a look at me, her thoughts in turmoil. Our eyes met in midair. If no one else had been present, we would surely have burst into laughter. But we could not laugh now. We forced it down, and the pressure made us cough at the same time. This damn President Zhang really had a knack for making wild connections, did he not? So, should I admit it, or deny it? In the eyes of President Zhang and managers Chen and Su, the scene looked different. Chen and Su, upon hearing what President Zhang might have deduced, exchanged glances openly, without any attempt to hide it. They clearly had reached some tacit understanding before. From the way they were suppressing smiles, it was obvious. They were covering something up, there was no doubt. Well then, with just a few exchanged glances, the entire atmosphere of the room subtly shifted. The 3 of them were just about to probe further when Madame Shu raised her cup with one hand. Come, let me toast the 3 leaders again to thank you for always looking after us. At this point, President Zhang understood completely. Since Director Shu had not intended to say anything from the start, she certainly would not say it now. To speak openly would only make things more awkward. The wise see through things but do not speak of them. As they raised their cups again, they simultaneously looked at me. Well then, young Master Jiang, come, let us have a drink together. This time it was Manager Chen, now addressing me warmly. After all, President Zhang's status carried weight. I feigned mild puzzlement, raised my cup, and smiled as I drank with them. Seeing me give them face like this, the 3 of them were all quite pleased. After that, their speech became more restrained. Even President Zhang's earlier wolf-like gaze fixed on Madame Shu seemed to disappear. Jiang Ning, why do you not toast the 3 leaders as well? Our major contract for the second half of the year will depend on their support. I took the hint, poured wine, and raised my cup. A toast to the 3 leaders. The 3 of them beamed with delight, thinking this young Master Jiang really knew how to behave. He had potential. We must also thank your company, Hui Huang, for giving President Zhang great face by securing excellent placement for us in the first half of the year, which earned him much prestige before the head office leadership. Manager Su suddenly began praising our company. From what I had seen in the company profile that morning, I had no doubt we had the capability. We had exclusive partnerships with many influential media outlets. With such powerful connections and resources, we showed no weakness even before major clients like their company, LE. In that case, shall we settle the contract for the second half of the year right now? Madame Xu cut straight to the point. President Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly. In fact, the reason he had invited her today was to strongly negotiate a certain special matter. But with this young Master Jiang present, there was no way he could bring it up here. Still, since they had finally met, to leave without confirming the earlier matter would be a great pity. The contract is certainly no problem. Let us finish the drinks first, then finalize the contract. Rest assured, Director Xu, from top to bottom, we have a positive view of your strength and the continuation of our cooperation. President Zhang took a step back. Bringing up other conditions before the contract was finalized would not be appropriate with a little boss sitting there watching every detail. Hearing this, Madame Xu and I exchanged another glance. We both relaxed slightly, at least there was now a breakthrough. Once the contract was signed, it would be a perfect ending to the day. At that moment, President Zhang gave managers Chen and Su a look. They nodded in unison and began toasting me one after the other. But this time, the contract was no longer mentioned. After several more rounds, I realized this liquor was fundamentally different from beer. Beer, to me, was no more than a soft drink. But white liquor was another matter entirely. The earlier little spark inside me had, after a few more cups, begun to burst into flames. Madame Xu did not stop me, perhaps she wanted to see how much I could handle. After 5 or 6 cups, the fire roared up from my stomach straight into my head. It was the first time I had drunk so much, and with little food in my stomach to buffer it, I suddenly slumped in my chair, my head sinking onto the table. Young Master Jiang? Manager Su hurried over to help me, moving me to lie down on the sofa in the tea room. He called softly a few times, and seeing I did not respond, he gave President Zhang a nod. President Zhang's expression instantly shifted. Director Xu, about that matter we discussed last time, do you think it can be done? So, the moment I passed out, they began talking about whatever it was they could not say in front of me. What exactly was it? Through the haze, their voices were so low I caught only a few stray words drifting to my ears. Contract, invoice, amount, rebate. My head was spinning badly. Whatever they said afterward, no matter how curious I might have been, it was simply impossible for me to hear. In my haze, I could only vaguely see Madame Xu seemingly holding her ground against the three of them, speaking and gesturing nonstop. Suddenly, my mouth felt parched. With great effort, I managed to push myself halfway up. At that moment, all 4 of them over there heard the movement and, as if by miracle, stopped talking at once and looked over. Feeling around on the table, I found the glass of water Manager Su had left earlier and poured it straight into my mouth. Then, instinctively, I slurred drunkenly at Madame Xu, "Madame Xu, remember, you must get that contract settled." President Zhang's expression shifted again, and he exchanged glances with Chen and Su. The meaning in their eyes was obvious, even Madame was being called now. Everyone had heard that this Director Xu was on particularly close terms with Madame Jiang, the wife of the Lu family. So this was confirmation? Even calling her Madame? But wait, could it be that Madame Lu was younger than Director Xu? Otherwise, how could she be called Madame? Of course, they could never have guessed that I had simply blurted out the nickname I used in my own mind, in that state of drunken but still clear-headed speech. The meaning of Madame was something only I knew. Even Madame Xu herself had no idea what it meant. As expected, she was startled and full of confusion in her eyes. But to those 3, this expression carried no doubt at all. This was clearly a form of address agreed upon beforehand, not something to be said casually. If they had not gotten young Master Jiang drunk, they would never have uncovered the truth. Confirmed, 100%, this was young Master Jiang. No question about it. With her face flushed, Madame Xu pointed toward me and sighed lightly, "You have all seen the situation today. If the contract is not finalized, I fear I will not be able to answer for it when I return." And just now, he heard President Zhang's words in full. President Zhang was forced to nod slightly. This time, because they had overlooked my presence and identity, they had let something that had been in their favor slip into a more passive position, and now it was hard to exit gracefully. "President Zhang, how about this? Let us sign this contract exactly as we had previously agreed. As for what you just mentioned, I understand it perfectly. I have it in mind. In the second half of the year, when new projects come out, I will make sure to get you a favorable condition. And those terms we just discussed, we can implement them as well. A full caddy of strong white liquor in, and yet the intoxication showed only on her face, not the slightest hint in her mind, her thoughts, or her words. The three exchanged glances once more, then looked at me lying drunk on the sofa, mumbling, "Contract, contract." This young Master Jiang was probably being driven mad by his family elders, first time out, already carrying a mission? All right, Director Shu, what you have just said today, we will remember. Let us settle this contract. For the rest, we hope you will keep your word. Please rest assured, President Zhang. My reputation is well known throughout the industry. Madame Shu lifted her cup once more and downed it in a single motion. By now, my drunken eyes were glazed. I could no longer see or hear clearly what they were saying or doing. I did not even notice when they took turns signing their names on the contract. When the banquet dispersed, Managers Su and Chen supported me on either side and accompanied us down to the parking lot, where a driver for hire was already waiting. They settled me into the back seat, and I collapsed in a daze. In my sleep, I felt my body curling up uncomfortably. Pushing myself up with both hands, I moved my body toward the head of the seat. My hands touched something. Soft? Fleshy? I was delighted. Pillow. It was just my habit, I could not sleep soundly without a pillow. But why was the pillow moving away? And through the fog, I heard a voice muttering, "Move over to the other side. Stop coming this way." The pillow had become sentient? It could talk? Why? You are a pillow, do you have no awareness of your duty as a pillow? Get over here. I was dissatisfied. I grabbed it again, trying to stuff it under my neck. The pillow shifted only slightly, then stopped moving. When had pillows gotten so heavy? If it would not come to me, could I not just go to it? Pillow, pillow, let us see where you can run. I reached out again, seized the pillow firmly, and rested my head on it. So soft, so fragrant. Stop, fucking, moving around, and behave yourself. Damn pillow. Was I supposed to be polite to a pillow? Using both arms, I hugged it tightly and pressed my face into it. The sensation was like a bundle of cotton enveloping my head. Comfortable, so damn comfortable. When did I buy such a comfortable pillow? I kept babbling drunkenly, even drooling onto the pillow without realizing it. I had a long dream. I dreamed of my school days, of the first time my male classmates and I called Luo a madam. Hey, look, Madame Luo is coming. Careful, she might come over and hit you. I hear she is fierce. You, and you all, why are you calling me madam? Sure enough, Madame Luo was fierce, pointing at our noses and demanding an answer. I could not stand being threatened by a woman. I lightly brushed her finger aside. You are well endowed, do you not look like a wet nurse? Calling you Madame Luo is a compliment. What are you being fierce about? Other girls would be jealous to get such a nickname. Her face shifted from green to white to red. Stamping her foot, she looked like she wanted to hit me, but clearly could not win. Furious, she turned and headed toward the student union, to complain? But how would she say it? That I said her, what, was too big? Like a wet nurse? I imagined the student union leaders' eyes lighting up, their faces awkward but their hearts 100% in agreement with me. So, at the door, she thought and thought, then angrily changed her route and walked away. And so, the nickname quickly spread among us. Later, she herself accepted and got used to it. What was her real name again? After one semester, everyone had forgotten. Then, in my dream, I heard a woman's voice asking me, "Why do you call me Madame Shu?" My arms were still hugging the pillow tightly, holding it so firmly it could not move at all. Why do I call you madam? Do you really not know? How should I know? I have no idea what you mean by calling me that. Beaming, I raised my voice. Your chest, so big like a wet nurse, should you not be called Madame Shu? Then, suddenly, I woke up. Madame Shu? Not Madame Luo? What was going on? Because my head had just been drenched with a bottle of mineral water. Shivering, I forced myself awake. Scrambling upright, I saw Madame Shu, the very one who had poured the water over my head. Her face was deathly pale, but flushed beneath, her eyes filled with anger, fury, and a trace of embarrassment. Where am I? It took me a long while to realize we were in the company's underground parking garage, and just moments ago, we had been in the car. Dizzy-headed, I followed her back to the company. In my hand, I was still holding the folder with the finalized contract. In my head, her warning was still echoing. Not a word, not even a single syllable, about what happened today is to be told to anyone. If I find out news has leaked, you will be out of Hui Huang immediately. And another thing, if I ever hear you call me Madam again, I will castrate you. When we reached the office entrance, I saw the large wall clock. It was already after 4 in the afternoon. I had actually slept in the car that long? My God, which meant Madame Shu had let me use her thigh as a pillow for at least 2 or 3 hours. I shook my head hard, unable to believe it. Madam Shu went in first. The three pretty young admin girls immediately stood up in unison when they saw her. Director Shu, you are back? Zhou Tong, sharp-eyed as ever, said, huh? Director Shu, how come the hem of your skirt is wet? She gave a small gasp and looked down. Sure enough, there was a large damp patch. She instantly understood, it was from the drool or alcohol that had spilled from my mouth while I was sleeping earlier. She shot me a fierce glare and gave me another warning look, not a word, before telling Lu Mei, enter the LE contract into the system, and free up the ad space they requested. They will make the payment today or tomorrow. I quickly handed the contract folder to Admin Lu. Before heading to her office to change, Madam Shu turned back. For the sales assistant field, write down young Master Zhang's name. Then she hurried into her office. With her clothes covered in alcohol and drool, she definitely needed a change. She always kept 2 or 3 spare outfits there, ready for such situations. The 3 girls, opening the contract, stared at me with expressions of disbelief. Jiang, pretty boy, and you still dare say you have nothing to do with Director Shu? That you did not know her before? I really did not know Manager Shu before. Why do you not believe me? Lu Mei snorted. Oh, come off it. If there was not some connection, why would she take you alone to meet such a stable, long-term client? And then sign a 5 million yuan contract, and even put your name down as sales assistant? The envy and jealousy in their eyes was so obvious even a blind man could see it. I am an assistant. What is wrong with that? I had no idea what the big deal was. Young man, are you really clueless, or pretending? Really clueless. Adding your name as sales assistant means you will get a 1% commission on the payment. That is 5 million, do the math, Ihongye said bluntly. This time, I was truly stunned. I calculated, 5 million, 1%, how much was that? 5,000? Damn, that much? My math teacher must be banging on the coffin lid. Zhou Tong gave me a sharp glare. Was your math class taught by your Chinese teacher? It is 50,000, Jiang, pretty boy. My mouth dropped open. The number hit me like a rush of blood to the head, buzzing until I could hear nothing else. 50,000? 50,000? No, no way. Are you serious? I am just a temp. How could I possibly get such a huge commission bonus? I could not believe it. Madam Shu had made it clear, I was only working for a month, just to earn my salary and repay the money I owed her. How could this be possible? Besides, the amount was just too much. If it were 5,000, I might accept it. But 50,000? Absolutely not. The truth was, I had done nothing to earn it. She had handled everything. I had just gone along, carried the contract, drank some alcohol, and nearly threw up on her. Was that an achievement? Jiang, pretty boy, once the payment comes in, you owe us a dinner. From their expressions and tone, I could tell, 9 chances out of 10, this was real. Inside, I was shocked and delighted. Madam Shu was actually being this generous? Just then, Lu Mei's desk phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and immediately told us to be quiet. It is Director Shu's line. Hello, Director Shu. This is Lu Mei. Then Madam Shu spoke a few words on the other end. We could not hear what she said. Ah? Not yet entered in the system? Fixed at 10,000? Oh, all right. I will handle it right away. She hung up and gave me a strange look. Director Shu just said you are a temp, so you cannot be given commission bonuses like a regular employee. This time, it will be a fixed bonus, 10,000 flat. The 3 admin girls also gave me odd looks. Just moments ago, they had been convinced I must have some special connection with her, but this phone call made them doubt again. Ihongye reacted first, must be to avoid suspicion. Meaning, Madam Shu did not want people to think the bonus was because of some personal relationship between us. The 3 of them all nodded at once, that made sense to them. In my head, I was cursing, avoid suspicion, my ass. Well played, Madam Shu, one phone call turned my 50,000 into 10,000. Do you have any idea? Back home, an adult's entire yearly output is just about 10,000. And you dare say I can never call you Madam Shu again? Just wait, I will call you Great Madam Shu, and for at least another month. Madam Shu, this is not over. The 3 girls, meanwhile, were now at peace. In fact, if she had just said from the start she was giving me 10,000, they would have been shocked and envious. But now that it had been cut from 50,000 to 10, they even felt a bit sorry for me. Once Lu Mei finished entering the data into the system, she printed out the agent contract confirmation form for me to sign in the assistant field, and with that, the deal was complete. Now it was just a matter of waiting for the client's payment and, on payday, collecting the money. All future dealings with the client would be handled by Madam Shu, they would never come to me anyway. Back at my desk, my mind was a mess. I needed to calm down and process today. it had felt like swinging between heaven and earth, leaving me lightheaded. Honestly, 10,000 was still a lot for me. I counted the zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4, wow, that many. During this time, Lume handed me the company materials again, telling me to study them carefully and memorize as much as I could. She said Director Shu had just told her that tomorrow she would still be testing me. And that the workload would increase. She said since I had been given more time, it could not be a routine assessment. I suspected this was her getting revenge on me. And Lu Mei just gave me a half smile, with a look in her eyes that said only one thing: the more you deny it, the more obvious it is. Dazed, I stared at the documents until the end of the workday. Strangely, no one else, nor anyone from Sales Department 1, came to assign me any work. During this time, Madame Shu came out once, without giving me a single direct glance. But I caught sight of her heading toward the restroom. She had changed into a light-colored casual outfit that concealed her figure. This sudden shift from professional attire to casual wear still left me stunned. Had Madame suddenly turned into a young girl? If someone told me she had just graduated from university, I think I could believe it. At last, the end of the day arrived. From leaving the company, to getting on the bus, to getting off and walking back to my rented place, my mind was still occupied counting how many zeros there really were after that 1. After all, this was the first time in my life I had ever heard that I had earned so much money, even though I had not yet received it. I ate something casually, slept a bit to recover my strength and energy, and prepared for my night shift. Although I felt a kind of intoxicated illusion that I was about to step into the life of a white-collar worker, I was not about to give up the dozens of yuan from the night shift that I could get right away. Compared to that vague string of zeros, in my mind and in my habits, nothing beat money I could get immediately. At 7:30 sharp, I left the house. I always liked to arrive 3 to 5 minutes early for any agreed time. I disliked the feeling of rushing, and I disliked being late even more. Especially in front of my small boss, Kong Ning, who already seemed displeased with me. From afar, Xiao Luo saw me coming, and immediately slipped into the shop, washed his hands, collected his pay, and left. Seeing his obvious discontent toward me, I could not be bothered to greet him. Who knew how long he or I would be working here? Why should I go out of my way to ingratiate myself with someone who, for no apparent reason, had taken a dislike to me? That would only encourage him. I could not even be bothered to flatter boss Kong Ning himself, let alone a semi-stranger who barely qualified as a coworker. Never mind someone like Xiao Luo, even Madame Shu, who currently held my fate in her hands and had the ability to give me a step straight into a mid-to-high position in the professional world. I still talked back to her, still used her as a pillow, did I not? I first went inside to greet boss Kong Ning, then went straight back to my stall to light a cigarette for Uncle Yi. Uncle Yi, has Wan Ning not come yet today? It was still early, with few customers, so I took the chance to chat a bit with Uncle Yi. He glanced at me. What's this, kid? You got your eye on that little girl? I was startled. What? Was it that obvious? He could tell? It is not like that, but she has helped me before, so I am just asking. Calmly, I helped Uncle Yi arrange the dishes, taking items from the fridge one by one and placing them into baskets. These all had to be prepared in advance, otherwise, when customers came in, it would be too busy to keep up. The face of Uncle Yi, darkened from the grill's smoke, suddenly broke into a smile. Kid Jiang, Wan Ning is indeed a good girl. If you are interested in her, you have good taste. But, I knew it. As soon as there is a but, whatever follows will not be good. Wan Ning is a girl from the village. According to their local rules, I reckon she will not marry outside the village. For some reason, Uncle Yi had suddenly decided to tell me this today. Why is that? If she marries out, her household's village registration quota is automatically gone. That means she will no longer receive the village's annual dividend. So, basically, marrying an outsider, or marrying into another place, is a loss. Unless both sides are from the same village, if their partner is an outsider, the village elders will never agree. Dividends? Even village residents get dividends? Why? And how much? I thought of our own production team back home. Each year they gave us some fruit or the like, barely worth anything. Was it that serious here? I cannot say exactly, but last year, in their village, men got 100,000 yuan a year, women got 30,000. It is not fixed, it will probably increase every year. I sucked in a breath of cold air. 100,000 a year? 30,000 a year for women? Was this a joke? What kind of village was this? Just a bunch of shabby rental houses. Where did they get that kind of money? At today's prices, with 100,000 a year, you would not even need to work, you could just win at life lying down. Why so much? And why such a huge gap between men and women? Do you see the outermost row of shops in the village? All village property. And to the north, all high-rise hotels and upscale shops. Their rental income alone is counted in the hundreds of millions each year. Do you think they make money just by renting out their own little houses? Uncle Yi gave me a contemptuous look. I was stunned. As for the gender difference, that is tradition. Men have inheritance rights. Women, no matter whom they marry, have no inheritance rights. Even if they marry within the village, they only get dividend rights. Enough shock, hurry up and sort the dishes. Customers will be coming in soon. I had to completely revise my understanding of this rundown village. The question was, why was Uncle Yi telling me this today? Could it be he thought I was pursuing Wan Ning, and was giving me a warning? I glanced up at the glass counter and saw Boss Kong Ning watching our conversation. Uncle Yi, this is not something you would say of your own accord today, is it? I asked bluntly. He grinned. Kid, you are sharp. You figured it out? As the customer's order arrived, he quickly placed the items on the rack and began grilling. A quiet, introverted man like you, how could you suddenly spout so much reasoning? The little boss told you to say this, right? I felt a flicker of irritation. Last night's little episode with the ponytailed girl must have annoyed or worried him. He was probably afraid that his little sister might, by some misstep, get charmed by me, this pretty-faced outsider. Honestly, at the moment I had no such thought. I had only known her for 2 days, for goodness sake. Still, she had a good heart and was easy on the eyes. Getting to know her better and making a good friend would not be a bad thing. But this little boss, Kong Ning, acting as if a wolf were at the door, even getting Uncle Yi to warn me, a poor outsider, what did he mean by that? That I should know my place and keep my distance from Wan Ning? What a joke. Am I the kind to just go with the flow? I most enjoy going against the current. I raised my voice toward Uncle Yi, so what if it is 30,000 yuan a year in dividends? So what if it is a village registration quota? If a man can earn her 300,000 a year, do you think she would still be losing out by marrying him? I knew Boss Kong Ning had heard it and seen it, but at the moment, it seemed all he could do was look displeased, with no way to do anything about me. Uncle Yi gave me a thumbs up. You have ambition. I like it. At that moment, both Uncle Yi and I saw Wan Ning arriving outside the stall. She had definitely heard that last sentence. I saw Wan Ning's shoulders clearly tremble. Her delicate little face was dim under the lights, so I could not tell if a blush had risen there. Wan Ning, you are here so early today? I greeted her somewhat awkwardly. Though I could brazenly banter in front of Boss Kong Ning and Uncle Yi, in front of her, I still felt my confidence crumble. Normally, she only came around 11 to help Kong Ning settle accounts. What was going on today? She nodded slightly to me and Uncle Yi as a greeting. I came early to talk to my brother about something. Exactly, if she had not come so early, she would not have overheard what I had just said. When I saw Uncle Ye's experienced, shrewd eyes shifting back and forth between us, I suddenly realized, what I had just said might have sounded like I was deliberately challenging the boss and sending a signal. The ponytailed girl, embarrassed and annoyed, stepped inside the shop and asked Kong Ning in a low voice, "Brother, why did you call me to come so early? Was there a problem with the accounts?" Kong Ning half closed the door and drew her inside to speak in private. Uncle Yi and I exchanged a glance. This little boss was acting all secretive, clearly scheming something. While they talked, they kept glancing at me. They must be talking about me, right? This little boss, honestly? Wan Ning was silent, just shaking her head and hands repeatedly, an expression of refusal. At that moment, several customers arrived outside, so I gave up my plan to eavesdrop at the door and went to serve them. Uncle Yi found it amusing. Even while greeting customers, my eyes kept darting toward the door. I did feel that the little boss was acting oddly today. Then, a tall young man appeared outside the stall. His leather shoes gleamed, his hair was neatly styled, and he carried himself with an air of arrogance. His eyes glanced at me with open hostility. I quickly stepped forward and handed him the menu. "What would you like to eat, sir? Just mark it and call me when you are ready." The young man gave me an amused look, did not take the menu, shoved me aside, and strode directly toward the shop. That strength, that attitude, it made me think of 2 words, overbearing arrogance. He had not yet reached the doorway when he shouted, "Kong Ning. Xian Kong Ning." I froze. This young man knew the boss? So he was not here to eat? Just then, the boss hurried out of the shop. The face that had never once smiled at me now bloomed like a flower. I was astonished. So the little boss did know how to smile? "Chang, you are here. Come inside and sit. Wan Ning is inside too." His enthusiasm was like that of someone greeting a major investor. What was going on? I looked at Uncle Yi, but he shook his head. He did not know either. Looking inside, I saw Kong Ning with Wan Ning and this Chang fellow sitting at a table, exchanging polite greetings. I was baffled, but that was fine. I could just go and listen. If sneaking was impossible, I would just do it openly. Uncle Yi, I am going to the bathroom, I said, putting down the food and walking quickly toward the shop. Uncle Yi squinted in amusement. This kid was just like him when he was young. Kong Ning caught sight of me entering and fixed me with a look. Are you here to eavesdrop or to slack off? I glanced at Wan Ning, then toward the bathroom, and slowly made my way in that direction. From nearby, I heard them talking. Wan Ning, what do you usually like to do? In front of Wan Ning, Cheng's arrogant expression had completely vanished, replaced with a broad smile. It was just like my little black dog at home, circling me, wagging its tail when I returned, knowing I would give it food. This Cheng was like that dog now, wagging his tail at Wan Ning. Nothing in particular, Wan Ning replied, speaking little, answering only when asked. I could sense something was off. Aren't you going to the bathroom? What are you doing dawdling here? Kong Ning said irritably. I ignored his rebuke and smiled. Ah yes, I am going, but I need to take my time to get in the right frame of mind first. Wan Ning immediately laughed, then quickly covered her mouth with her hand when she remembered there were customers present. Seeing her radiant smile made Cheng's heart stir, but when he realized her laughter was not because of him, but because of me, his expression darkened completely. I say, Kong Ning, is this your temp worker? He has no manners at all. His tone and expression were exactly like my little black dog when I held food in my hand but refused to give it to him. The thought made me laugh out loud. You, what are you laughing at? A country temp worker daring to be arrogant in front of me. Cheng nearly slammed the table, his meaning was clear. My little boss treated him like someone he needed to please, yet I, a lowly temp, not only showed no respect but laughed at him. If Wan Ning had not been there, I think he might have poured the tea on me. I found it even funnier. How was I being arrogant? If Wan Ning had not been here, I might have poured tea on him first. Sir, if you would like to order, please use the menu and call me when you are ready. I suddenly dropped my smile and straightened up. Since I was standing and he was sitting, I was already taller, making my stance even more imposing. If you are here to cause trouble, I am sorry, but I will ask you to leave. Kong Ning was almost speechless. What was this guy thinking? This was his friend, and here I was calling him a troublemaker? Cheng's face turned ashen, barely restraining himself from slamming the table. Pointing at me, he shouted, What customer? What menu? I am your boss's friend, he invited me here. What kind of attitude is this? I replied with surprise, if you are not a customer, and you are not my friend, then what sort of attitude do you expect from me? The darker his face grew, the more I enjoyed it, because I had pretty much guessed why he was here. He had been invited by the boss, and he was here for the ponytail girl. Was this kind of person worthy of such a good girl? Frankly, even I myself might not be worthy of her. Cheng clearly had not expected me to talk back. Unable to act in front of the ponytail girl, he just glared at Kong Ning. I did not plan to let him off. You say I have no manners, tell me exactly how. Did I insult you? Did I hit you? Did I drive you out? You call me a country temp worker. From your tone and expression, I would say you are looking down on my entire group of people. Let me add this, without people like us, do you think Flower City could even function? I knew very well that locals in Flower City made up less than 1/10 of the total population, the rest were outsiders here to make a living. The only difference was that some ate lavish banquets, others ate fast food. Just like this barbecue stall, without temps like me and Xiao Luo, could it even operate? Obviously not. Even the little boss had not expected me to be this sharp-tongued. Even boss Kong Ning was somewhat angry, but faced with my entirely reasonable and well-grounded arguments, his mouth opened and closed a few times without knowing what to say. A boss is still a boss. I guess this was probably the first time he had met such a stubborn temp worker. At that moment, Wan Ning stood up and tugged at my shirt. There are customers outside, go and help them. This time, it was my turn to be like that well-fed little black dog, nodding to the ponytail girl, glancing at young Cheng, and slowly stepping outside, turning my head back at each step. If Wan Ning had not stepped in, I felt that this situation could easily have gotten out of control. But I was not afraid of anything. I had already stepped out the door when that young Cheng suddenly slapped the table. Temp worker boy, let me tell you the truth, Wan Ning is my girlfriend now. I expect you to keep your distance from her in the future. If I find out you have any toad trying to eat swan meat ideas, I will make sure someone cripples you. I turned back in extreme surprise, not to look at him, but to look at Wan Ning. She was shaking her head with a nervous expression, frantically gesturing for me to go serve the customers. She had seen how I had dealt with those 2 passengers who bullied her in the car. If she did not try to cool me down now, things would likely blow up. I smiled at Wan Ning to show I understood her meaning. It was obvious that she had no idea young Cheng would be coming today, and she would never acknowledge being his girlfriend. All right then, that set my mind at ease. For some reason, I felt a rush of satisfaction and no longer cared to argue over that arrogant bastard's words. While I was taking customers' orders and handing the slips to Uncle Yi, I faintly heard Wan Ning telling young Chang, "Brother Chang, please do not say such things about us being in a relationship. This is our first time meeting today." Uncle Yi winked at me. "Boy, now you can relax, right?" I laughed aloud, knowing exactly what he meant. It was also clear to me that he liked little Wan Ning, but did not much like the boss, and he liked that arrogant young man even less. "Kong Ning, why have you not fired someone like that yet?" Young Cheng's voice was so loud that everyone inside and outside could hear it. I actually found it strange. Why would a friend of the boss speak to him like that? Kong Ning's expression was also somewhat unpleasant, whether because he was angry I had provoked young Cheng, or because of Cheng's own disrespect toward him, I could not tell. Wan Ning quickly smoothed things over. "We cannot just fire people casually. He has not done anything wrong, and besides, it is not easy to find someone willing to work the night shift." Kong Ning hesitated. He had invited Cheng here in hopes of eliminating a desire I did not even currently have, but this guy had gone overboard with his arrogance, while I was hard as steel in return. It was a scene of Mars crashing into Earth. The atmosphere was delicate. Kong Ning's goal was not to fire me. The young man, however, was fanning the flames, trying to escalate things. Wan Ning, meanwhile, kept balancing all sides. Kong Ning frowned slightly. "I will keep an eye on him. He will not speak out of turn again, and I will make sure he keeps his distance from Wan Ning." Wan Ning's expression changed slightly, as if she wanted to protest, but it was not appropriate to directly contradict her elder brother in front of outsiders. Young Cheng gave a cold snort. In short, he must not be allowed near Wan Ning. When they were leaving, Kong Ning walked him out, while Wan Ning worked on the accounts at the counter. As he passed me, young Cheng deliberately spoke loudly, "Kong Ning, make sure you do what you promised me. Besides, considering my status, I cannot keep arguing with a temp worker. Otherwise, it will be hard for me to keep covering for your unlicensed barbecue stall with the management office." What did that last part mean? Did the boss have some kind of handle in his hands? Or could he actually threaten the operation of this shop? Kong Ning looked rather embarrassed. Yes, it is all thanks to young Master Cheng saying a few good words for me to your uncle. It saves me a lot of trouble, and a lot of money." Cheng snorted and turned his face toward me. "Good that you know. The most important thing in life is self-awareness. A rotten fish or shrimp from the gutter still dreaming of climbing up to the dragons and phoenixes, utterly delusional." With a flick of his face, he strode off, leaving the boss looking awkward. I suddenly understood, so Boss Kong Ning had wanted to kill several birds with one stone? Find himself a backer, find his sister a well-connected partner, and at the same time dispel my improper thoughts? I thought to myself, I underestimated you, little boss. With your simple-looking face, I had thought you really were Wan Ning's biological brother, but no, you are using her as a bargaining chip to secure the continued operation and growth of your little shop. Is that something a real brother would do? I was deeply puzzled. Was it not said that they had hefty annual dividends? Why then was the little boss so desperate to hold on to this barbecue stall? Wan Ning's mood was clearly bad. She did not even help him check the accounts. She left early, without saying a word to me, only glancing once at me and Uncle Yi as she went. I wanted to chase after her to ask what was going on, but with more customers coming in, I could not get away. It was around midnight before I finally had a chance to pull up a stool beside Uncle Yi for a rest. "Uncle Yi, who was that arrogant punk just now?" The little boss seemed almost afraid of him. "I heard from the boss that this kid is the nephew of a village committee leader. His uncle is a cadre in the committee." I burst out laughing. So this was the big background? Just a nephew of a village committee leader? Back in our hometown, what kind of petty official is a village committee leader? When there was a drought in summer, they could not even win a fight over water with the neighboring village, getting cursed at until they had to hang their heads down to their belts, and you call that a cadre? From your expression, I can tell you do not consider a village committee leader to be a real cadre, right? Uncle Yi saw my surprise and disdain instantly. What level is a village committee? Someone without even the status of a civil servant, can that be called a cadre? I asked, puzzled. You kid, you have only just arrived here, your thinking is still stuck in the inland model. This is not the interior, this is the most developed coastal region in the entire country. The output value of a single village here can match that of one of your towns. Even so, that is no reason to be so arrogant, is it? He is not even part of the village committee. Why is the boss afraid of him? You really are the type to dig until the bottom of the pot, huh? It is not just the fate of this barbecue stall, even the boss's own inheritance rights are currently in his hands. Do you still think the boss's attitude is strange? Isn't that decided according to household registration? How can the village committee control it? Household registration is according to regulations, of course, but the amount of benefits and profits you get, that is decided by the committee. At last, I understood. So you are saying the boss's whole family is short of money? More than short. The boss's father died early, his mother is ill, and if they only relied on the family's rental income and the business from this stall, without much in the way of village dividends, they would not be living easily. No wonder the boss worked so diligently here every day, without any air of someone living off easy money or a rich second generation. And no wonder Wan Ning came every night after her own work to help him with the accounts. That is why he was so anxious to find a backer for Wan Ning, and for the family, though this backer was clearly only interested in her. Finally, Uncle Yi said with deep meaning, "Now you understand why I passed along his message to you, right?" With Uncle Ye's personality, he was not the type to meddle in others' business. The fact that he deliberately told me all this today was because of this. Wan Ning did not come again for the rest of my shift. I collected today's pay from the little boss, carried the smell of barbecue all over me, and went home to rest. I was truly tired today, drunk at noon, then a few more hours of physical work at night. I could not hold out any longer. I dreamed, in the dream there were nothing but pillows and the ponytail girl. And that arrogant face. That face came close, and I could not help myself. I threw a punch straight at it, then rained blows left and right until even his own mother would not recognize him. At that moment Wan Ning appeared, and her cry of surprise startled me awake. I glanced at the small alarm clock, 3:30 in the morning. I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead, shook my head, and tried to clear the dream from my mind. Then I saw something familiar lying crosswise on the iron bars of my windowsill. I froze. Was that not my small wallet? How could it have grown legs and run up onto the windowsill by itself? A chill ran through my whole body. I jumped up at once. In a stride I was at the window, took down my now completely empty wallet. The 200 yuan I had hidden at the very bottom was gone without a trace. My ID card was still inside, but there was now an extra slip of paper that read, "Do not thank me, I left you your ID. Sleeping like a toad, you temp worker. Remember, next time put more money in your wallet." A grown man with so little, do you not feel ashamed? I exploded on the spot. Bastard. Dog day scum. Those familiar words, if this was not that so-called young Master Cheng sending someone to do it, then I was a ghost. A few hours ago, he had not gotten any advantage over me, and immediately turned around to send someone to mess with me. I jumped up, went downstairs, and banged on the landlady's door. The noise almost woke the entire rental building. The landlady came out in an enormous nightgown and slippers, yawning and muttering under her breath. "Who is it? So late, making such a racket?" She was about to scold me when she saw it was me. The anger on her face faded slightly, but her tone was still not pleasant. "What are you shouting about in the middle of the night?" "Landlady, someone stole my wallet." I was furious, anxious, and seething. This was way too brazen. Steal my money, leave a note to insult me, and make it clear I was supposed to know who did it, yet unable to do anything about it. At the word "stolen," the landlady's narrow eyes opened a sliver wider. How much was stolen? I handed her my empty wallet and the note. "All of it stolen?" "How much was it?" she asked, stunned. By now, my racket had woken the neighbors. The next room was a single unit rented by a young woman. The door was half open as she poked her head out to watch. From the neatness of her clothes, it seemed she had only recently come back and had not gone to sleep yet. The other unit belonged to a middle-aged couple who ran a street stall. Hearing that someone had been robbed, they also got up to check if anything was missing. I flushed slightly and lowered my voice. 200 yuan. The landlady immediately raised her voice. "What? 200 yuan? Such a small thing and you wake the whole building. Well now, so my 200 yuan is beneath her notice?" She stepped into my room and saw the half-open window. "You sleep without even closing the window?" Only then did I notice I had left it open, too tired last night. The middle-aged couple, finding nothing missing, exchanged a word with the landlady and went back to bed. The young woman seemed wide awake, her eyes brightening slightly when she looked at my build and face. She leaned against her doorframe, watching what was happening. Window closed or not, I was still robbed. "Can we call the police for this?" The landlady snorted. "For this little bit of money, it is nowhere near the threshold for reporting. And besides, you left your window open, you have only yourself to blame. Just be more careful from now on. In Xian village, if there are not 100 thefts a day, there are 80. If the police took all those reports, they would work themselves to death. The community patrol would not bother with such a small matter, let alone the police." She tossed the wallet and note back to me and went downstairs to continue her sleep. I was dumbstruck. Clearly, in their eyes, this kind of thing was entirely commonplace. I felt dazed. The petite young woman next door finally stepped fully into the hallway, white t-shirt, shorts, the room behind her lit with a soft pink glow, the kind girls tend to like. Forget it, no one will do anything about it. Just be more careful yourself, and always lock your doors and windows. Her Mandarin was slightly off, sounding like she came from the Sichuan region. If I know who did it, can I call the police then? She looked startled. You know who did it? I handed her the note. I know who wrote this, I know exactly what he is referring to, and I know why he sent someone to mess with me. She looked over the note several times before handing it back. There is no name on it, and it is not certain that the person you say wrote it. With just this, even if you call the police, nothing will come of it. They will not take the case, she said kindly. A chill went through my heart, followed by frustration. Damn it, in all my life I have never suffered such a loss. Fine, if I cannot call the police, then tomorrow night, whether you come looking for trouble or not, I will settle this score with you. I shoved the note back into my wallet, greeted the young woman, and returned to my room to lock the door and close the window. But I could not sleep at all. Now, after last night, I only had the 30 yuan I earned at the barbecue stall. What was I going to do? It was only the 20th. At Brilliant Advertising, I had heard they only paid last month's salary before the 10th, and my partial month's pay there was not even enough to repay manager Shu, unless they gave me that 10,000 yuan bonus, then everything would be fine. Yesterday, I had only avoided spending money at lunch because I had followed manager Shu and eaten with her. In that area, whether ordering delivery or going out to eat, lunch was at least 10 yuan, breakfast 3, and dinner 7 or 8. I also had to take the bus, and I needed to keep a little cash in case manager Shu sent me on an errand outside. Now my only actual cash income each day came from the barbecue stall, 30 yuan a day. After food, how much could be left? If boss Kong Ning could not withstand the pressure from that young Cheng bastard and really fired me, I would not even know how to get my next meal. My God, young Cheng, you have stirred up a hornet's nest. Even if you do not come after me again, I will come after you to settle accounts. One phrase kept echoing in my head, broke as a church mouse. My mind was still in turmoil from the trouble that bastard had deliberately caused. I forced myself to lie down, but my sleep was shallow, my head filled with flying scraps of paper. I was chasing those scraps, grabbing, snatching, yanking them like a madman. On each scrap of paper was the same arrogant face. I got up early in the morning and splashed my face hard with cold water. On my way downstairs, I ran into the girl from next door. She looked like she had not slept well, but I thought, well, anyone who goes to bed at 3 or 4 in the morning and leaves the house before 8 is bound to be in low spirits. She had no makeup on, was dressed simply, and looked a bit different from last night. She had a small backpack on her back. Could not sleep last night, could you? She smiled as she greeted me. Is it that obvious? I asked in surprise. She gave a faint smile. Perhaps because she had no makeup, there was a trace of rustic simplicity I had not noticed last night, which made me feel a little closer to her. With your wallet emptied, how could you sleep well? I gave a bitter smile, not even having the energy to reply. Do you not even have money for food? I still have enough for today's meals. I earned 30 last night helping at the barbecue stall. I felt completely dejected. Just yesterday, when I thought I might earn 10,000 yuan, I believed my bad luck was finally over, never imagining that the bastard would pull a stunt like this right after. She took out a small wallet from her little bag, with a few large bills inside. I have to run some errands today and will need to spend some money, but I should have a little over 200 left. Why do I not lend you 100 for food? Pay me back when you get your salary. I was momentarily stunned. What was this supposed to mean? A neighbor I barely knew was offering me money? Could it be this girl had taken a liking to my face? I hesitated a little. If it were a close friend, I would take it without a second thought. But right now, I was emptier than my own pockets. What is wrong? Afraid the money is counterfeit, she teased, clearly reading my hesitation. I suddenly grinned, snatching the 100 from her hand. Fine, I will check if it is real or fake for you. Seeing me take it so readily, she looked genuinely pleased. When I first arrived here, I was robbed too. I know exactly how it feels to be at the end of your rope. And have you not heard the saying? What saying? Distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. Who knows, someday I might need your help. I smiled. I could tell this girl was clever. She was deliberately approaching the conversation from different angles to dispel any concerns I might have. She was truly understanding, and she knew people well. All right, deal. But why not let me write you an IOU? I do not know when I will be able to pay you back. No need, it is just 100. If you never pay me back, I will treat it as a good deed. She tilted her head back and gave me a playful glance. What is your name? I am Jiang Ning. My name is Du Yen. Nice to meet you, neighbor Jiang Ning. If you have time in the next few days, come eat with me. I have a rice cooker and make my own dishes, clean and cheap. I was surprised again. You are not secretly in love with me, are you? Honestly, lending me money, inviting me to eat, would it not be strange if I did not wonder? Du Yen looked me over with a smile. Neighbor Jiang Ning, while you are not bad-looking, tall, a bit handsome, you might be just a little too self-absorbed. The food will still cost you, you know. I smacked my face dramatically. What? You do not have a crush on me? My poor handsome face. I put on such an exaggeratedly regretful expression that she could not help but laugh again. On the way downstairs, she even treated me to 2 large buns and a cup of soy milk. By now I had a general impression of Miss Du Yen. Though she came from the countryside, she was anything but stingy. In fact, she was quite generous. Her personality was straightforward, and I had no reason to act coy. Still, this was a big favor, and I owed her one. I resolved that when that 10,000 actually came into my hands, I would pay her back immediately, and then take her out for a feast. Du Yen, I work at the Kong Ning barbecue stall in the south at 8 o'clock in the evenings. If you want some barbecue, come find me and I will grill it for you. I told her this when we parted ways at the bus stop. She smiled and nodded. Seeing her reaction a bit perfunctory, I added, I will grill it for you myself. When I returned to the company, only a few colleagues had arrived. Lu Mei saw my gloomy face and asked curiously, what is wrong, young Master Jiang? You are about to be a 10,000 yuan man, why do you look so lifeless? Do not even ask, I got robbed last night. I said, deeply frustrated. What? Lu Mei was starting up various front desk machines, but paused in surprise at my words. What got stolen? Do not tell me someone stole you. She deliberately gave me a full body scan with her eyes, the implication clear enough, my body was probably the most valuable thing I had. Ha, if they had stolen me, that would be fine. But they stole my living expenses instead. I briefly told her what had happened. Her eyes widened. You are this down over 200 yuan? I widened my eyes right back. Miss Lu, that is my living money for the month. I have to survive until payday. She hooked my head closer with a slender finger. Want me to tell you a way to perk up instantly? What way? I asked, skeptical. Ah, you think I am just messing with you? Fine, do not listen then. But if you miss out, do not blame me later. Seeing my attitude, Lu Mei's tone turned a little annoyed. Could there actually be something useful? All right, let us hear it. We will see if it is reliable. I can tell you, but you have to buy me lunch today. A proper one. My face fell. I had only 130 yuan left, and 100 of that was borrowed from Du Yen. And she wanted me to buy her a proper lunch? Was this a joke? Fine, 30 yuan or under, order whatever you want. My heart ached. Yes, 30 yuan counts as a proper lunch for me right now. Lu Mei's eyes went wide. Young Master Jiang, you are about to be a 10,000 yuan man, why are you so stingy? Do not try to fool me, whether I can actually get it is still up in the air, and payday is far off. As if I do not know when salaries are paid here. Besides, I only have 130 on me, and 100 of that is borrowed. Giving you a 30 yuan meal is already 2 or 3 days worth of my food budget. Lu Mei stared at me for at least half a minute, seeing no sign that I was exaggerating. All right, seeing as you really are poor enough to have your pants falling down, I will not make you buy me lunch. Here is the deal, your advertising payment came through last night. You can have President Xu approve your bonus in advance, and you can get the full 10,000 today. If she signs it today, the money will be in your hands today. My jaw dropped. There was a way to do that? Really? If I get it, we will have a big lunch, 50 yuan this time. After all, no matter how big the meal, it was not going to be more than 100. I sat there, feeling like I was on pins and needles, pretending to study the documents while waiting for Madame Xu to come in for work. Given the way she usually treated me, I was far from confident she would actually help. Especially after yesterday, in the car, when I had, through a combination of force and awkward circumstance, ended up using her as a pillow. To be honest, the memory still made me uneasy. It was around 9:30 when she finally arrived at the office. Today she was, as usual, dressed for business, black fitted blazer, crisp white blouse, straight skirt, and heels. For some reason, no matter what she wore, she always had the air of a fashion model. I waited about 10 minutes after she went inside, then quickly got up and knocked on her door. Come in. She had just poured herself a glass of water. When she saw me showing up this early, she looked a bit surprised. What is it? Feeling all eager and proactive all of a sudden? In a rush to be evaluated? Yeah, right. Like I would walk straight into the firing line voluntarily. Oh, no. It is just, my wallet was stolen last night. I do not have enough money for meals, so I wanted to ask if it might be possible to get part of my bonus or salary advanced. I was completely straightforward, same as always, just telling her the truth. She blinked. How much was stolen? 200. Her head snapped up. You only had 200 on you in total? That's right. When I first got off the train I had 800, but 600 of it was stolen at the station. So this time, the thief did not have much left to take. I could now tell this story without even flinching. First she looked surprised, then shook her head, and finally let out a quiet laugh. You really do have a unique kind of luck. I could not tell if she meant bad luck, constantly getting robbed, or good luck, signing a huge order on my first day here. Honestly, I was not sure myself. Go ask Xiao Lu to make you out a payment request form. Write it up as an order follow-up bonus, and for the amount. My heart jumped. Lu had called me, soon to be a big earner, yesterday, and that phrase flashed through my mind immediately. She caught my expression completely, and although she seemed amused, her face stayed neutral. Let us do 2,000 even for now. The rest, you will get with your salary. Inside, I cursed. She was still holding yesterday's grudge and deliberately giving me only 1/5 of what I was due. Cold-blooded woman. What? You are not satisfied? Do not forget, you are just a temp. This is already me making an exception for you. That startled me. One glance from her, and she already knew exactly what I was thinking. I hurried out, found Lu Mei to prepare the payment form, got her signature, and then collected the 2,000 yuan in cash from accounting. Then I went back to Madame Shu's office and placed 1,800 yuan bills on her desk. Manager Shu, about the shoes I broke last time, we agreed on 1,800 in compensation. Please count, that is 18 bills. She looked a little stunned. I had just gotten this advance, and I was handing over almost all of it to settle what she had called a debt. Payday is still a long way off. You are giving back this much now and leaving yourself with only a little over 200. Can you even last until then? She had not expected me to be so firm. If she had known, she might have just given me a bigger advance to begin with. Now it would feel awkward to redo the paperwork. Do not worry, I said confidently. I have my evening part-time work. If I save, it will cover my meals and bus fare. These 200 some yuan will be my emergency reserve in case anything comes up. I will make it to payday. I set the money down and turned to leave. She hesitated a moment. Wait. I turned back. She opened a high-end handbag, took out her wallet, slipped the 1,800 into it, then pulled 80 yuan in small bills from another compartment and handed them to me. You gave me 80 last time, and I just took 1,800 from you. Now we are even. That amount was nothing to her. She had been planning to tell me not to bother paying her at all. But seeing how unyielding and matter-of-fact I was, she ended up taking it, almost against her own instincts. I noticed the 80 yuan she gave back had been tucked in a separate slot in her wallet, the same place she had put the 1,800 I had just given her. It made me curious, but I did not ask. Even though I had just handled 2,000 yuan and was now left with only a fraction, I felt no regret at all. I had paid off what I owed her, and tonight I could pay back the 100 I had borrowed from Duyan. That meant I would not owe anyone anything. And I still had a bit more than 200 yuan in cash. That felt satisfying. All morning, Madame Shu was too busy to test me. She seemed to have taken on a major ad renovation project. From what I saw while helping Zhou Tong and the others prepare the base materials, I was not yet in a position to know the full details. Several senior sales staff were in and out of her office for meetings, while the admin and assistants kept churning out paperwork. At noon, I went to the front desk. Lu, come on, lunch is on me. Zhou Tong and Yi Hongye immediately protested. Jiang, do not be so biased. Inviting only Lu? Should we still be helping you after this? My head throbbed. I had already braced myself to splurge on Lu Mei's lunch. By her standards, it would cost at least 30 or 50 yuan, which already made my wallet ache. Adding the two of them would burn through half my remaining cash. Smiling, I said, today I want some one-on-one time with Lu. Next time, all of you. They both went straight into gossip mode. Whoa, you two? Already? You have only known each other for a few days. Lu Mei's cheeks flushed instantly and she quickly shut them up. Do not listen to him. He only has a little over 200 left, how could he afford all of us? Forget it, let us just go eat. You can treat us when you get your full paycheck. Clearly, I had not bothered to hide the whole paying debt situation from them, better that than letting it turn into some wild rumor. The four of us took the elevator down together. Zhou Tong noticed I kept rolling my neck. What's with your neck, Jiang? I had tossed and turned all last night and barely slept, so it was sore as hell. Must have slept on it wrong, I said, rubbing it. Maybe your pillow's too high? I thought about it. No, it's not high at all. Pretty comfortable, actually. Probably just because I did not sleep well. At that moment, a familiar scent swept past from behind. I knew instantly, it was Madame Xu. She shot me a sharp glare as she walked by. I was baffled. Why was she suddenly giving me that look? I had already paid her back. It was only while eating that it clicked. She must have heard the word pillow and thought I was talking about that time I used her legs as one. That was way too wrong a conclusion. At exactly 1:30 in the afternoon, right as work resumed, Madame Xu called me into her office. She had me sit directly across from her. Her arms were folded across her chest, her whole posture radiating hostility. My heart sank. This could not be good. But despite my unease, my eyes could not help being drawn to her figure. She was already imposing to begin with, and in this position, her upper body seemed to rise and swell even more. I nearly stared outright. She followed my gaze and, knowing me as the shameless, bold man she thought I was, had no trouble guessing exactly what I was looking at. She quickly dropped her arms, gave the desk a light slap, and finally managed to pull my eyes back up to her face. Have you finished preparing the materials I told you to put together? It took her a moment to start with work-related matters. I paused. I handed the morning's materials to Manager Wu Bo from Sales Department 1. He said they were fine. As for the rest, I am not able to prepare them. So what you are saying is, you have nothing to do right now? I thought to myself, I am busy looking at your face, while also thinking about letting my gaze drift a little lower. This afternoon, she continued, I want you to sort out all of the company's past advertising cases worth over 1 million. Her eyes were fixed on me, her hand trembled slightly, but she could not find a direct reason to scold me. What was she supposed to say? What are you looking at? Keep staring there and I will gouge your eyes out? And why could she not say that? Because she knew I might very well reply, if it looks that good, why should I not look? I gave her a puzzled look. Was this really something a vice president needed to tell me directly? She could just have Manager Wu assign it to me. If you ever dare bring up that pillow incident in front of other colleagues again, I will have you organize every single case we have done since the new year. She sounded fierce, but it was not the kind of fierceness that came from actual anger. Inwardly, I groaned. Sure enough, what I had said at lunch to Lu Mei had been twisted. Manager Xu, the pillow I mentioned to Lu Mei at noon was not that pillow of yours, it was the one in my own home. Her eyes widened in surprise. You are broke as can be, and you still have a girlfriend living with you? Her expression cooled noticeably. She must have thought I could barely feed myself, yet still had the nerve to support a girlfriend. That was an even bigger misunderstanding. Manager Xu, I meant an actual pillow, one for sleeping on a bed. Not the one from your car yesterday. Her expression shifted quickly, and I took my time appreciating every change. Finally realizing her mistake, she slapped the desk again. Get out there and get to work. Her eyes were a mix of embarrassment and irritation, and it made my chest tighten for a moment. I stood up quickly. Do not worry, Manager Xu. I will never bring up the pillow in front of other people. I had emphasized other, meaning she herself was not included in that promise. I figured mentioning it occasionally to her directly should still be fine. Out. I hurried out, because she had picked up the pen on her desk in a way that made it look like she was ready to throw it. Before I could even ask Lu Mei to help me pull the files from the system, someone from Sales Department 1 came to call me in for a general meeting. When I entered the large conference room, I realized there were over 30 people from Sales 1 alone, excluding those currently traveling for business or meeting clients. From the company directory, I knew there were more than 50 of them altogether. A massive team. At the front sat Madame Xu, with Manager Wu Bo of Sales 1 at her side. I also spotted Zhou Tong, the young woman, seated a few rows behind Xu. She had a pen and notebook in hand, clearly tasked with recording the meeting minutes. From the scale of the setup, there had to be a major project in the works. Otherwise, there was no reason to gather so many people. Wu Bo was a round-faced man with glasses, not tall, average in looks, and a little bookish. But in action he was anything but slow, and almost everyone in Sales 1 feared him. He was sharp, powerful, and highly valued by both General Manager Lu and Vice President Xu. Once everyone was present, Wu glanced at Xu, then tapped the table with his pen. Let us begin. Before we start, I would like to introduce a new employee. My attention was still on the two beauties, Madame Xu and Zhou Tong. New colleague, please introduce yourself. Everyone's eyes turned to me. Xu was looking at me as well, just in time to catch me glancing at her. Her gaze instantly sharpened. I was momentarily startled, then reminded myself, this was a formal meeting. I quickly stood. Hello everyone, my name is Jiang Ning. I have been assigned to Sales Department 1 as an assistant. I do not have any special skills or much experience, but I have plenty of physical strength. If you need anything lifted or carried, just let me know. The room erupted in laughter. Some who did not know the situation glanced at me with mild confusion. Why would there be a male assistant? What was going on here? There was a round of polite applause to welcome me. Wu smiled and continued, "Do not underestimate Jiang. On his very first day, he worked with Vice President Xu to secure all of LE's advertising business for the second half of the year, worth 5 million, and the payment was received the same day. This set 3 company records: first, being the only sales assistant to close a deal on his first day; second, having the first deal be a 5 million contract; and third, signing and collecting payment on the same day." The conference room went quiet for a moment. I was a bit taken aback by how Wu was framing this. I glanced at Xu, but her expression and tone did not change. There was no reading her in this setting. Wu, on the other hand, seemed intent on boosting my profile. Under his lead, the room applauded again. This time, aside from Xu and Zhou, the clapping felt more perfunctory. I quickly stood and bowed in thanks. Even if it was half-hearted, applause was still applause. It would be rude not to acknowledge it. Wu then moved on. This time, through our joint efforts, the company has secured an advertising renovation project for an old village, with a total value in the tens of millions. The purpose of this meeting is to arrange the work, assign personnel, and clarify responsibilities. The applause this time was loud, genuine, and enthusiastic. I was startled, so this was the project I had heard about this morning. What on earth did it involve that it would cost over 10 million? Wu continued, "After discussions with Vice President Xu and General Manager Liu, we have decided to select 10 people from Sales 1 to form the project team. If you want to participate, please raise your hand." Everyone except Wu, Zhou, Xu, and me raised both hands. Such enthusiasm? I could not quite understand it. Since everyone is eager, the choice will not be made here. I will prepare a list based on your interest, your usual performance, and role requirements, then submit it to Vice President Xu and General Manager Liu for approval. Once approved, we will announce it. For now, let us decide on the sales assistant for the project. At that, all eyes shifted between me and Zhou Tong. So, it was down to the two of us? Wasn't she the receptionist? Could she also do a sales assistant's job? I was surprised. How could they decide on the supporting role before naming the lead? To be honest, after Wu Bo introduced me like that and spoke so highly of me, I felt a little lightheaded. So what if I was new to the workplace? Receiving recognition was something to be happy about. Still, no matter how pleased I was, there was no way I would speak up in this setting. I was only a temp, a junior assistant. This was not my turn to address the room. At that moment, Wu Bo turned to Madame Xu and whispered a few words, as if seeking her opinion. He spoke so quietly that none of us could hear. Wu kept nodding as she spoke, and finally he announced that because the project was both important and large in scale, the assistant position would be jointly assigned to both me and Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong would handle internal documentation, I would mainly handle external affairs. What exactly did external affairs mean? I was completely in the dark. I glanced at Zhou Tong and saw her visibly excited, her chest rising and falling slightly. Was this really something to get that worked up about? As for the other members of the team, Wu would draw up the list later, submit it to the company for confirmation, and post it on the intranet. That would not be decided now. Finally, Wu smiled and said to Xu, "Vice President Xu, although this major project was secured by our sales department in terms of experience, there are bound to be gaps. We will need coordination from across the company. So, do you agree that the overall director for this project should be you?" The entire conference room went dead silent. You could probably hear a pin drop. I was slightly curious. Judging by the seriousness on their faces, this was clearly something important. I studied Madame Xu closely. Throughout the meeting she had spoken little, maintaining a polite smile, but I thought I detected something unreadable in her eyes. I kept my mouth shut. I did not understand the business, the company, or even the industry. The smartest move for me was to keep my head down and quietly benefit from the situation. After Wu finished speaking, he stopped, smiling at me. I was puzzled. What was that supposed to mean? You are a grown man, why are you staring at me like that? My face is not so beautiful that it should hold your gaze. Could it be that he's? A chill ran down my spine. Madame Xu glanced briefly at me, then tapped the table lightly. This deal is the achievement of your sales department so naturally Manager Wu should handle it entirely. As for areas where the company's support is needed, you can communicate directly with me. As long as it benefits the company, I, and the company, will support it. As soon as she finished, the atmosphere in the room seemed to loosen, like a spell being lifted from the Monkey King's head. I noticed that although Manager Wu was still smiling, the joy in his eyes was impossible to hide. I was full of questions. When the meeting ended, Zhou Tong and I were the last to leave. Small roles always exited last. I tugged at her sleeve. Zhou, I have a few questions I wanted to ask you. Are you really that happy about being made an assistant? Why not? There is money to be made, why would I not be happy? She gave me a curious look. Do you not already make money in your usual work? I still did not quite understand. Come to the reception desk, she said. I will explain. From time to time, people come here for meetings. Once we were at the front desk, she began tidying some papers while speaking quietly. Normally, our administrative staff and admin assistants only get fixed salaries. But the company has a rule: if you are temporarily assigned to assist a project, you get an extra bonus. And with a project this big, the bonus will not be small. Her pleased expression made me feel a little excited as well. How much are we talking about? At least a few thousand. With a project this size, definitely. And since you are handling outside work, you will also get travel allowances, so you will probably earn more than I do. She looked as though she almost wished she were assigned to outside work as well. I was starting to get a small grasp of the internal workings. Then why, when Vice President Xu said Manager Wu would be in charge, did everyone seem so happy? At this question, Zhou quickly glanced around to make sure no one was paying attention, then leaned closer and whispered, "You do not know, do you? Sales Department 1 was originally set up and run directly by General Manager Liu, mainly handling mid to large contracts. Later, when Liu got busy with other ventures, Vice President Xu took over management. We have a rule: aside from Liu, whoever is the overall head of a project gets the largest share of the project bonus. By giving the position of overall head to Manager Wu, and to Sales Department 2, they could not be happier. For a deal this big, she is giving up at least a few $100,000 in bonuses." Good grief, a few $100,000? Madame Xu that generous? That was not her style. This is the same woman who argued with me over a pair of shoes worth $1,800. Madame Xu. Manager Xu would just give up such a fat piece of meat so easily. I asked in disbelief. Zhou had a very small nose, but it did not detract from her overall beauty. She furrowed her brow slightly, clearly unable to explain. You had better get back to your desk. Manager Wu might have tasks for you. But when I returned, I did not see Manager Wu. Instead, I saw Madame Xu, her face dark. Jiang Ning, during work hours, instead of being at your desk sorting materials, why are you wandering around? For some reason, despite her being the kind of workplace figure everyone else in the company feared, I did not feel even a hint of fear toward her. Oh, Manager Xu, since I was just assigned to the big project team, I was worried I might not do well, so I went to ask Zhou Tong for some background information. In front of her, I felt no need to hide anything. There was neither necessity nor benefit in doing so. Her expression softened slightly. Come to my office. I have something to tell you. I followed her into the vice president's office like a shadow. I did not notice that, from a distance, a pair of eyes was watching. Only after I stepped into her office did that person nod slightly. Madame Xu sat for a long moment, turning a pen in her hands, looking somewhat distracted. I had never seen her hesitate like this before. Had she run into a difficult problem? Manager Xu, whatever it is, just tell me. If it is something I can do, I will make sure it gets done. I knew this job opportunity had come from her, and I also knew that the 10,000 yuan bonus earlier had been entirely at her discretion. She could have just as easily denied it. So if I had the chance to repay the favor in any way, I would. I believe that owing someone money is easy to handle, you can always work hard and pay it back. But owing someone a favor is different. For example, how could I repay the favor I owed Madame Xu? She was not short of money, and she already had plenty of capable subordinates. What could I possibly do to help her? When would I ever be able to settle this debt? Hearing my words, her expression warmed slightly. I am not asking you to do something for me. I am telling you to do your own job well. If something is not part of your assigned work, do not take it on. Do not ask unnecessary questions. And if money comes your way that you are not entitled to, you must not take it. Can you do that? When she said this, her eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. What the hell was that supposed to mean? Was she telling me to give back the 10,000? That was too much. Letting me work as a temp, making me pay for her shoes, and assigning me to be a sales assistant, a role usually given to women, those things I could endure. But making me hand back money I had already earned? That, I absolutely could not tolerate. Right then and there, I turned hostile. I cannot do that. Madame Xu clearly had not expected this reaction. What did you say? Say that again? I raised my voice slightly, enunciating each word. I cannot do that. Did you hear me clearly? I locked my gaze firmly on her. This time, she heard me. Her whole body suddenly trembled a little, and the collar of her blouse began to shift with her breathing. Was this really worth getting so worked up over? All because I could not return the 2,000 yuan advance bonus that I had already spent? Her expression turned completely cold. Why can you not do that? I let out a cold laugh. Manager Shu, that 2,000 I got as an advance bonus? There is not much of it left. You, of all people, should know exactly how I spent it. What, do you expect me to take it out of your wallet and give it back to the company? Her expression began to change, cold frost giving way to warmth, until finally she laughed. What did I say that was so funny? She looked at me with curiosity. You thought I meant for you to return that 10,000 yuan bonus to the company? You thought I meant that 10,000 was money you should never have received? I replied irritably, I have only been here 2 days. That bonus from you is the only one I have gotten. What other bonus could I possibly have? She clearly had not expected me to think this way. Suddenly she buried her face in her hands, her shoulders visibly shaking. That made me even angrier. So you see me pay back a debt just now, and your next move is to mess with me like this? Fine, mess with me if you want, but at least be upfront about it. What was the point of laughing at me like this? I sat there stone-faced, watching her laugh. Her shoulders were shaking so much that the neckline of her blouse shifted, and from my height and angle, I could see right inside. This time, I did not feel the slightest bit embarrassed or restrained. What? You play games with me, abuse your authority, and I am not allowed to take a little visual compensation in return? A strange thought crossed my mind. I wondered what her husband looked like. Was he handsome? This man had married a stunning wife who was not only capable and successful but had flawless, fair, smooth skin and an impressive figure. I wondered how she felt to the touch. I found myself suddenly a little envious of her husband. While I was lost in thought, she finished laughing, lifted her head, and caught my burning gaze and the exact place my eyes had landed. The expression on her face instantly became far more complicated. This man, he dresses and behaves like a decent person, so why does his gaze always drift there? What is there to look at? Even Madame Shu startled herself by wondering this. She coughed heavily, snapping me back to reality. What did you say? I asked, thinking she had spoken. You think I was asking you to return the bonus? Do you take me for someone who goes back on her word? That turn in the conversation caught me off guard. What was this supposed to mean? It sounded like there was more to her words. So what exactly was the money I should not take, and the work I should not do? Come on, spell it out already. Listen carefully. What I am saying is, when you are on this project, be extra careful. If a task is not yours, do not take it on. If money comes your way that you are not entitled to, do not take it. Do you understand me this time? Wait, you meant that? So there are going to be tasks in this project I should not be doing? Money I should not be taking? I really did not understand. I stared at her blankly, as if she were some goddess in my eyes. She knew I had no real understanding, not of the industry, not of the work itself, and certainly not of the murky undercurrents behind it. In short, she said, stick strictly to your assigned duties. Do everything by proper procedure and you will be fine. This project might have some issues. Just be careful. If you encounter something you do not understand, tell me immediately. Oh, why did you not say that from the start? Hearing that, I basically understood what she meant. Her refusal to take charge of this project must have been for a reason, and now she was warning me not to step out of line. All right, do not worry, Manager Shu. I have taken your words to heart, every single one. I will not do work that is not mine, I will not handle matters that are not my responsibility, and I certainly will not touch money I should not take. You recruited me, I will not embarrass you or tarnish your name. This was one of those times where my ability to infer and respond really shone. She seemed genuinely surprised by my ability to read between the lines. For once, I had satisfied her. She waved her hand, dismissing me. Wu Bo was efficient. In less than half an hour, the team list was drawn up. With General Manager Lu away, Madame Shu approved it directly. Since it was a Sales Department 1 project staffed entirely with Sales Department 1 personnel, she was not about to change any names Wu had selected. Besides me, Zhou Tong, and Wu himself, 8 other colleagues were chosen for the project team. Everyone who made the list was beaming, as if they had just won third prize in a lottery. Those not chosen were understandably a little disappointed, but Wu reassured them that they would have a chance on the next big project. They could only allow themselves mild disappointment. Complaining too much in front of the man who held their project fortunes in his hands would only make him dislike them and could cost them even a future sip of soup when the next opportunity came. When the front desk finally passed the project materials to Zhou Tong and me, I was nearly stunned. This old village advertising renovation project? The old village in question turned out to be the very place I lived, Xian Village. How was this possible? The city of Huaqing was so big, yet things lined up like this? It turned out the project was part of a government initiative to renovate the outer ring of old villages, giving them a unified, upgraded exterior. One part of the renovation involved replacing rooftop advertising structures and refurbishing billboards on more than 10 large buildings along a major road. No wonder the budget for this project was in the tens of millions. Then I suddenly thought of Boss Kongning's shop. His place was on the southern side, right next to the road. Could it be affected? I examined the documents more carefully. The renovation would only cover the northern and western sections. The eastern side was under an overpass, a visual dead zone, and the southern side bordered a large undeveloped area, making it unsuitable for renovation. So the project skipped both the east and the south, focusing only on the northwest. Seeing that, I finally relaxed a little. Honestly, whether they renovated the area or not had little to do with me, except that if they tore down that barbecue stand, my evening part-time job would be gone. And that job brought me 30 yuan a night. After setting down the documents, I began to feel a faint sense that something was not quite right. Was I really so concerned just because of that 30 yuan a night I earned from my part-time job? From 8 o'clock until 1 o'clock, that was a solid 5 hours, and I usually arrived early and left late, so my actual working time was definitely more than 5 hours. 5 hours for 30 yuan worked out to only 6 yuan an hour. If it were not for my current situation, I would never have taken such a low-paying job. The cost-benefit ratio was terrible. Yet I still worked there happily, and the thought that the renovation project might affect the barbecue stall genuinely worried me. Why? Thinking it over, I realized something. This job had been introduced to me by the girl with the little ponytail. And perhaps the real reason I enjoyed it so much was not just the money, but the fact that I got to see that kind, beautiful young woman from time to time. Was that the real reason? Did I actually have feelings for her? Otherwise, why would I be so sensitive about the Xian Village renovation project? Why would I immediately check the renovation areas and boundaries? Especially after that Cheng Xiao barged in, aside from feeling indignant on her behalf, I also felt a strange reluctance to think of her as having a boyfriend. That startled me. I dared not think further. Knowing my temperament, if I kept going down that path and really admitted it to myself, I might very well end up talking to her directly that very evening. The sales department one truly lived up to its reputation as the strongest department. By midday, they had already gathered all personnel and materials. When work resumed in the afternoon, Wu Bo held another project meeting. This time, Madame Xu did not attend. She left it entirely to Manager Wu to assign tasks and arrange personnel. There were no major changes. Even if there were, I had only been here 2 days and would not have fully understood them anyway. When they talked about things like external coordination or liaising with third-party suppliers, I could not follow it at all. But in addition to handling outside tasks, I was now given another responsibility: communication between upper and lower levels. Communication upward meant reporting necessary progress directly to General Manager Xu, while communication downward meant receiving her instructions and approvals and passing them on. I was rather surprised, very surprised, that such an important job had been assigned to me. These days, what employee or mid-level manager does not dream of more face time with upper management? Although I did not fully understand Wu Bo's intentions, I could sense from his eyes that this arrangement was somehow connected to the things Madame Xu had said to me that morning. I accepted the assignment immediately. This was normal work, and I had no reason or grounds to refuse it. Still, I could not help feeling a bit more cautious inside. If not for the warning Madame Xu had given me earlier, I probably would not have thought twice about it. Zhou Tong's duties remained the same. She handled all internal document processing, and the collection, organization, and provision of information. After the meeting, Zhou Tong handed her notes to me. These meeting minutes were now considered part of the progress reports, work that would previously have been done by either her or Wu Bo, but now had been entirely given to me. When Madame Xu saw that it was I who handed her the meeting notes, she frowned slightly. "Why are you delivering this? Is this not Zhou Tong's task?" Something in my gut told me that Madame Xu had a certain unease about this project, something she could not quite put into words. It was not her usual style. Manager Wu said that for this project, I am responsible for communication upward and downward. Zhou Tong is only in charge of organizing and compiling the documents and providing information. Her long, slender fingers tapped lightly on the folder on her desk, producing a faint, irregular sound. She seemed to be thinking something over, her eyes slowly scanning the document. "Is there a problem, Manager Xu? If there is, please tell me directly. I am new to the workplace, and there are certainly many things I do not yet understand." If you can point out clearly what I should watch out for, I can learn much faster. Twice now she had worn that cautious expression when speaking to me. It was making me slightly uneasy. She looked a little surprised, perhaps not expecting me to speak so directly, as if I had sensed something behind all this. She studied me closely, as if my words did not quite match my somewhat inexperienced face. What I told you this morning, just remember that. In everything, watch and listen more, speak less, and think before you act. The rest is up to you. I could tell that she was, in her way, looking out for me. Do not worry, Manager Shu. I understand that there are things you cannot say outright. Whether in the company, the industry, or this project, I am sure things are not as simple as they look. As the saying goes, a master can lead you to the door, but cultivation is up to the individual. I will pay close attention. I made my thoughts clear without hesitation, also making it known that I was not a complete blank slate that anyone could scribble on as they pleased. When she wrote, "reviewed," on the document, signed her name, and handed it back, her expression was clearly more relaxed. Go. And work with focus. She emphasized the words, with focus, clearly as another reminder to me. The afternoon was just as busy. As I shuttled between Zhou Tong and Sales Department 1 to exchange documents, I finally understood why this project involved such a large sum of money. The dozens of street-facing buildings included several mid-sized hotels, restaurants, office buildings, and various other properties. Their exterior walls, rooftops, and numerous advertising spaces, both static and digital, would all be redesigned, fabricated, purchased, and installed under Huiguang Advertising's management. This involved a wide range of smaller subprojects and numerous suppliers. Even for a large company like Huiguang, many of the smaller tasks would be outsourced to long-term partner vendors, but to oversee the entire renovation project from start to finish would still require a 10-person team working flat out for about 3 months. At around 3 o'clock, the entire project team, including me, Zhou Tong, Wu Bo, and the others, was taken by company minibus to Xian Village to inspect the overall site. When we arrived, specialized subcontractors were already measuring the buildings. Every single one slated for renovation, every advertisement, large or small, had to be remeasured. Without that, the entire advertising renovation project could not be executed to perfection. That was Huiguang Advertising's motto. If it bears the Huiguang name, it must be premium quality. The 10 of us immediately donned safety helmets and began walking around the key buildings, observing the site and talking with the survey team. It was obvious Manager Wu knew the survey company well. They were chatting and sharing cigarettes as they worked. Eventually, Wu introduced me to the survey company's liaison, a young woman named Chang Wan, about 20 years old. From now on, all site data could be given directly to me, and I would pass it on to the company for processing. Wearing large glasses and a safety helmet and carrying a surveying instrument, she looked very much like an engineer. She glanced at me, gave a brief nod, and said nothing more, returning her focus to examining the buildings up and down. To be honest, I did not understand a thing. I followed behind Changwan, watching her continuously fiddle with the machine while recording various data. Seizing the moment when she was writing something down, I asked curiously, "Miss Chang, is this hard to learn?" "That depends on who is learning." I glanced at her in surprise. Was she implying that she herself learned quickly, but I would certainly learn slowly? What kind of logic was that? So do you learn fast or slow? Normally I had no real interest in people with such a high opinion of themselves, but I had nothing else to do at the moment. The sales department colleagues had already gone off to follow up on the key advertising locations. I wanted to see just how good she thought she was. Without looking up, she continued quickly jotting down one number after another. If you had a good eye, you would not be asking that question. Her face was a bit cold, and her tone was even colder. I could feel sweat starting to form on my forehead. What was with this woman? I had not offended her, had I? To be honest, my eye has always been pretty good. But right now, I truly cannot tell which kind you are. Was I the type of person who would just take a hit from someone out of nowhere without reacting? Of course not. Then you should now realize that your good eye is actually nothing special, Changwan said flatly, clearly unwilling to give an inch. I laughed. This sort of back-and-forth sniping was really stifling. "Miss, you have never met me before, have you?" "No kidding." "Then why does it feel like I have taken some huge advantage of you, refused to admit it, and been caught in the act?" I was irritated, but still kept my tone even. This time she actually stopped working, raised her glasses slightly, and gave me a careful once-over. Actually, with your looks, if you did take advantage of me a little, I would not be angry." What was that supposed to mean? Was she saying she was willing to let a pretty boy take liberties with her? "But with someone like you, even if I would not be angry, I would call the police." Leaving me frozen in place with an awkward look on my face, she simply went back to her work. Watching her busy herself, 2 words suddenly floated through my mind: nemesis. Could she be even more formidable than Madame Xu? Madame Xu, that sharp, capable career woman, had once been used by me as a pillow, yet here I was, completely thrown off by a technical woman who worked with instruments. I decided to change tactics. I said nothing, just quietly watched her work. Less than half a minute later, she broke first: "Could you please move further away from me? You are disturbing my work." That annoyed me. What is that supposed to mean? I have not said a word, and you still have an issue with me. She set down her instrument and looked at me with complete seriousness. I do not know how you worked before, nor how you usually handle the surveying stage. But do you understand that even the slightest error in this data will affect every subsequent stage of the work? And in the end, if it is found that the problem originated in our measurements, all the blame will fall on our company, possibly on me personally. Do you understand? If this order has problems, my job could be on the line. This time, I had nothing to say. I immediately stepped back several meters. The last time I caused damage, breaking a single pair of shoes had cost me an entire month's pay, 1,800 yuan. If I caused trouble for her, would my remaining 8,000 vanish just as easily? A bit of verbal sparring was no big deal, but when it came to money, that was serious business. Manager Wu and the head of the survey team had gone to a tea restaurant to chat over drinks. Everyone else was busy with their work. After nearly an hour of boredom, Zhou Tong received a phone call, then went into the tea restaurant. 5 minutes later, she came rushing out. Her face was lit with joy as she ran straight over to me. "What is with you? You look like you just won the lottery," I asked curiously. She was slightly out of breath from running, her chest rising and falling, her cheeks flushed. "I really did win something. Guess how much we got?" I was startled. "What? We? If you won, you won. What do you mean we?" She gave me a sly wink, glanced toward Changwan beside us, and gestured for me to move away so she could tell me privately. I was puzzled, but followed her. "All right, Miss Zhou, what is so secretive?" Once we were away from others, she slipped behind a bulletin board, took several red envelopes out of her bag, and handed one to me. "What is this?" "Take it, it is for you. From the contractor." She looked genuinely thrilled, as if she had hit the jackpot. I pointed toward the survey company staff inside the tea restaurant with Manager Wu, then pointed to the envelope. Zhou Tong nodded. "It is their tip for our hard work. This is just the first, there will be many more later." At that moment, I noticed from the corner of my eye that Manager Wu, inside behind the glass, was glancing my way. A jolt went through me, and I suddenly remembered what Madame Xu had told me. Was this what she meant? Was this the kind of money I was not supposed to accept? Damn. Other than the small red envelopes my parents had given me during Lunar New Year when I was a child, I had never seen one in my life. I did not take it, frowning slightly. "Zhou Tong, is it even legal for us to accept the red envelopes like this?" At last I understood. Was this the infamous industry rule people talked about? No wonder the sales department one staff who made it into the project team were so excited. So in addition to commissions and bonuses, there was this extra income as well? And from the sound of it, there was more than one supplier involved, hence why Zhou Tong said this was only the first. Zhou Tong stared at me as if she were looking at a prehistoric dinosaur. "Brother Jiang, are you from the Stone Age? Which company in this line of work does not do things this way? It is just a little tea money. What does legality have to do with it?" My mind was racing. This was the first time I had encountered something like this. How should I handle it? "Oh, I see. Zhou Tong, I did not bring my wallet. Why do you not just keep it for me? We can talk about it back at the company." I made up an excuse to put her off for now. I definitely intended to ask Madame Xu about it when we got back. She hesitated slightly, clearly surprised that I did not seem too interested in the envelope. I smiled. "You must get this kind of good fortune all the time, right?" At that, she finally remembered that this was my first real job and the first time I had encountered a red envelope, and she seemed to understand my reaction a little better. "Ahem. I thought you meant something else. Honestly, this is as normal as it gets. We have the order in our hands, choosing which supplier to work with is up to us. They are just making sure we keep them in business. Once you start handling your own accounts, you will get used to it." Once she understood where I was coming from, the faint displeasure she had felt toward me earlier disappeared. Just then, a large group of people entered the tea restaurant, joining Manager Wu and the head of the survey company. One figure caught my eye, it looked familiar. I moved a few steps closer to be sure. Sitting in the back was none other than the punk from last night who had arranged to have my wallet stolen, Chang. The moment I saw him there, anger flared up in my chest, and I was ready to march straight into the restaurant and confront him. At the same time, I saw through the glass window that Wu Bo had stood up to greet that large group of people, going down the line to shake hands with each of them. I froze for a moment. Suddenly, I remembered what Uncle Yi had told me, that Chang had an uncle on the village committee. Could this project be coordinated with them? I looked more closely inside, and sure enough, sitting in the main seat, chatting warmly with Manager Wu, was a short, middle-aged man whose facial features bore some resemblance to Chang. I was almost certain this was Chang's uncle, the one on the village committee who held sway over the big village. I immediately stopped in my tracks. My gaze turned a little cold as I stared at the three parties inside, talking so happily. Zhou Tong noticed that my expression was off. She looked inside, then back at me. What is it? Oh, nothing. I thought I saw someone I knew, but on a closer look, it was not them. It was not that I did not want to tell Zhou Tong, but after the repeated warnings Madame Xu had given me earlier, a new string in my head had been pulled taut. Besides, even if I rushed in now, what could I do? Was I going to confront him in front of all three parties' leaders? And then take out that scrap of paper, which barely counted as evidence, and accuse him? Given his personality, especially with the crowd and being on his turf, I figured he would just whistle for his people to beat me up right then and there. A gentleman's revenge is never too late in 3 days. And this was only the first day. As for the saying about waiting 10 years, no, I did not have that kind of patience. In 10 years, I might not even remember this, and even if I did, I might not feel like going after him anymore. So, 1 day is too soon, no preparation, 3 days is just right. I hid myself behind the bulletin board, staring into that room without blinking. Chang was sitting at the outermost seat, fiddling with his phone, looking around idly. It was obvious that if his uncle had not brought him, he never would have come to an occasion like this. Zhou Tong looked puzzled at how focused I was. She looked inside, then at me, and suddenly started laughing. What are you laughing at? I asked, confused. Her voice was crisp, with no impurities to it. I am laughing at you. You have only been at the company for 2 or 3 days, and already you want to move up? Are you hoping to go in there and take part in the negotiations? I was puzzled. But is the contract not already signed? What is there to negotiate? She looked around to make sure no one else from the company was nearby. Then her gossiping spirit immediately came alive. Seeing as you look all right, I will quietly tell you some industry secrets, but you cannot go around telling anyone, understand? Ah yes, the last line for every gossip girl, do not tell anyone. That sentence is like a period at the end of a paragraph when you write an essay, it is just part of the format. My interest shot up instantly. All right, rest assured, my mouth is tighter than a bodhisattva's. She seemed to hear that for the first time. What? Have you ever seen a bodhisattva open their mouth to speak? I had to explain. Then she realized what I meant and laughed again. With a voice like yours, it is a pity you do not sing. I could not help but compliment her. She gave me a bright, sidelong glance. So you think my voice is nice too? We should go to karaoke sometime. I will sing for you. I imagined the scene for a moment and suddenly felt a twinge of anticipation. Sure, and who knows? Maybe you will run into a talent scout and become famous. Just do not forget us poor colleagues when that happens. An internal affairs clerk and a field operations guy, passing the time with idle banter. Hey, what were you about to say earlier? I suddenly remembered she had been about to gossip. Oh, right, what was it again? Zhou Tong laughed at herself. This thing, I actually heard it from some colleagues in sales department 1. It is quite a hidden matter, so you really cannot tell anyone. Rest assured, rest assured. Forget this, if you were discovered by a talent scout and suddenly became a big star, I still would not say a word. You know why Manager Wu was so happy when he heard Madame Xu would not personally manage this? I really do not know. I only heard this, I do not know if it is true. If her voice had not been so pleasant, I would have been tempted to call her a broken record. The truth is, with so many advertising spots, it is actually possible, through professional surveying and then your team's work and packaging, to create several additional ad spots, beyond what is in the contract. I was stunned. They could do that? And later, the leasing and operation of these extra spots would be entirely managed by the village committee themselves. Our role would be just in the earlier stages, helping them complete the surveying and the layout plans. I opened my mouth. Then, does the company know? Does Madame Xu know? Would that not be a violation? Zhou Tong gave me a disdainful glance. That is exactly what I am telling you, this is what they call an industry rule. You could say it is wrong, and maybe it is, you could say it is right, and maybe it is. Madame Xu is a veteran in this industry, how could she not know? Her not getting directly involved just means she is choosing to turn a blind eye. So, that little red envelope earlier, that was just the appetizer. I am guessing the village committee is going to bleed a lot more before this is over. I was finally starting to understand some of the inner workings of the trade. If that is the case, why would the village committee not just hire a surveying company themselves? Why bother having us add those extra spots? Would they not make more money that way? You fool. Do it themselves? Do they have the ability? And for the later steps, production, engineering, installation, they do not have the qualifications. The Urban Management Bureau would never approve it. But with our plans, under our company's name, we can send the paperwork over and get it approved 100% of the time. She saw my expression and was clearly very satisfied. This revelation had given her a deep sense of fulfillment. Shocked, huh? That is why I said that was just a little red envelope. Do you realize that as long as we help them carve out a few more advertising spots, their annual income from those alone could easily be in the hundreds of thousands, even over $1 million? Hearing her say it like that, I started to think it really made sense. That surveying company's envelope earlier was indeed just a small appetizer. I could not help but wonder, how big would the village committee's envelope be later? At this stage of my life, money had an irresistible pull on me. But I could not help replaying Madame Shu's warning in my head, over and over. Sure enough, half an hour later, Zhou Tong was called back in by Manager Wu. A short while after, she came out again. This time her bag was stuffed with another thick stack of red envelopes, far larger and thicker than the first batch. I remembered Madame Shu's instructions, so I used the excuse that I had not brought my wallet and it was inconvenient for me to carry it. I told Zhou Tong to keep the red envelope in her bag for now and give it to me tomorrow. Of course, before she handed it over to me, I was definitely going to ask Madame Shu first about how to handle this matter. I had to find out clearly, did this kind of red envelope fall into the category of something acceptable to take, or not? Little Zhou Tong widened her beautiful eyes. Well, Jiang, I see that after getting your bonus, you have gotten quite bold with money. Do you look down on a little red envelope of 300 or 500 now? You are not afraid I will spend it before giving it back to you? I chuckled. If you want to spend it, go ahead. I still owe you a meal anyway. Besides, even if you gave it to me now, it would not be safe in my rented room. She knew about the thief incident last night as well. Sure enough, she let out a long "oh" and placed my 2 red envelopes in the innermost compartment of her bag, separate from the others. The 3 parties in the tea restaurant chatted happily. Around 5 o'clock, once Changwon had finished collecting most of the data on the main buildings, the people inside finally began to disperse. Cheng followed behind his uncle, eyes wandering aimlessly toward the ceiling, completely unaware of me in the distance. We did not return to the company, since by the time we got there, it would already be quitting time. No need to waste that hour. When we disbanded on the spot, Zhou Tong, like a little god of wealth, handed out 2 red envelopes to each of the others. The sales department one colleagues all had glowing faces, beaming with joy. I did not see her hand any to Manager Wu. As we were leaving, I finally had the chance to quietly ask Zhou Tong. How come they did not give Manager Wu a red envelope? Should he not get the biggest one? Zhou Tong zipped her bag shut, gave it a little pat, and smiled at me with twinkling eyes. Are you really that naive? We little underlings all get one, how could the person in charge not? It is just that his part is not something we are allowed to know about, nor do we need to know. You just make sure you hold on to your share. And remember, do not tell anyone what I told you today. I patted my chest in promise. The implication in her words was crystal clear. What Manager Wu got was far more than a few little red envelopes. But that was not something I needed to think about, nor something I could think about. With a bit of extra money in my pocket today, I treated myself to 2 tea eggs in the evening. Even though I still did not know exactly how much was in those 2 red envelopes, I was sure it was at least several hundred. I had not even taken them yet, but that meal felt especially satisfying. Today had been a fruitful day. From Madame Shu, from Zhou Tong, from Manager Wu, I had gathered all sorts of information, about the company, the industry, the people. I finally had a slightly clearer picture of both the company and the business. After eating and drinking my fill, I returned to my rented room. Around 7:30, I would head out for my part-time gig. When I got back to my room, before even stepping inside, I noticed the room next door was dark, but the door was slightly ajar. The inside was pitch black, and I could not see what was going on. My first thought, could it be that someone had broken in to steal in broad daylight? Damn, that would be bold. Normally, in a transient rental place like this, even if something happened next door, people would not interfere. But next door was Du Yen, the kind-hearted girl who had just treated me to breakfast this morning and even lent me 100 yuan. I cautiously moved closer. About half a meter from the door, I still could not see inside. I called out toward the doorway, Duyan? Duyan? Are you in there? I called several times. No response. I was just about to push the door open when. Who is it? Who is calling me? It was Duyan's voice, but why did it sound like it was trembling? My heart skipped a beat. Could something have happened? Duyan, it is Jiang Ning, the guy next door. The handsome fellow you lent money to this morning. She seemed to let out a faint laugh, but it quickly stopped. What is wrong? Did something happen? Can I come in? I was feeling a bit worried. No, nothing happened. I could not hold back anymore and pushed the door open. She had not turned on the lights. By the light from outside, I could vaguely see that there was no bed, just a mattress on the floor. The room was about the same size as mine. Duyan was lying face down on the blanket, one hand clutching a pillow, the other pressed to her stomach. She was making faint groaning sounds. Why are you home from work so early? I moved closer to the mattress and instinctively switched on the small desk lamp on her table. The soft yellow light came on, and I saw that the pillow beneath her head was completely soaked. Her face and neck were covered in sweat. I was shocked. What is wrong? Are you sick? I can take you to the clinic, it is just at the corner. I bent down, ready to help her up. She was still wearing the same outfit she had gone out in, which meant that as soon as she got home, she had not even had the strength to close the door before collapsing onto the mattress. What kind of illness could this be? She had seemed lively and full of energy in the morning. No, I am not going. She spoke weakly, struggling for breath. A thought flashed in my mind. Wait, are you on your period? Should I make you some brown sugar water? I thought to myself, how could she be reacting so strongly to just her period? Duyan's mouth twitched. You are the one on your period. I froze. I am a man, how could I be? She suddenly frowned again. Jiang Ning, could you help me to the bathroom? I quickly helped her up. As we stepped out of the room, I noticed there was a large red stain on her pants. I was startled. What was going on? What kind of period bled this much? You still say it is not your period? The blood has soaked through your pants. I said it after noticing the spot on the back of her clothes. Once she entered the shared bathroom, I closed the door behind her. Could you help me get 2 pairs of pants from my room, 1 pair of underwear and 1 pair of outer pants? If my ears were not sharp, I might have missed her quiet words. Do you need tissues or anything else? I asked without thinking. Yes, on the table. I hurried back to her room. Beside her mattress was a small fabric-covered cabinet. She did not have many things, but everything was neatly arranged. Heavy outerwear and pants were at the bottom, lighter underclothes on the top shelf. It was obvious she was a girl with good living habits. I quickly found the underwear and pants, grabbed a freshly opened pack of sanitary pads from her table, and returned to the bathroom door to pass them in. Open the door a bit, I will hand you your clothes. I have no strength. Could you come in and help me change? I almost thought I had misheard her. My mouth fell open, my whole body felt like it had been jolted by electricity. What did you say? It hurt so much. I have no strength, help me. Her voice was trembling. Thinking of how she had been lying on the bed earlier, sweating through her clothes from the pain, and how I had practically half carried, half dragged her to the bathroom just now, I had no choice but to believe her. She really did not have the strength to move, which was why she had asked me to help her. The problem was, I was a man, she was a woman, and we had only known each other for 1 day. Me helping her change her clothes? How about I call the landlady for you? I hesitated. It hurts, hurry and help me change. I need to lie down. Her voice was growing weaker and weaker. It looked like she could faint at any moment. I could not care about anything else. I quickly pushed the door open and went in. She was already slumped sideways on the toilet, leaning weakly against the wall. If not for the wall, I was sure she would have collapsed completely. My God, what the hell was wrong with this girl? Her pants, both the blood-stained underwear and outer pants, had only been pulled down to the tops of her thighs. She was sitting on the toilet, barely lifting her head to look at me. In her eyes there was a plea for help, but also shame and embarrassment. I turned my head away, set down the clean clothes, then reached out to gently pull her pants down the rest of the way. At that moment, she flushed and, with great effort, said, "Paper, paper." I quickly handed her the toilet paper, feeling awkward as I turned my face away. It took her several minutes to clean herself up. Pad. I half closed my eyes and handed her a sanitary pad. But she did not take it. In a low voice, she said, Put it in the underwear first, then give it to me." Her face was flushed with a sickly shade of crimson. "Oh," I blurted, and quickly placed the pad inside the underwear before handing it to her. She still did not take it. I had no choice but to completely pull off her pants and underwear, revealing her pale white legs. Even in the dim light, that whiteness burned into my eyes. I dared not look, absolutely dared not look. But my heart was pounding, at least 150 beats per minute. Help me put them on. Hurry. Her voice was shaking badly. Even if it was not 150, it was at least 130. No matter how bold I normally was, no matter that I had treated Madame Shu like a pillow before, at this moment, I dared not open my eyes and take a closer look. I was afraid that once she recovered, she would kill me. My hands trembled as I helped her put on the underwear, checking to make sure it was secure. She shot me a look, but I pretended not to see. Since she could not stand, putting on the long pants would probably take half an hour. I frowned. This is too much trouble. How about I help you back to your room first? Lying down will make it easier to put them on. As soon as I said it, I regretted it. Damn, was I suggesting I carry her back wearing nothing but underwear, right through the living room to her room? If someone saw us, we would be the top scandal in the building by tonight. She gritted her teeth. Check if there's anyone outside. I quickly poked my head out, scanning around and listening carefully. No sound. No one's outside now. If I move fast, I can carry you back in 30 seconds at most. She nodded shyly. I quickly set the clean pants aside and reached out to support her. I intended to help her out the same way I had brought her in. But she had absolutely no strength, she could not even stand. How was I supposed to do this? There was no time to waste. If we delayed, someone might come by. I steeled myself, stopped overthinking, slipped one arm under her legs and the other around her back, and lifted her entirely into my arms. It was effortless. Forcing my heartbeat down, I thought, why is she so light? Like a bundle of cotton. Though my heart was racing, I could feel hers racing even faster. Beads of sweat were forming again on her forehead. She rested her head softly against my chest as I carried her. Just as I was about to enter her room, the door of the next apartment suddenly opened. The couple from across the hall, the street vendors, were stepping out. They looked up and saw me striding toward her room, carrying a girl wearing only underwear. Both of their eyes went wide, staring straight at me. Duyen had moved in before me, so she knew them. I had only just moved in, but they remembered me from yesterday when my wallet was stolen. Their gazes went back and forth between her and me repeatedly. I could practically see the thought in their heads, goodness, young people move fast these days, huh? This guy has only been here 2 or 3 days. I did not react, too lazy to explain. Damn it, how would I even explain this? And besides, we were just temporary neighbors, what was there to explain? Once I carried her into the room and shut the door, they finally turned away. I laid Duyen down on the mattress and covered her fully with the blanket, then stepped back out to retrieve her clean clothes from the bathroom. That was when I saw the middle-aged woman from next door coming out of the shared bathroom. Her expression was odd. When she saw me, she said, "Young man, you young people must not be so impulsive. That girl is bleeding heavily. You really do not know how to be gentle." Shaking her head as she spoke, she went downstairs with her husband. As they descended, I heard her say, "Oh dear, that poor girl is really suffering, so much blood for a first time?" Honey, mine was not this much the first time, was it? I was left speechless for a long moment. How was I being impulsive? How was I not knowing how to be gentle? What first time were they even talking about? I had no time to worry about that. I took her clean pants back to the room and handed them to her, tossing her dirty clothes into the bucket. With the blanket covering her whole body except her face and eyes, I was no longer afraid to look. I stared straight at the weak and yet shy Duyen. "So tell me, Duyen, what exactly is wrong with you? Why is it so serious? How about you put your clothes on, and I take you to the doctor?" "No need. I just saw the doctor today." "Then why are you bleeding so much?" She was silent for a long time, face buried under the blanket. "Could you help me boil some water? I need to take some medicine." Her voice was undeniably weak. I quickly found her electric kettle and set water to boil, while searching the table for her medicine. There were several bottles, including a new one, motherwort granules and others I could not really understand. In any case, she said it was those few. The water boiled quickly. I poured out a large cup to cool, measured out the medicine, and once the temperature was right, gave it to her. "You saw a doctor, so why is it still this bad?" I asked in genuine confusion. "I just had a minor surgery." "What? A minor surgery can make you like this, bleeding and completely drained? What kind of surgery was it?" After a long pause, she said, "An abortion." I froze for nearly a full minute. Then I blurted out, "Which bastard did this?" She did not answer. With her head buried in the pillow, faint sobbing came from within. I honestly had no idea how to handle or resolve something like this. The water's about ready, take your medicine. She had regained a little strength. I gently propped up her head and helped her take the medicine with some water. Then the room fell silent for a while. Do you look down on me? She asked softly. In the stillness, I heard her clearly. The sudden question startled me. No, not at all. I just think that man of yours is a piece of shit. You're in this condition, and he does not even come to be with you. My words came out clumsily. I could clearly see tears slipping from the corners of her eyes. Tell me his phone number or address, I will make him come here to take care of you. I was getting angry. For fuck's sake, is he even a man? His woman is like this, and he will not even check on her? He will not come. There was bitterness in her voice. Why? He is just not going to care about you anymore. I was surprised. Do not ask. Anyway, he will not take care of me. From the look of her, she must have gone to the hospital alone today. Damn, what kind of people has she run into? All right, I will not ask. You just rest and recover your strength. Later I will buy you some century egg and pork congee. She curled up, burying herself completely under the blanket. I sat silently on the floor for more than 10 minutes, and when her breathing seemed to steady, I gently lifted one corner of the blanket near her head so she could get some air. She had indeed fallen asleep, though her facial muscles still twitched, perhaps from lingering pain. Her hair was damp, and sweat still beaded on her forehead. I fetched a dry towel and placed it on her forehead, sitting in silence for a while. Since there was nothing else I could do for the moment, I went back to my own room. I left her door slightly ajar so that if she woke suddenly and needed something, I could hear it. Near her doorway, I set a basin and washed her blood-stained clothes. Small clumps of dried blood loosened and floated away in the water. It dawned on me what exactly this must be from. I did not know why, but my emotions were complicated. Such a kind-hearted, helpful girl, yet she had to go through this. For some reason, I thought again of that huge dividing line at the street corner. On one side, heaven, on the other, hell. On one side, darkness, on the other, light. Around 7:50, she woke up. I had bought congee and fed it to her, and she regained a bit of strength. Do you not still have your night shift? Hurry, or you will be late. I hesitated. Will you be all right on your own? Under the light, her face was still deathly pale from blood loss, but after some rest, there was a hint of brightness in her eyes. Do not worry, this little thing cannot knock me down. Go on, I am fine. A strong woman indeed. When I arrived at the barbecue stall, it was already 8:20, late. Luo's eyes at me were practically burning. I had already taken over his prime working hours before, which had annoyed him. Now I was late, leaving him to work an extra 20 minutes, of course he was pissed. Sorry, Luo, something urgent came up last minute, so I got here late. Sorry is useless. I could have gotten off half an hour earlier, but now I am late to meet my friends, probably will not make it in time. His pimpled face, together with his irritation, reminded me of a kid denied candy by strict parents. Sorry again. It was truly urgent today. How about this, tomorrow I will come half an hour early to take over your shift, to make up for the time. I did not bother calculating the difference between 20 minutes and half an hour. After all, I was in the wrong for being late. This was not the time to take advantage. His expression eased slightly. He set down what he was holding, took off his apron, went inside to get his pay, and left without even glancing at me. I quickly got to work, helping Uncle Yi with the ingredients. Only then did Uncle Yi have a moment to speak. That kid came again. I had been talking to Luo just now, so I had not looked inside the stall. Sure enough, Cheng Zai was sitting casually at the largest table, with Kong Ning and Wan Ning flanking him on the left and right, apparently talking about something. Today he had also brought two friends, who were sitting at another table, eating and drinking beer. What is his deal, bringing back up with him today? I asked Uncle Yi, puzzled. You know exactly what his deal is, Uncle Yi replied. I gave a cold smile toward the inside. Uncle Yi, you know I had my wallet stolen last night? He did not even raise his head, just gave a grunt. Clearly this kind of thing did not surprise him. There was a note inside. At that, Uncle Yi finally reacted, giving me a glance, though he still said nothing. It said exactly the same thing that kid in there told me yesterday. Uncle Yi understood at once. Turning skewers over the charcoal fire with his tongs, he asked, so what do you plan to do? His tone was calm, his face expressionless. He did not ask for the details, he already knew from my words that this was definitely connected to young Master Cheng. I mentally labeled him, a tough one. I have not decided yet. I want to see what else he has up his sleeve. Did he cause trouble for the boss? The boss looks annoyed but helpless. Uncle Yi lit a cigarette and looked over the stall. Cheng Zai came by today saying the village committee might renovate and reorganize 4 main streets. They are still discussing it. If they decide to go ahead, this little stall will probably not be able to stay. So the boss invited Cheng Zai to see if there was some way to resolve it. For a moment, my brain almost stopped working. Damn, it was the renovation project I knew inside out. But in that bastard Cheng Zai's mouth, it had become something entirely different. That street was not even part of the project? In an instant, I understood. He was using this as leverage to make the boss and Wan Ning owe him a huge favor. The boss had already been thinking about introducing his sister to him. Now it was perfect. As long as she agreed, the two would get together, the stall would be saved, and the village inheritance would be secure. 3 birds with 1 stone. I calmed down. If this was what it was about, then it was no big deal. In fact, I wanted to see exactly what attitude boss Kong Ning and Wan Ning would take, and what choice they would make. Taking advantage of a break to go to the bathroom, I stepped into the shop. First, I greeted Wan Ning, then gave the boss a brief nod. After that, my eyes fixed on Cheng Zai. When Cheng Zai saw me come in, he narrowed his eyes with a smug look, like a little brat on New Year's Eve about to receive a red envelope. Then he turned to Kong Ning in surprise. "Why have you not fired him yet?" Kong Ning immediately glanced at Wan Ning. If it were not for her being in the middle, I figured he would have fired me yesterday. Wan Ning's expression turned displeased. He has not made any mistakes. You cannot just fire someone without cause. The fact that Cheng Zai kept bringing me up was clearly annoying her. If it were not for her brother, this stall's business, and the family's various circumstances, she probably would have been sitting at the counter doing accounts instead of keeping him company here. I walked past him with a smile, like a moviegoer watching a scene unfold. Kong Ning gave his sister a complicated look. Her stance was too firm, too clear-cut, catching him somewhat off guard. Originally, he had thought that what Cheng Zai had just said to them today was already a serious matter. Compared to that, what was a temporary worker like me worth? Kong Ning felt quite helpless and somewhat baffled. If she were not his own sister, he would have lost his temper already. You also need to think about our family and this shop. If Cheng Zai and his uncle do not help us, our livelihood will be in trouble. Can you not consider things from my perspective? Do you know how hard it is to support a family? Wan Ning looked at my back as I walked slowly toward the bathroom, thinking of the things I had said to her before. She looked at her brother, whose face carried the marks of smoke and fire from life's hardships. If not for this matter in the village, their family would not be in such a passive position. The stall was a steady source of income, and if it were shut down for renovation, it would indeed be troublesome. Then she looked at Cheng Zai's face, slightly smug, slightly arrogant, like someone perched high above, holding the power of life and death. From the bottom of her heart, Wan Ning felt a wave of disgust. She glanced at her brother with a trace of pleading and grievance. Her heart was in turmoil, not knowing how to respond. She knew exactly what Cheng Zai was after, and what he wanted to do. But she had only negative impressions of him, not a shred of fondness. If the man in front of her were replaced with Jiang Ning, would she feel less resistant? Her heart jolted. How could she even think that? She quickly turned her head toward the bathroom. Luckily, I had not yet come out. She hurriedly took a sip of water to cover her moment of inner fluctuation. Is this information accurate? After some thought, Wan Ning calmed down and asked Cheng Zai. One of his 2 sidekicks immediately protested, "Pretty girl, how could Brother Cheng lie to you? You know what kind of man his uncle is." The other chimed in, "Exactly. If it were not for your relationship with him, Brother Cheng would never have told you such important news before it was publicly announced, right?" Hearing his 2 flunkies' perfect follow-up, Cheng Zai felt even more pleased with himself. His eyes were fixed tightly on Wan Ning's delicate face, like Zhu Beiji gazing at a ginseng fruit, ready to swallow her whole. "Brother, why do we not go to the village committee and ask about it? Something this big, they cannot keep it from public notice, can they?" At these words, Cheng Zai's face changed immediately. If she really went to ask and found the right person, his lie would be exposed at once. "You cannot go asking about this. If people find out I leaked this to you, my uncle and I will be finished. The plan was just finalized today. It is not at the public announcement stage yet, it is still confidential. If you go asking, you will be harming me," Cheng Zai said with clear dissatisfaction. I had been eavesdropping for a while, and by now I fully understood what he meant. In his mind, Wan Ning was already a dish in his bowl, he had his eye on her, and he had come with both a grand-sounding reason and an imperial sword in hand. He was confident they would have no choice but to agree. I thought to myself, this Cheng Zai is utterly shameless. Not even the son of a real official, and yet he was using fabricated nonsense to get his way with such a vile aim. If it were someone else and not the kind-hearted Wan Ning, I might not have bothered to interfere. But with her? And him pulling this crap? Can I just swallow that? While Kong Ning and Wan Ning were silent again, I came out from behind. Boss, Wan Ning, I have something to say to this brother Chang. I sat down boldly opposite him, staring straight at him without blinking. Kong Ning and Wan Ning looked at me as if confused. What was going on? Why was this temporary worker acting like he had just been injected with chicken blood, as if he was about to pick a fight with Chang Zai? Kong Ning said impatiently, "Why are you not working? What are you doing here making trouble?" Seeing that they had no intention of stepping aside, I went straight to Chang Zai. Good, since the boss and Wan Ning are here, they can be witnesses. His two flunkies immediately stood up, ready to throw me out. I did not waste words on them. I took a few long, thin iron skewers I had just picked up from the corner and slapped them down on the table with a sharp paw. The gesture startled both the boss and Wan Ning. Chang Zai's face changed, and even his two sidekicks froze. They had run into a tough one. Chang Zai rolled his eyes around a few times, then forced himself to calm down. "You are just a temp. What could you possibly have to say to me?" His voice tried to sound steady, but I could hear that seeing those skewers had rattled him a bit. A fake official's son versus a temp, the difference in status was obvious. If I really went hard, it was not worth it for him to risk his life over it. Smiling, I took out the note I had kept hidden in my pocket and said to Chang Zai, "Does this seem familiar? Want me to read it to you?" Before he could respond, I began reading aloud. "Do not bother thanking me. I left your ID behind. You sleep like a toad, temp. Remember next time, put more money in your wallet. A grown man carrying so little cash, have you no shame?" I read each word slowly, one hand close to the skewers. Who knew what those two flunkies might try? If they made a move on me, I was not about to take the loss, especially not in front of Wan Ning. As she listened, Wan Ning's expression shifted. "You got robbed?" she asked. I did not answer, just widened my eyes at Chang Zai. "Well? Does that sound familiar? Not too different from what you said to me last night, is it?" Wan Ning now looked between me and Chang Zai, disbelief in her eyes. What did this mean? Was Chang Zai the one who did it? Chang Zai's eyes flickered, his expression changing. "What does this have to do with me? Who knows, maybe you have pissed off so many people in your life that someone decided to get revenge." Dropping my smile, I gripped a skewer in my hand. "I have only been in watching for 3 days. As far as I can recall, you are the only one I could have possibly offended. Can you swear this has nothing at all to do with you?" If I had not had the iron skewer in my hand, Chang Zai would probably have flipped the table right then. Kong Ning had not expected this situation at all. Wan Ning's delicate, slightly trembling eyes moved from my note to Chang Zai. "Was it you?" Her tone was somewhat low and slightly shaking. It was clear she was emotionally stirred. After all, they had grown up together, from the same village. Even though she had always thought he was a bit frivolous, with a hint of playboy tendencies, to do something like this was going too far. But how could Chang Zai possibly admit it? He waves around a note and claims I did it. That counts as evidence? Who knows if he did not write it himself to frame me? I asked curiously, "I am just a temp worker. Why would I frame you for no reason?" His face began to take on a greenish tinge. "You are just a toad lusting after swan meat. A temp worker trying to use Wan Ning to gain a quick foothold in Huacheng. Do you think I do not know your kind of thinking? Find a local, especially a village resident like Wan Ning, and you could save yourself 20 years of struggle, right? Yesterday, because Kong Ning called me over, you thought your plan might fail, so you came up with this vile trick. Truly despicable." As he spoke, his tone grew heavier, making Kong Ning frown, and bringing alternating red and white to Wan Ning's cheeks. I was simply stunned. The mental gymnastics here, this so-called masterstroke he was describing, not only would never work for me, but even in the modern day, few could think up such a detailed, long-term scheme. I felt both annoyed and amused. "Young Master Chang, since that is how you see it, why do we not just call the police and see whose handwriting is on this note? Is it yours, or this person's behind you, or perhaps, this one?" One hand gripped the iron skewer, while the other pointed at him, then at the two behind him. The one on the left noticeably changed expression, the corner of his mouth twitching as if he wanted to speak but held back. I was nearly certain then, the note was written by him. As for who actually stole my wallet, I suspected it was not them directly. With Chang Zai's brain, this was likely the extent of his ability: get someone else to write the note, then get someone else to steal. I did not waste words. There was no way to talk this into clarity. The moment I mentioned calling the police, young Master Chang's expression soured. He turned to look at his two sidekicks, and the three exchanged glances, an eager look in their eyes. I tightened my grip on the skewer. If they made the first move, I would not be polite. I had already taken a loss both financially and in dignity, robbed of 200 yuan and humiliated by that note. And they wanted me to take a beating on top of it? My eyes stayed locked on the one I thought had written the note. If a fight broke out, I would focus only on him. I did not believe for a second that if I injured him, he would dare call the police. If he did, I would spill everything from beginning to end and see who came out worse. There is a saying I have always firmly believed: the aggressive fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who have nothing to lose. If you want to play reckless with me, I am not afraid to risk it all. Barefoot is not afraid of someone wearing shoes. After I said that, Wan Ning immediately stood up, placing herself between us. This would certainly offend them deeply. They had the numbers, and Kong Ning was not going to help me. His neutrality was already a favor to Wan Ning. The only one who might help me was her. Facing Chang Zai, she asked again, "Was it really you?" She was still asking that question. Truly a simple, naive, and somewhat stubborn girl. The one who I suspected had written the note was already gripping a folded stool in one hand, ready to swing. That weapon was quite effective, good for both attack and defense, with a large surface area, not deadly, and useful in one-on-one, one against many, or many against many situations. I did not flinch. I still held the skewer tightly, my whole body rising from the stool, eyes locked on him. With Wan Ning in between, I could not make the first move. At that dangerous moment, Uncle Yi walked in from outside with a pair of red-hot iron tongs in his hand. A cigarette hung from his lips, and as he walked in, he lit it with the tongs, a signature move of his. It had a bit of the flair of little brother Mark lighting his cigarette with a banknote. "Kid Jiang, what is going on?" His voice was low and hoarse, smoke curling from his mouth as his face turned toward Chang Zai and his two men. It was obvious he had come to back me up. I raised my voice. "Uncle Yi, I was just confronting them about something, but unfortunately, someone here dares to do it but not admit it, puts me in such a difficult position." Difficult position? The size of my words was not small. Uncle Yi cursed me inwardly. This brat only gets bold when holding onto a big thigh like mine. He might curse me in his heart, but nothing of it showed on his face. His stance was clear, he was on my side. Chang Zai seemed somewhat wary of him, glancing at his two sidekicks. Without a word, the two quietly put their folded stools back. "Uncle Yi, it is nothing. We were just fooling around. We will be going now." I sneered. "What? Backing down? If you are really backing down, then stop finding excuses to bother the boss and Wan Ning. Otherwise, I will peel back every layer of your petty schemes one by one." I knew exactly how to deal with someone like him. It was best to beat him down in one go. Otherwise, with his spoiled young master mentality, he would keep popping up to make trouble for me. And with Wan Ning as a prize, this pig would not leave me alone easily. Today's retreat was only because Uncle Yi was here. But I was not going to let him walk away too lightly. The current scene was laid out like this: the two sidekicks at the back, Chang Zai in front of them, then me and Wan Ning, then Kong Ning behind us, and Uncle Yi smoking by the door. Chang Zai and his two sidekicks clearly wanted to back off now that Uncle Yi had stepped in. I, however, wanted them to understand my strength and crush any thought of wooing Wan Ning. I was not letting them leave yet. Chang Zai's face flushed red. You damn temp, you really do not know your place. Believe it or not, I will." Uncle Ye's tongs and my skewer both lifted at the same time, cutting him off mid-sentence. The two sidekicks seemed at a loss. Clearly, they had not run into such hard cases before, and now there were two of us. I raised the little note. "Let us put this matter aside for now. As for who did it, you, and all of you, you know in your hearts." I paused, glancing at Wan Ning's face, pale and drawn, and for some reason felt a pang in my chest. Then I looked at the cold-faced boss. It was clearly his place, yet no one was treating him as the main player, probably stung his pride. And, "Boss, Wan Ning, let me show you the true face of this young Master Chang, so that certain people stop waving around non-existent chicken feathers as if they were imperial warrants, using this nonsense to harass you all the time." When Chang Zai heard my words, his entire face turned green, and more than once he looked ready to rush up and start swinging, if I had not been holding the iron skewer. Pointing at me with a trembling finger, he said, "You are talking nonsense." Even though I had not directly stated the truth, neither Kong Ning nor Wan Ning were fools, especially Wan Ning. She was beginning to put the pieces together. She looked at him and me in disbelief. "Jiang Ning, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by waving a chicken feather like an imperial arrow?" When she asked me, she was visibly agitated, her voice trembling slightly. I gave a cold smile in the direction of Chang Zai, whose face had darkened. "You would have to ask our young Master Chang how many brain cells he burned coming up with today's little plan." Chang Zai's expression was a mix of embarrassment and outrage. This trick of his had only come to him around dinner time. The surveying work had only just been completed that afternoon, with the village committee leadership meeting the third party, still very much a confidential matter. There was no way a temp like me could possibly have known about it. Thinking of this, he steeled himself, full of misplaced determination. A man accustomed to swaggering about was never going to back down in front of someone like me, especially over something he believed no one else could possibly know. You slandering, foul-mouthed bastard, what nonsense are you spouting? In his mind, Cheng Zai quickly ran through the facts. That afternoon's matter, the planning drawings, was known only to a few people present at the village committee meeting, plus the surveying company and that nearly publicly listed advertising firm. None of them could possibly be connected to this temp standing in front of him. Jiang Ning, explain yourself clearly. What exactly is going on? But instead of answering me, Cheng Zai turned to the boss. I told you long ago to fire him, Kong Ning. You would not listen. Now look, he is stirring up trouble right here in your shop. Do you know the consequences? The coward knew that Kong Ning was somewhat softer in temperament, easier to pressure, so he aimed his attack there. Sure enough, Kong Ning frowned and glared at me. Do not try to play to the crowd here. Explain yourself clearly. I was astonished. This little boss clearly still had no trust in his would-be brother-in-law. I had no intention of holding back. This man had pushed both me and Wan Ning into a corner. Why should I spare him? Just now, this young Master Cheng told you about a project to renovate 4 main streets in Xian Village, did he not? Kong Ning and Wan Ning both gave me a surprised look. How did you know that? Cheng Zai's gaze, however, was full of contempt. You were hiding and eavesdropping, were you not? Kong Ning glanced at Wan Ning. Did you tell him? Only after asking did he realize that Cheng Zai had mentioned it just moments ago. Wan Ning had only just learned it herself. How could she have had time to tell me? Wan Ning shot her brother an irritated look, then turned back to me, waiting for me to reveal the whole truth. Young Master Cheng, I will ask you a few questions. You only need to answer yes or no. Of course, the impact would be far greater if the truth came from his own mouth rather than mine. Cheng Zai stammered, Why should I listen to you? Why should I let you ask me anything? But Wan Ning urged me, go on, ask him. She was more eager than anyone to know the truth. I asked plainly, it is about the renovation project, is it not? Reluctantly pulling his eyes away from my slightly raised iron skewer, he answered instinctively, yes. So what? You just mentioned it was about 4 streets, did you not? I deliberately emphasized the word 4. He seemed to catch my meaning, his eyes wavering, but clinging to the fact that it was supposed to be a high-level secret, he forced himself to remain calm. Yes. So what? It was only surveyed this afternoon, correct? I smiled as I pressed him step by step. Yes. So what? He answered reflexively, then realized what he had said. You must have overheard it. When he said this, there was a clear note of weakness in his voice. I ignored his counter-question and continued, surveyed this afternoon, and the planning drawings are already finished? At that, Cheng Zai was silent. Even without being an expert, anyone could see that such things were not child's play. You could not go from a survey to a final plan in a matter of hours. It would take at least a week or 2 to draft, review, report, and confirm. The drawings from Huihuang Advertising were merely a rough draft, not an official plan at all. Wan Ning's expression had shifted from doubt to surprise to anger. Kong Ning still looked only half convinced. So what? My uncle is in the village committee, he is a leader. If he tells me, could he be wrong? Cheng Zai clearly had no intention of discarding this trump card, nor of admitting defeat. Did he also tell you that there is no plan to renovate all 4 streets, only 2? I went straight for the jugular. This was the sort of man who would not shed tears until he saw the coffin. That hit him squarely at his weak spot. Shock and fury battled across his face. Like a boy sneaking candy at New Year, thinking he had been perfectly stealthy, only to realize everyone else had been quietly watching him the whole time. You are spouting nonsense. It is definitely all 4 streets. I cut him off. Did he also tell you that the southern street is not even on the renovation list? I lowered my voice, pressing each word like a nail. Wan Ning looked at me with a mix of surprise and hope. Kong Ning still seemed half skeptical. At that moment, I had fully exposed Cheng Zai's little secret, and his face displayed an entire palette of colors. Several times he looked ready to blow up and take a swing. I did not relax for a moment. Gripping the iron skewer tightly, I pulled Wan Ning behind me. You use an entirely fabricated excuse to threaten the boss and Wan Ning, trying to achieve your shameless aims. Do you not think that is disgraceful? And you? A fake second-generation official, trying to use Wan Ning as a stepping stone to skip 10 years of hard work. That felt good to say, throwing his earlier words right back at him. And this so-called inheritance dispute in their family, was that also your nonsense? Do you think inheritance rights are decided by you, or by your little village committee staffer of an uncle? Or is it just that you think the boss's family is easy to bully? My questions came one after another, like thunderbolts striking Chang's eye directly. They left him reeling, unable to tell north from south. At last he managed to blurt out, "You are talking nonsense. You are just a temp worker, you do not know a damn thing." I sneered. What? Still will not admit it? Should we have Boss Kong Ning call another village committee leader right now to clarify both the renovation project and the inheritance issue? Chang's eyes teeth ground audibly, his face twisting with anger, hatred, humiliation, and shame all at once. Seeing how firmly I spoke, Wan Ning's face lit with both joy and relief. Kong Ning, too, shifted from doubt to believing about 70%, his gaze toward Chang's eye now filled with disapproval. This time, when I played my ultimate card and revealed my final trump, Chang's eye was clearly stunned. In his eyes, I had been nothing more than a worthless temp worker, an ant crawling by the roadside, yet somehow I held a full hand of unbeatable cards. 4 aces, will you take them? How about 4 twos? Both jokers. 3 rounds of bombs in a row, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. How do you know? He was so shaken that he did not even realize these were 2 separate matters I knew about, and that he should have addressed them separately. The street renovation project and Kong Ning's family inheritance issue were completely different things. For the renovation project, he could always claim later that the planning drawings had been revised, it was not something he truly controlled. But the inheritance matter, now that was something he very well could have been scheming about behind the scenes. I stayed calm. If you do not want people to know, then do not do it in the first place. By now, both Kong Ning and Wan Ning had fully grasped the truth. Wan Ning had always been inclined to believe me. Seeing Chang's eyes' expression and behavior, she had already pronounced him guilty in her heart. But Kong Ning's expression still lacked conviction. How could it be? How is this possible? With a personality like that, this little boss truly was not cut out for major responsibilities. Even with the truth exposed, he still feared offending this fake, second-generation official standing before him. Wan Ning, tomorrow find some time to go to the village and ask a few of the uncles about the renovation project and the inheritance issue. One question will make it clear. As for you, I turned back to Chang's eye, stealing my money, planting a note in my wallet, and coming here multiple times to stir up trouble. Let us settle that score as well. I had already noticed Uncle Yi entering. Hearing what I said, he too seemed somewhat shocked. Seeing me lay my cards on the table, he stepped in immediately to take my side. You people, what do you want? Not much. But if you ever come here to harass Wan Ning again, do not blame me if I hand this note straight to the police to investigate. I am not afraid of you running away. With a loud bang, I slammed the iron skewer onto the table, making all 3 of them jump. Well? Does that seem like a fair deal? Chang's eyes face alternated between blue and white. He had never imagined today's situation would turn out like this. Unwillingly, his eyes roamed over Wan Ning, then flicked to the note, the skewer, and finally to Uncle Yi. Grinding out the words, he said, "Fine, you win. We are leaving." I called after their retreating backs, "Next time you come to eat, order from me. No one else will serve you." That was another warning for him, stay away from Wan Ning. Uncle Yi chuckled and shook his head, hurrying back to work. The customers outside had grown restless after the delay. I also needed to get out there and greet the guests. Wan Ning followed me out, helping to clear dishes and take orders. Even Kong Ning dropped the boss's airs this time and quickly joined Uncle Yi at the grill. As she worked, Wan Ning asked me, "How did you know about the inside details of the renovation project?" While greeting customers, I glanced at her beautiful face. In a completely relaxed state, she truly looked lovely, especially that gentle, capable air of hers, which made her even more attractive. Buy me a grilled chicken wing and I will tell you. Yelling at those 3 just now took a lot out of me. She gave me a sidelong glance, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. What a character. Despite the insult, she still turned and went to get something grilled from Uncle Yi. It was not until after 11, when things quieted down, that I finally had a chance to eat the chicken wing she had grilled, which had long gone cold. We sat down near the stove, and she handed me food and a drink. Well? Tell me, how did you know? Even Uncle Yi, that seasoned old hand, pricked up his ears to listen. Let me catch my breath first, will you? Even a man about to be executed gets his last meal. Wan Ning shot me a sharp look, clearly not fond of the comparison. Uncle Yi just smiled, as though watching 2 young people he liked spar playfully in front of him. When I finally finished eating, I took a sip of tea and sighed in satisfaction. It is actually simple, the project is one my company took on. He could never hide it from me. Wan Ning had been looking at me expectantly for a long while. If it had been Aunt Shu, I might have teased her a bit longer. But with Wan Ning, I could not bring myself to. What? Her expression was pure shock. Only then did she remember that I had recently found a job, and, if she recalled correctly, it was at an advertising company. How did you get in? I heard the company that landed this project is about to go public. Both Wan Ning and Uncle Yi were intrigued. They knew I had only arrived here 3 days ago. Thinking about how I had gotten in made me want to laugh, especially remembering Aunt Shu's angry and flustered face after I broke her high heel. Well, that is a long story. By the time I finished telling it, both Wan Ning and Uncle Yi were laughing hard. You really have the luck of a man who stumbles into fortune. Even like this, you managed to land yourself in a big company. Shaking his head, Uncle Yi kept grilling. Now that you are in such a promising company, you should work hard and aim to achieve something, Wan Ning told me gently. Her words warmed me. The thing is, she only gave me a month. The deal was, once I repay the money, that is it. So in the end, it will depend on her attitude. Then you should still try to prove yourself. Show her your abilities so you can stay. Truthfully, I wanted to tell her I had already achieved results, and that I had repaid her money today. But for some reason, I held back. All right? I will work hard and try to stay at Huihuang. About the inheritance matter, you are certain it is as you said? By now, Wan Ning seemed to have an almost blind trust in me, even seeking my opinion on such things. In my view, that guy has his eye on you. That is why he has been scheming in both matters. Tomorrow, just have your brother ask around in the village, you will know the truth immediately. A faint blush rose on Wan Ning's face, making my heart skip a beat. Uncle Yi also agreed with my reasoning. You two are just too honest. If you had half that guy's boldness, you would not be in this position today, Uncle Yi said in rare praise. I spoke seriously to her. Tomorrow, you must ask carefully, ask several people and get the facts straight. As for the renovation project, there is no need to ask. I know the plans better than they do. You can be completely at ease on that front. Just focus on clarifying the inheritance issue. From Uncle Ye's tone, I fully understood how important this was for the two of them. Wan Ning's clear eyes met mine briefly, then she lowered her head and agreed softly. When we finished work at around 1 o'clock, Boss Kong Ning handed me a 150 yuan bill as I settled accounts. What is this? A raise? And such a big one. I smiled at him. The boss looked a bit uncomfortable. Just take it, he said, without much explanation. I knew he felt awkward, his feelings toward me were still a jumble, but I was not the type to stand on ceremony. Taking the 150 in hand, I called out to Uncle Yi and Wan Ning, who were cleaning up outside. The boss gave me a raise today. Tomorrow I am buying fruit for you both. I was feeling quite pleased, but the boss hesitated, then spoke. What is it, boss? Something else you need to tell me? I asked curiously. You should find another job. From now on, do not come back here. I was stunned for a long moment. Boss, are you serious? What was this guy playing at? I had just helped him settle things with young Master Cheng, and now he wanted to drive away the very person who had done him such a huge favor? What kind of twisted logic was this? Yes. We still have to live here long term. His whole family is not the sort of people we can afford to offend. You can play the hero and feel good about yourself, and if they come back to cause trouble for you, you can just pat your backside and walk away. We cannot do that. So, you had better leave. And do not say that I told you to quit, just tell Wan Ning that you left because you did not want to cause any more trouble, so she will not feel bad about it. A fire flared up in my chest, and for a moment I wanted to flip the table in his face. I glanced outside. Wan Ning was like a happy bird, tidying up and humming to herself, the very picture of a good mood. My mind spun quickly. Fine. But I already told them I would bring fruit tomorrow. I will work through tomorrow, then I will talk to Wan Ning and Uncle Yi. I will walk home with Wan Ning and give her some warning so it will not be so sudden. Kong Ning hesitated, then reluctantly nodded. When we finished for the night, he deliberately stayed behind so that I could walk with Wan Ning. I guessed he knew I would want to say something to her, as a small return for helping him earlier. On the way, Wan Ning gave me a curious look. What is wrong with you? You are usually so talkative. Why are you so quiet today? I smiled faintly. Just thought of a friend who ran into some trouble. Oh? Is it serious? I paused. She will probably be fine. Then I changed the subject. You seem to be in a very good mood. Wan Ning smiled lightly. You helped us solve such a big problem today. I do not even know how to thank you. How about I ask my brother to give you a raise? She looked at me very seriously. Inside, I thought, what raise? I am not going to be working here much longer anyway. No need. The boss already paid me. And you two are running a small business, you should not increase costs without reason. Even if I were not working at your brother's shop, I have the ability to help you if something comes up. She was silent for a moment, lowering her head. In a quiet voice, she asked, why? My mood had already been soured by Kong Ning, and I felt a strange urge to let something slip out. Without thinking, I blurted, "Because I like you." The moment the words left my mouth, I realized what I had said. What the hell? Did I just say that? I turned my head quickly to look at Wan Ning, my heart pounding with anxiety. Would she scold me? Slap me? Instead, under the dim streetlight, her face flushed crimson. She lowered her head without a word, without any other reaction at all. I could even see the blush spreading from her face down her neck. What did that mean? What kind of reaction was that? Could it be? I did not dare think further. I did not dare ask. Our heartbeats suddenly jumped from 70 to about 120. The short walk of a few hundred meters felt endlessly long. By the time she reached the corner where our path split, I still had not told her what I had promised Kong Ning, that I might be leaving. My mind was in chaos. "See you tomorrow," she murmured softly, then almost fled. I stood there watching her walk away until she was out of sight, before I finally came back to myself. I walked home in a daze, and only when I stepped into the second-floor hallway did I remember Duyan. I hurried to the next door and knocked. "Duyan, Duyan? Is that you, Jiang Ning? Come in. The door is not locked." I pushed the door open and saw her still lying on the mat, her upper body propped against a large pillow, half of her torso uncovered. "How are you? Why are you sitting like that? Feeling better?" She had taken her medicine and slept several more hours. Her face was no longer so pale. "I am much better. Thank you, for earlier." As she said this, her face flushed. I also remembered holding her before, and felt a bit embarrassed. "Are you hungry? I can go down to the night market and buy you some porridge. I want to eat some steamed egg custard. Do you know how to make it?" she asked softly. I stared at her. "What? That is all you want?" She tried to sit up straighter, almost laughing, but then pressed a hand to her stomach, her face twitching. "Still hurts?" I asked. "Do not make me laugh, and it will not hurt." She controlled herself and stopped smiling. "Girl, your heart is really big," I said, genuinely impressed by her ability to adjust her mood. In just a few hours, she seemed to have forgotten how she had gotten this pain in the first place. She twitched the corner of her mouth again. "Feeling sad does not solve anything, does it?" I got up, found some eggs, cracked 2 into a bowl, beat them, set the bowl over the stove, lit the fire, boiled water, added a bit of seasoning, and began steaming it. While waiting, I went to wash up. By the time I finished, the egg custard was perfectly cooked, its aroma filling the air. When I brought the bowl to her, her hand trembled slightly as she reached out from under the blanket. A little embarrassed, she asked, "Could you feed me?" She quickly explained, "My hands still have no strength. They are numb and cramping. Or you can just put it there, and I will drink it slowly once I recover a bit." "That will not do. You cannot eat cold food right now." Even I knew that much. I took a spoon, cooled each bite with a breath, and slowly fed it to her. Slightly embarrassed, she ate while saying, "Today I really have you to thank. Otherwise, I might have died from the pain in here." Despite her words, there was no real sorrow on her face. "You do not seem to hate that man," I said, curious. She swallowed the last bite, her eyes unfocused. My words seemed to stir some memory. Then she gave a self-mocking smile. "Love and hate are not always so easy to separate. I do not hate him because I still have him in my heart." I was shocked. "He did this to you and then abandoned you, and you still love him?" "Yes. Am I stupid?" Her eyes were misty, and my heart ached. This girl, she really does not take care of herself. But this was not the time for harsh truths. That would only hurt her more. "No, you are not stupid. It is because you still have him in your heart." She lowered her head. "But even though I still have him in my heart, he may not still have me in his." That was too much. He does not care about you, and you still end up like this? You are wondering why, if he does not care about me, I still let myself get to this point, right? I nodded helplessly. She actually understood people's hearts. She had just lost herself in love. "Actually, I know. He has always wanted a son. His wife had 2 daughters, and he was angry, disappointed, felt the family line would end. So I thought, if I gave him a son, maybe he would always keep me in his heart. But when I happily told him I was pregnant, he was shocked, and then immediately told me to get rid of it. He said that if I did not, I could forget about ever seeing him again." I gaped, suddenly wanting to curse aloud. What the hell kind of girl is this? What kind of trash drama is this? Are you acting as the third woman in some TV series? Even medicine could not save you at this point. I do not even know why, but I have never told anyone about this. Today, with you, I suddenly just wanted to say it to someone. Her head lowered, hiding her expression, but I could feel her heart trembling. A few tears fell onto the pillow. I set the bowl aside, handed her a tissue, but she did not take it. So I wiped her tears for her. Even so, you must take care of your body. Without it, even if you could see him every day, what good would it do? I know. He just liked me because I was young, fresh, and new to him. But when it was just the two of us, he treated me very well. So you agreed to whatever he said? I could not help interjecting. Yes. He said he did not like wearing that thing. Said it did not feel good. And I did not like taking medicine. This time, I just got unlucky. I was speechless. Girl, is it really appropriate to be telling me this in the middle of the night? I think this is not called love or stupidity. This is called being cheap. My straight man mode had kicked in again. I only went back to my room to rest after she had calmed down and fallen asleep. Thinking about the things she had just said to me, with all the complicated emotions behind them, I felt uncomfortable. I really did think she had demeaned herself. Could the magic of love truly cause a person to lose themselves? My mind instantly drifted back to the way Wan Ning reacted when I told her I liked her. My heart started to beat a little faster, and I felt slightly warm. In my head, my thoughts kept circling. Her expression, what exactly did it mean? I kept thinking like that until I drifted off to sleep. Early in the morning, I ran out to buy porridge and eggs for Duyen. When I knocked and went in, she was already up. She had just taken her medicine and was sitting on the only high stool, facing a mirror, doing her hair. I saw her slightly pale face in the mirror, but did not know what to say. I bought breakfast for you. Eat it, take your medicine, and then rest well. I have to go to work during the day. She smiled at me in the mirror. Thank you, Jiang Ning. Once I finish breakfast, I am going to work too. I made a sound of surprise. With your condition. She turned her head. We are not allowed to take leave. If we take one day off, they deduct 3 days' pay. I took medicine, slept, and I feel much better. I can handle it. If they deduct 3 days, let them. Your health is worth more than anything. No, if I do not go, I will not see him today. The words slipped right out of her mouth. So she really was determined to debase herself to the very end. I was utterly speechless. I had not expected her stubbornness to go this far. I quickly pulled 100 yuan from my pocket and placed it on her table. This is the money I borrowed from you yesterday. The company paid me a bit yesterday, so I am paying you back now. Take care of yourself. After repaying her, I planned to head downstairs to work. Jiang Ning, will you still consider me a friend? When she looked at me, I saw stubbornness and pride in her eyes, but also a certain insecurity and low spirits. I smiled. Have you ever heard the saying, a close neighbor is better than a distant relative? We are not only friends, we are neighbors. Only then did Duyan's face show a smile. On the way to work, I could not collect my thoughts. I did not know how to describe Duyan, and I could not think of a single fitting word. I simply could not connect with her feelings in the way I could with Wan Ning. Her thinking and her actions were, for the moment, beyond my understanding or acceptance. So I gave up trying to describe her. I needed to follow Wan Ning's advice, work hard at the company, earn achievements, stay in the company, make money, and live well. As soon as I arrived at the company, I was stopped by Xiao Zhoutong. She dug into the very bottom of her bag and pulled out 2 red envelopes, one thick, one thin, and handed them to me. I laughed. Did you not say you were keeping them for meals? Zhoutong rolled her eyes. Even if it is for meals, you have to treat me in person for it to be sincere. There are 2 in total. Take them, and you are buying lunch. At least 1 plate of dumplings, right? Smiling, I took the envelopes. A plate of dumplings was not expensive, 12 yuan. She knew my situation, and most of her banter with me was in good fun. She would not deliberately take advantage of me. The girls next to her, Sister Lu and Sister Yi, joined in the teasing, so I had to promise 2 more plates to keep the peace. Only then did I barely escape from the administrative office area. When I got back to my office, I had not even sat down before Aunt Shu called me into her office. I was shocked. What was going on today? She had come in so early? I knew her habits, she never arrived before 9:30. Before she could speak, I walked up to her large desk and handed her the 2 red envelopes. These are from yesterday at the site. I am handing them in to you. I knew that what she told me yesterday was a warning to always pay attention to such matters and details. I could not risk capsizing over something this small. Besides, the entire sales department already thought I was her inside man. Even if I was not, I could not afford to make a mistake that might confirm their suspicions. She looked me straight in the eye for at least 10 seconds. Then she glanced at the envelopes on the desk, her expression a little strange. What is it, Manager Shu? I handed everything over to you. I kept your words from yesterday firmly in mind. This does not count as a mistake, does it? I did not embarrass you, did I? I was baffled. Why was she looking at me like that? Are there any others? Her tone was cool. The question made me feel a chill. What did she mean? Did she think there were more red envelopes and that I had kept some back? They are all here. The thin one is from the subcontractor, the thick one from the village committee. Yesterday I did not dare take them, fearing misunderstandings, so I had Zhou Tong bring them home. She just gave them to me, and I brought them straight to you. There are definitely no other envelopes. How much is inside? She stared at me without blinking. I honestly do not know. I just got them and have not opened them. You do not believe me? Should I call Zhou Tong over to confirm? I was starting to get irritated. If she still did not trust me after this, then what was the point of me working here? Suddenly, her face broke into a smile. I just wanted to see if you really remembered what I told you. Then she pushed the 2 envelopes toward me, stopped halfway, pulled them back, and opened them. Not bad, 300 in one, 600 in the other. Together, that is enough for you to eat for a month. What? Keep them. This kind of unspoken rule is not part of what I told you yesterday that you cannot take. This is called hardship pay, or T-money. In the future, you do not need to report these to me, you can keep them. Aunt Shu looked at my expression with obvious amusement. Suddenly, I understood, she had come in early today just to see this look on my face. She wanted to watch me squirm in her palm, toying with me as she pleased. I unceremoniously pocketed the envelopes. Your first day at the construction site, any specific takeaways? Now she was talking business. I thought for a moment. I do not understand much yet, and I am not familiar with things. Zhou Tong explained some of the situation to me, so I have a general idea. Be specific, what exactly did you learn? Her eyes were fixed on me. I recounted everything from yesterday afternoon, word for word. I did not know what Manager Wu had discussed inside with others. The basic survey data is with Chang Wan. She said once it is ready, she will call me to pick it up. Judging by her efficiency, that should be soon. When I get it, should I hand it directly to you, or to Manager Wu? What do you think? Who should you give it to? This time, she did not look at me. She was glancing sideways at a photograph on her desk. It was of her and a man, apparently in a high revolving restaurant, with the glittering night view of Flower City behind them. They were embracing, smiling broadly, hard to imagine how they had managed to have such a vicious phone argument that day. I thought for a moment. I knew she was using work issues to test me, and if I slipped up, she would seize on it. She had been looking for a chance to get back at me for using her as a pillow, I knew that well. When I get the data, I will give it to Manager Wu. But before that, I will call you to report the situation. I thought this was a perfectly reasonable answer. I would complete the task and still keep her informed, a win-win. To my surprise, her face immediately darkened. She looked at me coldly. Puzzled, I asked, what is wrong? Did I say something wrong? Is there a problem with the way I am handling it? Take out those 2 envelopes. I was confused, but I took out the envelopes, still warm from my pocket. She took the 300 yuan one and placed it in front of her. This is a penalty for your mistake in handling work procedures. You will get this 300 back when you make a notable contribution. I was indignant. What mistake? Are you saying I should have brought the data straight to you the moment I got it? Are you unwilling to accept this? Of course I was. First, in this project, I am not your direct supervisor, you do not need to report every little thing to me immediately. Second, once you get the data, just give it directly to Manager Wu. There is no need to report to me beforehand. He will report to me. I gaped. Then what about everything you said yesterday, does it not contradict this? What game was she playing? Was this personal revenge? That afternoon, I received a strange text message. I had not even signed the contract yet, but somehow I had been featured on the recommendation list. Can someone tell me what is going on? She could basically tell from my expression what I was thinking. It looked as if she really wanted to tell me to get out, but then forced herself to hold back. This brat standing in front of her, a vice president of the company, an executive, was teaching a sales assistant such detailed matters, and yet he was still here overthinking things, stewing over the temporary withholding of a small amount of money, and nitpicking over some small inconsistencies in her instructions. One look at my dissatisfied face, and she could guess I was thinking she was still looking for a chance to get back at me for that pillow incident the other day. Would I really retaliate over something like that? That question, coming from her own heart, was one that even Shu Dama herself did not know how to answer. Seeing she had nothing else to say, I got up, turned, and started to walk out. Just as I reached the door, she called me back. Come back. I turned around with an unfriendly look. Manager Shu, is there something else? It seemed like she was on the verge of throwing something at me. Her extraordinarily strong workplace self-control showed itself, her face froze for a moment, then smoothed back to calm. She pulled open a drawer, took something out, and tossed it toward me. I thought she really was throwing something at me. Smirking, I casually reached out and caught it smoothly. I gave her a mocking look. Missed me, did you? But her next words were, this is a work phone left behind by a previous assistant. Use it for now. It will make urgent communication easier. I was pleasantly surprised. What? A phone? She actually gave me a work phone? I opened it in my hand and found it was a small, lightweight flip phone. It was neither brand new nor very old. It still has the original SIM card. Go register it at the front desk and give the number to Zhou Tong and the others so they can update their contacts. I nodded instinctively. Well now, your brother here is officially part of the mobile crowd. I really wanted to immediately call that birdbrain Lao Lu, and my parents, and Wan Ning. I wondered, should I thank her for this? Finally she said, Jiang Ning, as for the past matters, consider them over. I can help you get started, but whether you can establish yourself, become a regular employee, and achieve results will depend on you. In all things, pay attention, use your brain. Do you understand? Her face was especially serious when she said this. I knew she was telling me that, as a vice president, she could not constantly look after me. Stepping on her shoe, owing her money, using her as a pillow, those debts were cleared. From now on, in work matters, she was unlikely to involve herself in small issues or give me step-by-step guidance. The road ahead would have to be walked on my own. After all, we had only known each other for 4 days. I understand. Thank you, Manager Shu. I sincerely thanked her. But my eyes still shifted from her face to her upper body, visible above the large swivel chair, black top, a silk scarf, and a white fitted undershirt beneath. On her, that black and white combination had a dangerously magnetic visual pull. I could not deny it, this Shu Dema was the most stylishly dressed woman I had seen outside of models. Unable to resist, I praised her as I was leaving. Manager Shu, you really have a gift for dressing. Just before she could shout for me to get out, I made myself scarce. She stared blankly at my quickly retreating back, then glanced at the full-length mirror on the side of her office. Do I really dress well? Wait, should it even be this brat's place to comment? Has he lost his mind? I should not have left him that big red envelope just now. Damn kid, so arrogant he dared step on my shoe. Little bastard, had the nerve to use my thigh as a pillow. Let him hit a few more snags, then he will know the meaning of consequences. In the company, she was a high and mighty vice president, holding real power. Even if anyone wanted to talk about her, they would do so quietly and far away from her. Which colleague would dare, like me, to openly and directly compliment her to her face? But her internal monologue was something I had no chance to hear at the moment, otherwise, I would surely have retorted, you petty woman. Today's main work was still sorting internal files, preparing to produce the planning drawings ready for submission to the relevant departments for approval as soon as Changwon's data was ready. Zhou Tong and I were still busy with the files, waiting for Changwon's call. Close to 11 o'clock, Changwon called to say the data was ready. So fast? I was genuinely impressed by her efficiency. We had only done the survey yesterday, and she had finished it by this morning? Did she not sleep last night, working on the drawings? These were 2 major main streets, not a single building. She sounded displeased. What, am I too fast for you? No, I am complimenting you really fast. Must be that coastal speed. Hurry down and get it. I am downstairs in your company building. What? You came here personally? Did we not agree you would call me when it was ready and I would come over to get it? This was supposed to be my job, and she had taken it on herself. I felt a bit embarrassed. Less nonsense. Hurry down. I still have to rush back for other work. I hung up and went straight downstairs. Sure enough, she was waiting in the temporary rest area, with a large bag containing several rolled-up drawings. When she saw me, she shoved all of them into my hands. Then she handed me a sheet of paper, a drawing receipt form. It listed the drawings, their numbers, the delivery time, the sender, the recipient. I had never seen anything like this before. It was ridiculously professional. You even need my signature? Do you think I am going to run off with your drawings? I joked. Her face immediately turned cold. Whether you run off with them or not is not for me to say. My job is to deliver them and take back a receipt with your signature. That is my proof. I was speechless. This engineering-type woman really was meticulous to a fault. After I signed, I thought we were done. But she took out another drawing from her bag, her face full of tension and caution. What is this? This one, my supervisor told me to have you hand it directly to Manager Wu. It is not on the receipt list, but he said it is important, so you must keep it safe and give it straight to him. I was puzzled. If it is that important, why not deliver it to him yourself? Or have him come down to get it? This time she was the one caught off guard. I cannot be bothered to go up there, and I cannot be bothered to look at your lot, all those faces reeking of the stench of money. Her tone was downright cold, laced with pure disdain. Well, damn, that was some serious blanket condemnation. What did I ever do to offend you, you engineering chick? I wondered if this engineering girl, Changwon, had seen the true faces of those so-called money-grubbing colleagues of ours during some earlier cooperation. Watching her wind-like figure disappear quickly into the distance, I gave a bitter smile, shook my head, and first put away the rolls of regular blueprints. At that moment, a few people from the neighboring desks stood up and walked past me. The gust from their movement blew that last, cannot be disclosed, drawing off my desk and onto the floor. Startled, I immediately bent down to pick it up. As I did, the paper unfolded on the floor. The contents appeared before my eyes. I have sharp eyes. I saw at once that it was a sketch, mainly composed of several photographs. The moment I saw those photos, my mouth fell open in surprise, my gaze fixed and dumbfounded. I had never been to Boss Kong Ning's barbecue stall during the day, but I still recognized at once that it was a sketch of the street to the south. Damn, what did this mean? Was it not said that the streets to the southeast would not be redeveloped? Why had this planning sketch suddenly appeared? Could it be that what Changwon hinted at earlier was exactly this? That Manager Wu and the village committee were working together to include the entire southern street, originally absent from the official planning submission, into the redevelopment project? A shiver ran through me. Over the past few days of industry exposure, and from constantly collecting and reviewing various materials, I already knew how enormous the profit potential would be once the storefronts on a redeveloped street were leased out in connection with an advertising project. No wonder the engineering girl reacted like that. She did not want to defy her company leadership, but also did not want to see Manager Wu and his lot more than necessary, so she simply handed it to me. Yesterday, Manager Wu had already introduced me to her as the colleague she should interface with. She just did not expect that I would be familiar with Shu Dema, and even more so with the brother and sister pair who ran a small barbecue stall on the south side of Xian village. I quickly rolled up the sketch, glanced around, and fortunately saw that no company colleagues were coming or going at that moment. Heavily preoccupied, I returned to my desk and sat down. I could not concentrate on organizing files anymore, but I also did not immediately hand the drawing to Manager Wu. What should I do? If the southern redevelopment really went ahead, then would that not mean that Cheng Zai's words had come true? With the previous two planning maps, I could reveal the real situation to counter Cheng Zai directly. But if Manager Wu and the village committee truly had their eyes on the south side, then what the hell could a little ant like me do? And in front of Wan Ning and Kong Ning, I would have spoken nothing but big talk, and I would have thoroughly offended Cheng Zai in the process. Now he would have an even better excuse to go after Kong Ning and harass Wan Ning. Thinking of that pure little white rabbit Wan Ning, she had just escaped one trap, and now was she about to be kicked into another abyss? I was at a complete loss. I was only a junior assistant, a temp, a part-time worker. What could I possibly do? On the desk, the computer clock kept ticking, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. I clenched my teeth, quickly put away both sets of planning maps, and once again knocked on Shu Dema's office door. Unfortunately, or perhaps very unfortunately, Manager Wu Bo was inside reporting work to her. When the two of them heard my knock, they both turned their heads to look at me. Come in. They both noticed the rolls of drawings in my hands. Manager Wu's expression reacted instantly. He still wore a smile, but the chill in his eyes was plain to me. Shu Dema, seeing what I held, frowned slightly. In her mind, this kid, I just told him earlier, and here he is ignoring me, bringing the drawings in front of Wu Bo? My heart flipped. I silently cursed my luck. At the last second, I changed my words. Sorry, President Shu, I am here for Manager Wu. Wu Bo looked momentarily surprised. For me? Shu Dema's expression eased slightly. Yes, a colleague told me you were here with President Shu, so I came right over. Oh? So urgent? What is it? Well, it is like this. Just now, Chang Wan from the surveying company handed me the drawings, saying I should deliver them to you immediately. She seemed very serious about it, so I was afraid of delaying anything. As soon as I got them, I came straight to you. I forced my heartbeat under control and spoke in a calm tone and pace. The corners of Shu Dema's mouth lifted slightly. I caught it clearly. She was obviously a bit satisfied with my quick thinking. Wu Bo paused again, his gaze softening noticeably. There was no need to be so urgent. I am in the middle of a meeting with President Shu. Go back for now, keep the drawings with you, and I will come by your desk later to collect them. I nodded quickly and withdrew. All the way back to my desk, my heart was still pounding. Fortunately, it was only a few drawings, and I had reacted quickly. There should be no major problem. Deep breath. Another deep breath. Before Manager Wu came to find me, I had completely calmed down. When he did come, he was smiling. Seeing that I had placed the drawings right at the edge of my desk, he gave a small nod. You are very proactive and careful. Not bad. I quickly stood up and handed him the regular drawings. Finally, I gave him the sketch. Changwon was acting all mysterious, saying this drawing had to be given to you directly by hand. That is why I was in such a hurry to find you earlier. I smoothed over the situation once more. In front of me, he casually gathered up the regular drawings, then rolled the last sketch up carefully, nodded to me, and went back to his office. I let out a long breath. Was that crisis over? Should I now go and speak to President Xu? Report this? I had originally thought they were only going to adjust the northwest building placements to add a few more spaces. I had never imagined they would pull this kind of move. No wonder Manager Wu was so excited, so active. What a juicy piece of meat. But if I went to see Xu Dema right after he left, would that not draw his attention, or that of other colleagues? While I was still hesitating, my phone buzzed with a text message. What was so urgent just now? Looking at the number, ending with a string of 8s, I immediately checked the company contact list. Sure enough, it was from Xu Dema. She knew even better than I did that going to her office right now would not look good. A true veteran, coming up with this workaround. Looking at the phone, I suddenly understood, this was her giving herself another communication channel. I quickly replied, telling her exactly what I had seen on the drawing and about the sketch, no more, no less, without adding any of my own thoughts or evaluations. I did not want to color the report with my personal opinions. Besides, with her sharpness, she could instantly spot anything tinged with personal emotion. So I chose to report to her in the most straightforward way possible. After sending it, I set the phone down but kept my eyes fixed on the screen, waiting for her instructions. 5 minutes later, the reply came, only one sentence, got it. I nearly raised my middle finger toward her office door. What kind of instruction was that? At 2 p.m., while I was still in a non-contracted status, I was suddenly featured in a recommendation. I was stunned. I sat there, restless, staring at the compiled project data. The official renovation work for the 2 main streets of Xian Village had a projected budget of just over 10 million yuan. This included updating the old advertising spaces, redesigning them, and reinstalling them. But the real centerpiece of the whole thing was the leasing of those advertising spaces. The physical renovation could be completed in as little as half a month to a month, and with our company's capabilities and network of clients, the leasing work could definitely be wrapped up within 1 to 2 months. Even the scattered small spots left over could easily be handled by a junior salesperson. But if South Street were added into the plan, good God, there would be at least an additional 5 million yuan in hidden revenue potential. Over 1 million of that would come from the newly added spots along the 2 main roads in the northwest, and more than 3 million from the projected sales for South Street alone. That was a huge chunk of meat on the table. My eyelids twitched, and my mind was completely at a loss. And yet the one person who had the ability to intervene, Manager Xu, had brushed me off with nothing more than a got it. I could not make sense of her thinking. From the way Manager Wu treated her, sometimes respectful, sometimes wary, it was obvious that the mid to senior management of this company was far from simple. And then there was that elusive President Liu, who had not shown his face these past few days. All sorts of tangled thoughts and possibilities kept spinning in my head, like a mess of knotted threads with no end to pull. By lunchtime, when I went to have dumplings with Zhou Tong and the others, they could all see how distracted I was. What is wrong? Are you sulking just because we made you treat us to dumplings? Come on, do I look like someone who would sulk over 1 plate of dumplings? Then what is it? Did a girl dump you? Heartbroken. Zhou Tong had gotten comfortable enough with me over the past 2 days to tease me whenever she pleased. How could I be? I can barely afford to feed myself. What time do I have for love? I replied gloomily. If Wan Ning found out that the promise I had made to her just last night, that South Street would definitely not be redeveloped, might be proven wrong any moment now, she would see me as a fraud. And just when things between us had started to warm up, everything would be ruined. In a way, calling it heartbreak was not far off. So, what exactly is bothering you? I let out a long sigh. You have all seen it, only you 3 are willing to have lunch with me. In Sales Department 1, apart from work necessities, no one there wants to have anything to do with me. Lu Mei paused mid-bite. Jiangning, you mean to say your mood is down just because of that? I nodded gloomily. Of course I could not tell them the real reason. The 3 women burst out laughing. The whole dumpling shop turned to look at our table. 3 beautiful women sharing a meal with 1 man already drew enough jealous stares. Now that they were laughing so happily, their laughter ringing like silver bells through the shop, the looks from others were a mixture of envy and resentment. And yet, here I was, the man at the center of all this attention, wearing a face full of worry. In just a short while, I felt like I had been pierced through by countless sharp glances. What are you laughing at? This is not a small matter. I am an assistant in Sales Department 1, but I am not welcome among the sales staff there. How could I possibly be in a good mood? And do not forget, I am still only a temp, practically at the bottom of the ladder. I poured out my frustration. Lu Mei swallowed her dumpling, studied me for a moment, then put down her chopsticks. All right, for the sake of this meal, I will explain it to you. That was exactly the main reason I had treated them to dumplings. I brightened instantly, put down my own chopsticks, and looked at her expectantly. It is actually quite simple. Everyone in Sales Department 1 knows you were brought into the company by Manager Shu. Of course they are going to keep their distance from you. And why is that? If I really were her person, would they not be falling over themselves to curry favor with me? Curry favor with you? Not a chance. You have no idea about the relationships here. My spirits lifted. This was exactly what I wanted to know. Come on, Miss Lu, tell me. I have been working with them every day, and the way they look at me, there is definitely something off. I do not mind telling you, but you will owe me another dumpling meal. I agreed immediately. A plate of dumplings in exchange for inside information? Absolutely worth it. Even if I had to charm her a little in the bargain, I was willing. Lu Mei had clearly been with the company a while and held a position of some rank. She knew plenty. She was someone I would need to stay on good terms with in the future. This sales department, including Manager Wu and his people, used to be directly managed by President Lu himself. But about half a year ago, he headhunted Manager Shu from another company, offering her a high salary to come here. I was starting to get the picture. A professional manager? Exactly. As soon as she arrived, she split the sales department in two, taking away half of Manager Wu's authority. Of course that did not sit well with him. But he could not openly go against her, so he went straight to President Lu to protest, accusing her of mistreating longtime employees. President Lu had to do a lot of smoothing over, allocating more resources to Sales Department 1 to get him to calm down. But you see, Manager Wu has been with President Lu for many years. He is used to having the final word around here. Some of us believe that because President Lu spends so much time abroad, he brought in Manager Shu to keep Manager Wu from becoming too dominant and harder to control later. She was here to reorganize the company. By the time she finished, I had a much clearer idea of the internal dynamics. It also explained Manager Wu's attitude toward me, and that of the rest of Sales Department 1. So this was the root of the problem. But could I tell them I was not really on Manager Shu's side, that I was just a temp who had been in watching for only 4 days? Of course not. If I said that, they would believe it even less, and they would just think I was a fool for trying such a blatant lie to win their acceptance. From another angle, if I wanted to establish myself here, should I stick with Sales Department 1, or with Manager Shu? From every perspective, both emotional and logical, there was only one choice. I had to stick close to Manager Shu. Once that became clear in my mind, my mood suddenly lifted. I grinned, picked up a dumpling from my plate, and offered it to Lu Mei. Beautiful and kind-hearted, that is you. Lu Mei's whole expression lit up. Beautiful, I will accept. But kind-hearted? How do you mean? You have no idea. These past few days, I have been caught between them, feeling completely out of place. Manager Shu explicitly told me to work with Sales Department 1, but Sales Department 1 has been full of walls toward me. What you said today opened up my thinking completely. If you had not been kind enough to point it out, I would have kept running headlong into walls. Although I now knew some of the history of the mid to senior management, had gained a preliminary understanding of the company's power structure, and was aware of the power struggle between Madam Shu and Manager Wu, what role could I possibly play in this plan? Still none. The entire afternoon, I sat on pins and needles, occasionally glancing at the vice president's office near my desk. How I wished she would call me in and give me some guidance. In truth, if I had never met Wan Ning, never gotten to know her, and if that guy Cheng Zai had never been involved, this would not have been a problem for me at all. I would simply have needed to focus on doing my job well in Sales Division 1. But to just sit back and let things develop as they were now? I could not accept that outcome. I took out a sheet of paper, glanced around to make sure no one was watching, and began writing down the complicated situation I was facing. At the top, I wrote, President Lu, Vice President Shu. Below that, Sales Division 1, Sales Division 2. Under Wu Bo's name, I wrote in 4 large, blood-red characters, Shady Reconstruction Plan. Following that came, Surveying Company, Village Committee, Cheng Zai, Kong Ning, Wan Ning, Barbecue Stall. Where was the breakthrough point? In the company, the only people with the ability to influence the entire plan were President Liu and Vice President Xu. President Liu, I had never even met him. Who knew if he would care about this matter, or what his stance would be? There was no way he was the breakthrough. Vice President Xu had made it clear she did not want to get involved in this plan. She had already stated her position clearly during the previous general meeting. I shook my head, feeling that her reluctance to intervene was probably a deliberate show of goodwill toward Manager Wu, after having previously divided up his authority. After all, Manager Wu was a longtime subordinate of President Liu's faction. You could not keep suppressing him indefinitely, doing so would only breed trouble. As for outside parties, naturally, the village committee was out of the question. For the sake of getting this project running, they had probably already made arrangements with Manager Wu long ago. Everything had likely been set in motion, just waiting for the plan to be announced so construction could start immediately. With such a fat piece of meat on the table, how could they possibly give it up? The surveying company? Even less likely. They were just a subcontractor doing technical work, they had no real influence over the matter. One by one, I crossed out each option. My heart grew colder and colder. I carefully tore the sheet of paper into small pieces and threw them into the trash. Rubbing my hair in frustration, I happened to glance down at the work phone sitting by my keyboard. A phone? Suddenly, a bold idea sprang to mind. Had Madame Xu really given me this phone only for the purpose she claimed? When I had just reported the situation to her via text message earlier, she had not stopped me or scolded me at all. Could it be? The thought exploded in my mind like a spark hitting gunpowder. Another possible theory began to take shape in my head. I quickly went over everything again from the start, how she had arranged for me to join Sales Division 1, to enter the project team, how she had openly appeared to relinquish authority, how Manager Wu was wary of her. I took out another sheet of paper and wrote one large character on it, Xu. Was it possible that Madame Xu had deliberately placed me in Division 1 and on the project team so that I would find a crack in the solid iron plate of a department, thus giving her a chance to adjust Division 1 again? How could I confirm what exactly Madame Xu was thinking and how she planned to act? Just then, as I was lost in speculation, I saw Lu Mei walking quickly toward the vice president's office with a guest. I knew this person. It was Manager Chen from LE Company, the same one I had had drinks with last time. I frowned slightly. Why was he suddenly visiting our company? From afar, Manager Chen spotted me, quickened his pace, and extended his hand. I immediately stood up with a smile to greet him. Manager Chen, hello. You found time to visit our company today. Of course I smiled, after all, his company had earned me a 10,000 yuan bonus. Hello, little Jiang, he said warmly. Lu Mei gave him a surprised look, then looked at me, clearly puzzled as to why he was calling me little Jiang. I just happened to be passing by today, he said, and thought I'd drop in to see Vice President Xu. Shall we go in together? Lu Mei quickly pushed the task onto me. Then little Jiang can take you in. I will go prepare some tea for you. Seeing me leading the way seemed to give him a sense of pride. He was all smiles as we walked. When we passed Sales Division 1, Manager Wu happened to be coming out of his office. He and Manager Chen did not speak, but I noticed them nod to each other in greeting. I could not help but feel that these two might know each other fairly well. When Vice President Xu saw Manager Chen come in, she immediately came forward from her desk to invite him to sit on the big sofa in the reception area. Manager Chen, what an unexpected honor today. If you had told me in advance, I could have made arrangements. I was out on business nearby, he explained, and had just received a call from President Zhang. I thought I would take my chances and see if you were in the office. Who knew my luck would be so good? Not only is little Jiang here, but so are you, Vice President Xu. Without President Zhang present, I realized that Manager Chen was also quite eloquent. As the two of them exchanged pleasantries, I prepared to leave with Lu Mei after she brought the tea. But Manager Chen stopped me. Little Jiang, since this is the first time I have run into you here at the company, why not join us for a chat? He patted the sofa, motioning for me to sit. I glanced sideways at Vice President Xu, seeing her give a slight nod, I sat down on the sofa opposite him. This guy really was treating me as if I were some little Jiang executive. From the looks of it, he definitely had business to discuss with Vice President Xu today. The fact that he had come without an appointment yet seemed certain she would be here, it would be strange if no one had tipped him off about her schedule. Manager Chen, Vice President Xu said directly, after Lu Mei closed the door on her way out, you came today for a reason, I take it? Why not get straight to the point? Very well, Chen said. Vice President Xu truly lives up to her reputation for decisiveness. He paused, glanced at me, and continued. I came today to ask you for a favor. Vice President Xu stayed silent, waiting for him to make his move. I heard that your company recently launched a major reconstruction project in Xian Village. There are some prime advertising spots planned in that project, correct? Both Vice President Xu and I were momentarily stunned. Damn, their information was unbelievably fast. If no one inside had leaked it to them, how could they have come knocking the very next day? It is true, Xu replied calmly, but it is still in the preliminary research stage. I wonder, Manager Chen, where exactly you got your information?
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.